Muy buenos días para todos ustedes, pero estén teniendo una excelente mañana. Me llamo Alejandro Salomón y bienvenidos al Casino del Tío Salo, damas y caballeros, donde saben que la degeneración no para. Vamos a meternos rápido al casino muy pronto, antes de que llegue Farhan y Alex, pero lo único que quería mencionar por acá es que la inflación está repuntando. La inflación, damas y caballeros, está repuntando. El día de hoy llegaron los números de inflación y llegaron de acuerdo a todas las expectativas. Estábamos esperando mes a mes un incremento del 0.3%, fue justo lo que llegó. Estamos esperando en el core también del mes a mes un 0.3%, también llegó. Y el CPI anual, el año a año, 2.7%, llegó justamente ahí. Y estamos esperando el core anual en 3.3% y llegó ahí. Y todo el mundo dirá, pero ¿cómo está repuntando la inflación si le pegamos a todos los números? Lo que pasa es que el mes pasado, en vez de 0.3, tuvimos 0.2% mes a mes. Y cuando hablas de año a año, tuvimos 2.6% y ahora tenemos 2.7%. La razón por la que estamos viendo un repunte en la inflación, y esto es atención a todo el mundo, es una dinámica bastante interesante para todos nosotros tener nota y tomar nota de lo que está pasando. ¿A qué me refiero con ello? Que normalmente cuando tenemos inflación o lo que vimos con inflación fue, habían bajado los intereses y eso había ayudado a que todo el mundo pues se endeudara con todo y pudiera comprar más cosas, endeudarse más y eso llevó todos los precios de todo a subir. Obviamente más dinero básicamente buscando la misma cantidad de bienes, pues todo el mundo que tiene esos bienes los sube de precio para poder ajustar la demanda y así es como funciona. Pero esta vez no. Esta vez lo que está pasando es interesante porque la Reserva Federal ha estado bajando los intereses, de acuerdo a ellos, pero los intereses reales están subiendo. Si voltean a ver el retorno de los bonos, esos números están subiendo. Entonces, está más caro básicamente hoy pedir un préstamo que cuando empezaron a bajar tipos. Entonces, mientras más los han bajado, más han subido los intereses reales, que es bastante interesante. Entonces dirán, tal vez no dirán eso, pero tal vez dirán en este punto. Entonces, ¿cómo es que la inflación está subiendo? ¿Cuál es la relación acá? La relación acá es que les había contado, ¿se acuerdan? Hace un mes o 2 meses, que todos los bancos que prestan para coches estaban llamando a todas las agencias y diciendo, mándame de una vez todos los clientes que tengas, pésimo crédito, buen crédito, me da absolutamente igual, los vamos a monetizar en este momento. Y eso, esa expansión de crédito, es la que está llevándonos a este periodo de inflación. Entonces, esto es algo también interesante porque justamente acabando el mandato de Biden, acabamos de imprimir 50 mil millones de dólares para mandarle a Ucrania, bla, bla, bla. Empezamos a ver más de esto. Y por más que hayan intentado aguantar la narrativa de que la inflación iba bajando, porque es lo que le han contado a todo el mundo y todavía nadie se está preguntando lo que está pasando, estamos a nada de ver un repunte de la misma. Entonces, aquí va a ser crucial ver exactamente y por eso yo estoy esperándome en este momento para toda la gente que me pregunte. Recuerden, este canal es para poder pensar fuera de la caja y poder protegernos de todo esto. Yo estoy esperando a ver qué quiere hacer Elon Musk y Donald Trump. Bueno, Donald Trump e Elon Musk, si lo quieren ver así. Hasta que eso no ocurra, no me siento tranquilo. No es que no me sienta tranquilo en el mercado, siento que habría una mejor oportunidad en el mercado si se da el escenario que nos están diciendo, ¿no? Donde buscamos desinflar la masa monetaria a través de cortando partes del gobierno y parte del déficit que estamos acumulando todos los años, ¿no? Entonces, si logramos hacer todas esas cosas, y recuerden, esta es mi imitación de Trump barata, si logramos hacer todas esas cosas, la inflación debería bajar, pero también por un rato la bolsa. Entonces, ahorita lo mejor, en mi opinión, es simplemente esperar a ver qué es lo que va a pasar en esta transición. ¿Por qué? Porque si siguen todas las cosas tal cual, te da igual, metes todo tu dinero en la bolsa, a fin de cuentas, en 4 años va a ser lo que sea, ¿no? Y si tienes la oportunidad y la oportunidad se presenta a través de una recesión, entre comillas, pues bien, entonces ahí podrás invertir. Por ahora lo importante es no endeudarte. Es lo más importante de todo. ¿Por qué? Porque si te endeudas en este momento, el poder pagar tu deuda, digamos que tienes un préstamo de $10,000 y estás pagando $1,000 al año, eh, $2,000 al año. Digamos que eso ahorita te alcanza perfecto, pero si se llega a dar el escenario donde Estados Unidos fortalece al dólar, eliminando ese exceso de dinero, ese exceso de masa monetaria, lo que haría es que poder agarrar esos $2,000, obtener esos $2,000, va a costarte mucho más trabajo de lo que te cuesta hoy. Y es por eso que es importante también no endeudarse en estos momentos, porque si llega a pasar eso, el dólar se fortalece, empieza a valer más, va justamente en lo contrario de lo que estábamos haciendo antes, y eso va a causar que toda la gente que esté endeudada le cueste un ojo y aparte lágrimas de sangre para poder pagar esas deudas que van a tener. Pero solamente quería decir eso y también quería decir lo siguiente, dos cosas, dos notas. Uno, de chico me dijeron que la gente, que no hablara con extraños porque me iban a ofrecer drogas y me querían dar todas estas drogas. De adulto les pregunto, ¿dónde están estos extraños que dan drogas gratis? Porque no los he encontrado todavía, están bien caras las drogas. No, eso es un mal chiste que hice en X, gracias. Gracias a todos los que están acá. Pero sin más ni más, vámonos al casino del tío Salo. Tenemos ya aquí a Farhan y Alex para poder analizar todo esto. Voy a darme una vuelta, obviamente, al sitio de Elite Trading Academy para empezar esto, ver cómo está todo el mundo. Ya los vi, bienvenidos, felicidades a todos los que llegaron y vi que Luis le ganó al buen Brian, ni siquiera ahí está Brian y Brian está pidiendo otra. Vamos a empezar con lo que está pidiendo Luis, que es, ahora les digo, my boys, I'm sorry.
Good morning, sir. How are you guys doing? Or sirs, just two of you. How you guys doing?
How are we doing? I'm
Good,
doing good. Cold as fuck in here in California, but I'm good.
I'm a little salty with McDonald's not like living up to my priority delivery. They're like, we'll have your food in 10 minutes. It's been 25 minutes now.
I don't trust anyone, by the way, with the food delivery thing, and I'll tell you why. Even when I order like on DoorDash or Uber Eats and you pay for like the express delivery, you can see the motherfucker stopping in other places. You're like, this is not a express delivery. So all my faith in humanity is gone. So
yeah, we need RFK to fix that.
Yeah, he's not going to fix the seed oils or anything in McDonald's. He's just going to fix the delivery times. That's what I think he's going to do. Hey, it's part of the efficiency, part of the program that Elon Musk is bringing to the government. Efficiency. Exactly.
And McDonald's is going to be a government entity because you know how the Donald loves McDonald's.
Of course. Well, he's going to acquire it. He's going to be the presidential meal of the day for sure. It's going to be sponsored by McDonald's. So we got a good morning. There's a lot of people here, and we're going to start with something different, boys, and something that we were just talking on the chat. I hope you guys are ready. Luis is asking for XRP to start with.
Nice.
So who wants to do XRPP?
I'll do it.
I think I can do it.
Unless you, all right, that's cool. You can do it.
And then after XRPP, we're going to have Bitcoin.
Nice. Wow, I'll do Bitcoin first, then Alex can do Bitcoin after.
Yeah, I think it's we gave a pretty good trade out. I mean, we've been pretty much we are the CEO of XRP here. Like, let's
no one's called that fucking
Brad Garlic House. Like, who's that?
Yeah, exactly.
So like, Farn was talking about pretty extensively when we were in the low 50s, even at low 50s essentially, how the 170s to $2 seems pretty likely. We definitely know that happened and played out, but then we also talked about the fact that up here is definitely not where you want to start longing. When we talked about the scenario, especially on the higher time frames, when we were at the 90%, right, when we were at this point, we had an extreme volatility read. We had multiple extreme volatility reads here. We started to move under the moving average, popped back up, hit another extreme, and then that's when we really started to at least kind of get that shift down to reset volatility. It's something you want to see, and that gives you a higher probability long, essentially. And that's why, when you're up here and you only have really a 5% chance of going to 343, generally it's a good time to look for some kind of consolidation, if not a pullback. Even on the higher time frames too. Like we talked about this, it seemed, just kind of like at the extremes of the chart. And so what do we have now? Well, on the Academy, we gave out a perfect long yesterday. And I was just simply looking at, right, if the daily 9, it's really simple. If the daily 9 has been holding at support this entire time, what would be a good scenario here in my brain? This is how I'm like deciphering it. Well, we probably are going to lose the daily 9 aggressively and then probably go to the 21. By then, I'm sure a lot of people are going to, be horny and happy that they shorted XRP around the 280s, 270s. And if it drops under 2, I could already see, short scaling in yesterday and people getting bearish and the tops in. I look at all these as opportunities. We talked about that 194 being, and you really don't need to overcomplicate trading, and I'll explain why. We know that 194 and at 195 right here is just simply based on this wick high. We then take that with the 3-day EMA 9, which we know, right, can give us more confidence. We throw that 55 on. It wants to load, right, that we have a nice 3-day silver cross. And so and that's when the 21 flips above the 55. And so generally with silver crosses to the upside, you want to just bid the 9. And so for me, it was simple. I'm going on the data. I'm saying, okay, well, that 21 is right around this meme line, which corresponds nicely with this last previous wick high. So what would make a lot of sense? Probably get a nice, decent pullback. And it was. I mean, from wick high to wick low, we did dump 34%. And we did talk about this exact scenario. But we understand XRPP is very volatile. It's very strong as well. This is a very clean uptrend. And for now, we simply want to be more cautious about shorting, being more in and out on this. And so again, Farn gave the long, then he gave the short. The short fully TP'd 1, 2, and then 3 around here. Then we flipped long here around that 195, and it made a lot of sense to me. As long as we don't break this wick low, which was the low before we broke out in this zone here, then it seemed like longs around here at that 195 were logical with just a hard stop loss around 185. We see we went all the way to 190 and then bottomed from there. I mean, on this long, we weren't even red for more than an hour, honestly. It was just like kind of a spring here. And that's exactly what you want to see. This just kind of plays into how bulls are in full control. They already got the retest that we talked about. We're bouncing beautifully off that EMA 21 on the daily. And so where can we go now? Well, when you get these harsh projections, it's easy now, right? We don't want to overcomplicate trading. So we're just going to take it from this wick high and we're going to just draw another meme line. Then I'm just going to draw another one here on this previous one. And so now we're kind of forming a range here. And so for me, it seems likely that we're going to test these highs again. Breaking this 265 probably leads us back to that all-time high zone, right around that 280. I personally don't think that XRPP is going to stop there. I do think that we can easily consolidate. I don't think we need to break out to that $4 or $5 yet. But, as long as we're holding above this 9, specifically above 195, $1.95, then I'm going to be looking at this consolidation as bullish. And it doesn't need to just blast on. We can just simply test the high, come down, hit the 9, just kind of consolidate, maybe come all the way back down. But overall, I do think as long as we're above the previous wick high here, which was formed on April 2021, that we have more of a bias of bulls being in control, and this is going up. But you would have already known that just simply if you went to the weekly here. It's kind of my bull market criteria, right? We have the weekly 9. We are now above it healthily. And, if we're going through that EMA 5 on, I'm curious to see kind of where that is. And remember, in super bullish markets, you're going to just first bounce off the EMA 5. If you lose that EMA 5, then that can give us that target to that EMA 9, which is kind of like, in my opinion, for the weekly and monthly, the last line in the sand. Because if we view the monthly now, you can just see, well, XRP, when it does break out here, it does like to hold the 5 and the 9. And it's not until we start losing these on the monthly where we get that bigger pullback. And so what we can see is we're very healthily above both. Bears are going to try to turn this into an ugly candle, meaning they're going to leave a fat wick high rejection on the monthly, and they're going to want this body to turn red, giving us almost like that shooting star formation. But then even at that point, you shouldn't be getting too overly bearish. You should just be gauging that EMA 5 on the monthly as just an opportunity. But until then, what do we have now? Well, I don't know where. Oh, there they are. Well, we see here that we simply here reclaimed quickly that EMA 9. I like using the EMA 9 over the 5, but on this chart, it's kind of insane strength. So I'm going to gauge the EMA 5 and the 9, kind of like a range here. We see we are pressing right now the EMA 5 on the daily, but the way this wick, this candle is forming here, this is showing, strength, and buyers are stepping in right around this region. We technically on the 12-hour, wants to load. Nice. So we're technically getting a 12-hour buy signal here. If this in 9 hours, as long as we hold above the EMA 9, then this is technically a long trigger to go up at least that 260 to maybe 270 zone. You can see simply, I mean, just on XRPP, remember the 5 and the 9 on the 12-hour, it's pretty simple. I mean, once we lose the 12-hour, reclaim it. That's the long trigger right here. I mean, this would have paid pretty nice considering, we just kind of held it the entire time. So that's kind of what we're getting now. We know also on the 12-hour that 34, EMA 34, for me is like the last line in the sand, plus the meme line. And so this is why I go back to my point that trading doesn't have to be complicated or hard, and you don't even have to be a genius. You can just use previous wick high rejections like we got in April of 2021, throw on a meme line, get your silver crosses set, understand what a silver cross is, know how to use the moving averages. And you would have just gotten good confluence that this zone here was the bounce zone. That's what I interpreted it, especially with, what we know with Bitcoin dominance, ETH BTC, which I'll get into a little later. So for now, XRP is looking amazing. It held where it needed to. And let's see what the HBDR is saying now. And so what we see is we held perfectly, or we reclaimed that 50%. Also on the HBDR, we were at like that 90 to 95%, right around the meme line too. So again, just guides the bias on why we should go up. We see here we are above the median. We are now above the daily 9. And so again, remember, technically, I think the next area of interest, if we lose, let's say, if that 250 we start breaking out, I think personally we'll test these highs around here first, right around that 268. And it's always funny when we just use a simple wick high rejection, throw a meme line, and then we even have that HBDR giving us good confluence. Right around there is 270 at 80%. And then even here, that 90% is at 295, which would put us at a new all-time high for XRP in this current range, of course, because we know that wick high rejection was right around 291. The 90% is right at 294. To me, this does seem likely, as long as we do keep holding this daily 9, that we are going to go back up to that 270s like I talked about. It'll be very important to see the reaction there. Do bulls actually break us out with force, or do we get rejected here? If we get rejected here, then I'm just gauging simply another retest of possibly the median, assuming that the daily closes above that today. We know that the median, the 9, and the EMA 5 are all right around the same area. So if we do end up breaking out to that 265, maybe getting a nice daily close, I'd then be watching simply for just a retest around here and then going up. For XRP, though, it's, immense strength. And I say that just simply off of kind of how just the weekly is looking. I mean, buyers have stepped in. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green weeks. So a month and a week of just going up only. It makes sense to get some kind of pullback. Going to that weekly 5 made a lot of sense to me. But you can even see here, and this is just due to the chart, there's not a lot of data here. XRP essentially, and we should be using, like I said, the spot, especially if we're gauging the HBDR, because simply if we go here on this, and this is just something that, I don't trade alt, so I have to remind myself, we generally want to use the USD pair because XRP, I believe, has been around longer than even Tether has, giving us more accurate data for this HBDR because it uses the historical price points. Yeah, exactly, from just like past points. So engaging that, we can see even just exactly what we were saying here. And I personally forgot about this chart, so I'm glad that it's not too much of a difference on the tether pairing. We see here we still have the meme line right around that all-time high, which makes sense. We see here that even on the weekly, it's telling a pretty nice story. We're bouncing up that weekly 5, similar to that tether pairing chart. What's holding us back is just that 95%. And we can see here, once that breaks, it's going to be a big move up. And so you can't really expect much out of XRP. When we're at the 95% on the weekly, we still are at extreme volatility reads. Even on this, 30% pullback, it didn't really do much to the weekly volatility. This is why I still think this scenario of just consolidating here before the bigger breakout seems more likely. Let me delete this Picasso drawing now because we understand.
Yesterday I was doing a live and people were wondering, like, what's going on with XRP? Why is it coming down? And I said, that's exactly what Alex had said, because they were like, I think people were a little confused because, you sent the short and then you sent the long, or the long first and then the short. That was the order. Yeah. And people got lost in the mix. And I was like, we were just talking about the retest of that zone and you're getting it right now. And that's exactly what happened. Like exactly as you called it.
Yeah, no, exactly. And so you don't need to be a genius, especially with alt. You just need to understand these are high beta volatility assets, and you're going to get 500% moves up and a 30 to 40% move down is very crypto. But it's just as us, being able to know what to watch, where to watch it. That way, when we do get these aggressive dumps, because if we go to a lower time frame now, like a 4-hour, this just was aggressive, especially in this period here. If I throw the rainbow chart off real quick, here it's scary to long. I mean, when you're just going straight down, crypto Twitter's talking about, the end of XRP, everyone's short. This is where as a trader, you just have to remember, okay, well, where are my zone? I'm getting good confluence on that. And even here, if you didn't want to just blindly long that 195, which I did give the long there, you could have just simply longed the SFP of that EMA 100 on the 4-hour. So if anyone has been watching me, they know I love that EMA 100 and it's very strong for crypto. Could have had just like a low leverage trade on here, quick SFP along the little retest there, and then just have like a 3x trade. If we start losing this again on the 4-hour, just cut the trade. So yeah, I mean, a lot of people were freaking out. That's why I'm happy that we were able to help, because a lot are printing, even me. This was a great trade and it was super easy. Now what we're gauging, right? If you are long, you are in the academy, we really want to mitigate our risk here because, we did catch the extremity long. And so now we're printing, but we also want to keep paying ourselves along the way. Because what we don't want, if we go here to the 2-day now, what we don't want is just to keep getting chopped out. You see the 2-day wicked up, went to that 289, came down, then went all the way up, went to 270, and then came down, went up, then came down. So now we're going up and we want to see this get sustained. What will really help our bias is if this 2-day closes currently, like how this candle is, massive hammerhead, just shows bulls are in control. On top of it, we just want that EMA 5, right? And I generally don't use the EMA 5, but for this kind of asset, I will, because it's super strong. It's extremely volatile. And I want to see kind of the reaction around that. So now I'm gauging this, and this is why kind of, the criteria for trading is very fluid. Right, so maybe I don't like using the EMA 5 for a Bitcoin, but for something like this that went up 500%, I definitely want to gauge, the fast moving averages like the 5 and the 9, because that can just help us, right? So if I was gauging this 9 here, I'd just be left in the dust. We haven't tested it at all. You can see here on the 2-day, the 5 has just been beautifully holding us. We lost it, then dumped to the 9. Again, just good confluence on why this was logical. But now we see we're reclaiming it. So what you as a bull want is this to close above the EMA 5 simply. And then we just want it to hold. And this will guide our bias of possibly consolidation above that EMA 5, gearing up for a reset on volatility before we break out higher. Let's see the monthly and kind of what that's telling us on the higher time frame. Because we understand the daily, the 2-day, and even the 3-day here, we still are kind of at the 90-95% area on HBDR, which is just telling me we want these ranges to move up. We kind of just want, again, consolidation, and that simply could just be caught in this range here, 90%, 80, 90%, 80. We just kind of go here, and this will just kind of start resetting, shedding some of that volatility. Maybe goes to 50% before we get a move. But remember, just because we're at extreme volatilities, it doesn't mean that we need to just dump and we're not going to go up. No, you just have to gauge this as momentum is kind of capped out. And so you can't expect a 500% gain at this point. Can it easily go back up, back to that 280? Absolutely. And that still would be, a 46% move. And this is just the environment we're in with XRP is it's extremely volatile. But what I wanted to do is go to this monthly here. And this is closing in 20 days. And I just kind of want to gauge and see where it's at. And so it's going to be really important, in my opinion, for bulls to at least close back above that 220. But especially $2, 220 is nice because we see that 80% right there. Reclaiming that 80% then would give us the next target up to that, $3.30, if not all the way to $4. That's pretty massive. I mean, when just 2 months ago we were at 50 cents, we're talking about a potential 730% move. Which is definitely not unreasonable considering we've already moved up from this high, 400, basically 500%.
Check out the weekly.
Let's see that.
Especially with volatility.
I always do that weekly. Yeah, and so this is what I'm saying. It's just harder to kind of get like overtly bullish, considering even on like the weekly, if we go to the 5-day, like where are we on the HPDR? We're at the 95% range, if not the 90% on all time frames. I mean, let's see even the 2-week here. And that's why it's just wise, in my opinion, to just kind of be cautious. Yes, the long worked and we're in juicy profits. I mean, from the long call out 195 here, we're basically up 24%. On a 10x, you're up 240% in under a day. We don't want to be greedy here. We want to really take into account that the bullish scenario for me will be consolidation. And all you simply want to gauge is if we take this HPDR off, for me, a nice easy metric for, if this is going to get a deeper pullback or not. So we're going to just go back to the 3-day. Remember, we're going to take this wick high here, which we wanted exactly on it because every cent counts for XRP. And then we're simply going to gauge this on the 3-day, right? Because remember, we still have that silver cross on the 3-day as well. So you now know as a trader, even if we take this EMA not 5 off now, and let's just say we just want to stick to what we know, we throw the 55 on, so we know there's a silver cross. As long as we're holding back above this wick high that was formed on April 2021, we have the bias that this is just bullish consolidation while it's holding the 3-day silver cross retest. And so, don't be surprised if XRP just comes up, then comes back down, then comes up. This is just going to form choppiness and consolidation, which is what you'd want, right? And we had the similar thing on Bitcoin where we just kind of started to, at this point, I know this isn't the best example, but when we were at extreme volatility here, we just kind of started chopping around, and we still are in that chopping manner, but you can just see what that really does for volatility is it resets it. And so for me, looking, engaging at XRPP, I just think it's wise, if you're not long now, you really shouldn't, I don't think, be chasing. You'll know we're breaking out if we simply break this white line here, which is just, it's very easy. It's just that all-time high that we formed in this range. But until then, I would just be gauging that 281 as resistance and that $1.99 as that psychological number plus support. As long as we're still holding above that daily 9 and, bouncing off the 21 and the meme line, this has more of a bias of just going up, but you'd want consolidation. And we can even see here on volatility, we see that the moving average, we're now under it, and we are starting to shed it on the daily, which is amazing. That's what you'd want, because then ideally this will start bleeding into the 2-day and then the 3-day. And then, like Alejandro mentioned, we'd want that to start going into the weekly, because the weekly is pretty capped out. I mean, you can't, like I said, expect much volatility when we are literally at 99.6%. And so with that said, keep gauging that 197 to $2 point. You're going to want that to hold. It makes a lot of sense. Psychological number, you just use simply this wick high here as support. That's what I'm doing. Keep it simple. And, understand that if we start losing this 197, then I do think that we're going to end up going back around here, which lines up with the weekly 9, which also lines up right around that daily 34, which on the 2-day here, gauging that, lines up with the 2-day 21, right? If the 2-day EMA 9 has been holding and we lose that, then you just want to not get too bearish. You just kind of want to take it to the 21. But even remember, from the 9 to the 21, these are huge ranges. And usually with the moving averages, you don't get 24% ranges from the 9 to the 21. And that's why you just want to be cautious with the leverage, your entry, and keeping, FOMO mitigated, because with FOMO comes emotion, and with emotion comes getting wrecked. So with that said, be really mindful of that 197 to $2, that April 2021 cycle high. Understand that we're just gauging this wick high here to break, and when breaking that, I do think we're going to get that $3.30. But then at that point, I mean, again, you just can't expect much from bulls here. Volatility is capped out, especially on like the weekly, the 2-week. And you should just want consolidation. And still, we're in a pretty massive range. So just be aware of that. This is a 40% range, and that's an altcoin thing. So, 40% range on Bitcoin would be insane. On stocks, it's unheard of. But on, XRPP and other altcoins and shitcoins, definitely, up to criteria. So just be aware of that. I'm currently long, and I'll keep updating the academy on this trade. Because for now, as long as we still are holding, reclaiming first that daily 9, this is giving us that SFP manner. And that generally leads to just shorts that are trapped around here. And then that's what kind of squeezes us up. So that's all I have for XRP. It's looking good, but with volatility at extremes, I just kind of want to see this scenario holding that 2021 cycle high, preferably above $2. And yeah, we'll have to see where this daily closes because it's still looking pretty strong. So that's all I have on XRPP.
Not bad at all, sir. We're going to do salamis right after.
Perfect.
Really good range and epic fucking calls. So thank you for that. Greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. And it's like I said, I think the environment now is we should be shifting our kind of focus on Bitcoin. Always watch Bitcoin, but I think we really should be shifting into alts and ETH and specific ones, just simply with what we've been talking about for 2 weeks now with each BTC.
We're almost there, boys. We're almost fucking there. Ok. Aquí tenemos XRP, como siempre, ustedes saben, para toda la gente, ayer estaba en un en vivo y me estaban preguntando, oye, Alex había dicho esto, ¿por qué está bajando el precio? Habíamos mandado un long y después del long, que se cerró el long, también mandamos una señal de cortos en Elite Trading Academy. En la señal de cortos les dijimos y llegó a los 3 take profits, entonces se llevaron una buena pasta todos los que entraron en eso, igual que en el long, que ha sido brutal desde que también Farhan había dicho que iba a subir esta mamada cuando estaba por ahí de los 40 centavos hasta donde está ahora en 2.4. Es una locura. Pero vamos a disecar esto y vamos a ponerlo tranquilamente enfrente de los ojos de todos para que sepamos lo que está pasando. Estamos viendo XRP, una tabla trimestral. Cada una de estas velas son 3 meses. Una clara tendencia alcista en cuanto a bajo se refiere, creando bajos más altos. Pero todavía no hemos podido romper el alto más alto en 3.3. Hemos llegado localmente a 2.9, jugando con la zona de los 3 y ahorita estamos cotizando en 2.4. Para saber nosotros y tomar en cuenta si esto está en un mercado alcista o bajista, recuerden que sacamos nuestros promedios, estamos muy por encima del promedio del 9, el 21, lo que nos dice que estamos en un mercado alcista XRP es lo que esperamos. Cuando vemos volatilidad también, en el setup de 3 meses, vemos que la volatilidad viene del periodo más bajo que ha llegado en XRP en esta tabla y está explotando a la alza y la volatilidad está en 66%. Recuerden, para todos los que nos están viendo por primera vez y están aprendiendo, volatilidad es justamente la línea de colores, el blanco es el promedio, estas líneas rojas quiere decir que la volatilidad estuvo en extremos al 100% y cuando estas líneas son azules quiere decir que está a 0%. Lo que nosotros estamos buscando es ver a la volatilidad repuntar. Si la volatilidad repunta, volteamos a ver qué está haciendo el precio. Si el precio está subiendo con la volatilidad apuntando a la alza y empujando, eso quiere decir que va a continuar. Entonces, aquí todavía tenemos probabilidad de continuación bastante alta hasta el 100%, sobre todo porque saben que acá ha estado sobrevendido en el 100% en esta zona. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Bastante sencillo, que a XRP le gusta a la volatilidad llegar a extremos y sobre todo al extremo del 100% en esta tabla trimestral, lo que nos dice que todavía tiene más campo para correr. Recuerden que una tabla trimestral puede tardar entre 1 año a 2 años a jugar por simplemente el timeline que estamos jugando. Pero como siempre nos vamos a ir acercando cada vez más, nos vamos ahora a la de 1 mes y podemos ver preciosamente también la volatilidad expandiendo. Arriba del 15%, pusimos una línea acá. Normalmente cuando la volatilidad baja el 15% y después lo retoma y va a la alza, ese es un setup, sea la alza o a la baja que se nos da y aquí lo tenemos, estamos en 81%, a punto de llegar a donde está este tope local en 82%, vamos a ver cómo reacciona, pero a XRP le gusta llegar al 100% también. Esto quiere decir que mensualmente también tenemos continuación a la alza, estamos muy por encima de todos nuestros promedios. Creando, y de nuevo, en toda la tabla, en todas las temporalidades estás creando mínimos más altos, que es bueno y estamos buscando romper altos más altos y ya mínimo rompiste este del 2021, lo que pone las cosas bastante bien para los alcistas en XRP. De aquí nos vamos a la semanal. Yo creo que la semanal habla una fotografía bastante interesante para nosotros porque podemos ver que la volatilidad está en extremos. Y es por eso que ahorita entrar en un trade en XRP, en un long en donde está el precio y viendo que esto está en extremos, no tiene tanto sentido. ¿Por qué? Porque esto nos dice que el movimiento que se acabó acá, ¿no? Y que empezó a estar en extremos acá, digo, igual y puede continuar a la alza tantito, pero está agotándose. Y más cuando entras en la diaria. Denle 30 minutos a esto para que popule. Otros 25, listo. En la diaria vienes de volatilidad de doble extremo. Y esto empezó en noviembre, se acabó acá, diste continuación, doble pico de volatilidad y ahora la volatilidad se tiene que resetear. Entonces, en la diaria necesitamos que la volatilidad, ya para empezar, ¿cómo sabes que si la volatilidad se está contrayendo cuando baja el promedio? Y va en camino para abajo. Entonces, ¿qué necesita XRP si estás viendo la diaria? Bastante sencillo. Número 1, pueden ver que estamos aguantando la 9. El 21 fue nuestra zona de entrada y justamente también coincidió con nuestra línea meme, que fue donde dijimos, aquí es donde va a ser la oportunidad grande para un long. De este long, que a los que hayan entrado, estás hablando ya de un 23%, bastante bien, literalmente en 2 sesiones, 2 días. Y fue aquí, es aquí donde tienen que decir, no tengo miedo, tengo que checar mis fundamentales y saber qué es lo que está pasando para que no te saquen de estos trades. Entonces, ¿cómo puedes hacer eso? Sencillo. Ver que tienes el promedio del 21, el promedio del 9, pero nos vamos a quitarle un poco de chop a esto, ponerle en la de 3 días, que la de 3 días nos da una fotografía excelente de lo que estamos viendo. En la de 3 días solamente venimos a retestear el 9, aquí había confluencia con nuestro 21 diario, y eso fue justo lo que retestó el precio de XRP. Ahora, arriba de 2.9, vamos a ir a buscar los 3.3, pero por ahora lo que nosotros estamos pensando es que XRP va a chopear en esta zona. Y al chopear en esta zona, va a dejar que la volatilidad resetee, va a dejar que vuelva a haber otro cero para que vuelva a tener más fuerza al alza. Tienen que verlo así. Este precio ha corrido una montaña hacia arriba y está cansado de correr esta montaña hacia arriba. Simplemente tiene que descansar tantito para poder otra vez darse el siguiente recorrido a la alza en esa montaña. También tienes una vela topera, hija de puta, en esta de 3 días, pero no has tenido absolutamente ninguna confirmación a la baja. Una confirmación a la baja sería un cierre abajo de 2.2. Pero para nosotros, por ahora, y esto es interesante, yo creo, en todo tipo de contextos, XRP está rangueando de tope de este canal, ¿no? Al fondo en un 34%. Es por eso que también entrar con apalancamiento estas cosas es loquísimo, pero cada quien hace de su vida lo que puede. Lo que a mí me gusta es la idea de que cada que viene a retestear la 9 en este tipo de temporalidades, vas a comprar en spot. Y si se va al 21, compras más fuerte. Entonces, cada una de estas oportunidades va a ser para acumular los mejores precios a la alza, pero eso es en spot, que es no tan divertido como futuros, todo el mundo lo sabe, pero es la manera más tranquila y aparte que te da igual de cómo se muevan las monedas. También yo estoy en 2 monedillas en spot, en 3 en realidad. Estoy en 3 monedas en spot y estas 3 monedas tuvieron también su dip, compré mi dip, me quedé ahí y dije, pues vamos a ver qué pasa, güey. Si se pierde esta zona voy a perder, pero voy a perder tanto. Y no se perdió la zona, rebotó todo a la alza y honestamente súper bien. Y con spot no te da la presión de que te van a liquidar absolutamente nada, entonces te deja vivir mucho más. Solamente diciendo para todos ustedes que sienten la presión de entrar en futuros, no tienen que hacerlo, pueden simplemente comprar spot y agregar a su posición en un mercado alcista cada que se presentan estos setups técnicos y lo pueden tomar. Así que, ¿qué es lo que estamos esperando de XRP? Literalmente consolidación, dejar que la volatilidad reinicie para poder dar continuación a los siguientes niveles, sobre todo viendo el HPDR, que es la tabla de arcoíris que vieron antes. Viendo el HPDR nos podemos dar cuenta que estamos en los 90-95% en casi todas las temporalidades, lo que nos dice que necesitamos que todos los niveles suban. Eso es bastante alcista dentro de sí y eso es lo que estamos presenciando en este momento. Aunque también en este tipo de tabla diaria, XRP te le está jugando sucia, diciéndote aquí tienes un alto, tienes un alto más bajo, vas a poder romper este alto porque aquí tienes bajos y bajos más bajos. Entonces está jugando la idea de que Se está rompiendo la estructura alcista, pero no es así. Es simplemente consolidación alcista. Porque esta es una bandera, recuerden, para todos los que están aprendiendo. Acá y acá ese es el rango. Esta es una bandera alcista. Cuando acaba la bandera alcista, tiene más probabilidad de dar continuación a la alza que revertirse a la baja. Lo que sí es que a cripto, y se los había dicho como a Bitcoin, cada que compres extremos acá, quieres vender en tu otro extremo. No quieres aguantarte como long a menos de que simplemente estés agregando ese punto con muy poca apalancamiento. ¿Por qué? Porque a cripto le gusta hacer esto. Un bajo más alto. No, ya va a romper porque sí pasó el último alto. Ah, no, pero acaba de crear un bajo más bajo. No, ahora va a subir acá y no va, ya no subió más, entonces me voy corto y acá vuelve a subir así y te sigue jugando y al final antes de completamente explotar a la alza, te da un movimiento así para sacar a todos los que entraron en esta zona y ya de aquí se va en chinga a la alza. Por eso tienes que tradear tus extremidades, tus extremos y también entender que holdear a largo plazo en cripto y sobre todo en altcoins de este tipo de movimientos esperando el supremo, tal vez sea contraproducente porque el trabajo de estos tíos es sacarte cada que entras en una buena posición. Si la gente que entró acá cree que está a salvo, les prometo que antes de la siguiente movida a la alza, tal vez tengamos uno de estos más bajos y después para arriba. Solamente para que lo tengan como consideración. Sin más ni más, nos vamos al precio de Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, por supuesto, como que no tan importante. Ahorita que está en 99, en 100,000, we're about to hit $100,000. So you better fucking share that Bitcoin chart, son.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, 99.9. Damn. Okay.
Farron's still in love with XRP. He just can't get over it.
Yeah, it is his.
No, wait, your mic is not. Oh, hang on.
All right.
You somehow got out. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
That makes sense. Okay.
Brad Garlic House. Who?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be the new CEO of XRP.
You are, bro.
I won't even accept pay for it. I'll just take
Very Trump of you. Very Trump of you.
But I won't say no to any free XRP tokens, though. Give me all your free tokens. Because it's going to be the future of France.
Exactly. We all know France is fucking doing great right now.
Historically, the only country that's had, 4 revolutions? So,
dude, and they still going on with the strikes. They just changed the names of it. They're just more localized little revolutions.
All right, so on the quarterly, we're still basing off this bottom 38.2. And as long as we're doing that, and especially holding this top wick high at $70,000, which is $29,000, $30,000 away from where we are right now, this median is going to be a magnet for price action, which is still at $113,000. And this is the quarterly, so this median will change on the next monthly or quarterly open. But as of right now, we're so close to it that it's going to be it's going to attract price, as long as we don't close below $70,000, which is very unlikely at this within this next 20-day period. I mean, we've seen crazy things on crypto, but I haven't really seen a $30,000 candle to the downside in 1 month. Even in the bear market, we didn't have a $30,000 candle to the downside in 1 month. We came pretty close in around December of 2021, whenever we fell from around I believe $50-something down to 34, 20 something. Never seen a $30,000 candle to the downside. So pretty highly odds are we're going to close this quarterly over 70,000. Then if we haven't tapped the median yet, it's going to be even more likely that we'll hit it, depending on where it goes. As long as we're below the median, what's probably going to happen is it's going to move down. That's not going to be the most bullish thing if the median moves down, but it's not exactly bearish either, because then the median is going to be support. Because if we open above the median, very likely you come back down to retest it, and then it'll use it as a spring to send it back to the top 38.2. And this 38.2 is also going to change. Right now it's at 287,000. Very likely going to come down a good amount. I don't think we're going to 287,000 this year. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm being ultra bearish. Maybe I look like a retard. And then I'll get that situation on Twitter where didn't you say it wasn't going to go to 287,000?
You'll enjoy becoming part of that situation with me then.
Oh, I read the comments whenever you tweeted about 100,000.
You see?
Like,
Yeah.
didn't you say it was gonna go to 12,000?
And by the way, there's two accounts that just like follow every post I do, and they have like other accounts, the same guys, and they just do the same post over and over and over again.
Buddies really have nothing better to do.
Yeah. No. By the way, I already have a wife that tells me about shit that I did years ago. I don't need another wife on Twitter.
Oh, that's funny.
Hilarious. I posted on Twitter that one comment that I saw that one time, and ever since then I stopped reading the YouTube comments.
Told you.
Yeah, legit.
Momentum on the quarterly is still pointed up. We're just about to break back into the positive area. The last time this has happened on the quarterly was back in the 2021 cycle top, and then before that was in the 2017 cycle top. So this tells you that we're probably closer to a top than not. Like this setup right here makes it very unlikely, unless something's different from the past 3 times it's happened. 3 makes a trend. Unless something's different from last time, if it's actually different this time, which unlikely it is, we're probably close to a top. Maybe one more push, that's probably going to be our cycle top. Because every single time on the quarterly, the momentum broke into the positive area, that was on our top. Every single time. We have 1 instance, 2, 3 instances so far, where the momentum broke slightly positive, marked our top, and then we just went down only from there. And right now, volatility is also in the same areas as before, where we were marking our cycle tops. So a little bit of like a bearish side to it, like to show the bears point of view, to where I'm not saying that the top is in now, but it's probably close, probably very close, which is why it kind of makes me like a little makes me laugh whenever I see people talking about on r/Bitcoin, like you should buy now, like this is just the beginning. And they'll show a little chart of 2020, and they'll be like, "We're here," and then it went straight up.
Oh yeah, the fractals.
Classic.
Oh, fractals are so annoying. I hate fractals.
Did you just say the T word, Farm?
Oh, top? Oh, my bad. I should have given a trigger warning.
No, I'm just kidding.
Monthly as well, same thing as the quarterly. We're working our way towards the median. The last monthly candle very, very slightly closed over the median, very slightly, and then the median moved up. So then, as long as we're over this 38.2, but especially this candle's close, this median is still going to be a magnet for price action. Right now, it's at $107,300. We got 20 days left to go. In Bitcoin land, that's an eternity because it's 24/7, and it likes to do most of its like fuckery whenever people are sleeping, and mostly whenever Americans are sleeping. In crypto Twitter, they call it the burger land time. Whenever the burgers are sleeping, that's when it does its biggest moves. Like if you guys remember on the night of the election, when it actually really started going up, was after like around like 12 a.m. American time, where the markets were all closed and the liquidity was thin, and it was much easier to move price. So right now we're moving towards 107. Momentum is fully reset now. It went up to test the bullish control, and it rejected it on our previous top in March, around like $73,000, and then it reset. Now it's basically back at it's like almost a zero. Like it's a negative 8%, but as long as it's like within 15 or 20 each direction, it can be considered reset. And momentum is expanding from 0% as well. So this is set up for that's telling you whichever direction the momentum breaks, you're going to get a very strong move. What gives the bias towards the bulls is that the jewel is starting to flip around, and the jewel is giving it's above the. Oh my bad, I didn't see this message. All right, the jewel is starting to flip around. It's starting to turn white on this next monthly open. It's going to turn light blue cyan, and it's going to break into the critical zone. The only one time it's ever been in the critical zone where it stayed there was in 2017. The 2021 cycle high, it only just popped into the critical zone and then popped back out. And the reason why it's more likely to not do this again is because this time around we tested it, we rejected it, made a higher low, and then we're going to test it again. So usually whenever that happens, it becomes weaker, and then the bulls are able to maintain it much easier. 2 week is closed over the 38.2, and now we're getting a back test, but it wasn't even able to go back to the 38.2, which signals like significant strength.
that the bears were not even able to push it back to this support area. And now we're above the 50%. If we close above the 50%, we should see another very aggressive move to the upside. The minimum of 61.8%, which is currently at $121,000. I'm thinking that this is, I don't have any stats to back this up. It's just my opinion, just like something I'm gonna throw out there. I'm thinking somewhere around here is going to be the cycle top. Somewhere between 120, maybe 130s. That's what I'm thinking is going to be the cycle top. Well, everybody's going to start calling for 250K, 300K. Probably not going to do that. Probably pulls back a little bit. Makes a slightly higher high on monthly bearish divergence. Because every single time the cycle top has been put in is on monthly bearish divergence. And then the down only bear market starts. And the monthly, 2-week momentum is breaking into the bullish control zone as well with volatility support. And now the jewel is also breaking back into the bullish control. And now it's about to cross the pink and the yellow. So once it gets over that, we should see a very nice move to the upside to tap our 61.8%. Last time that happened was in January of 2023, right after the Hamas setup, where prices corrected down to 38,000, and then straight from 38,000 it went to 70, 73, $74,000. Weekly corrected back down to this 5 EMA, which is tested basically three times now. This one wasn't an exact tap, but it was like a front run of it. And as of this entire rally from 60s to 5 EMA has been not only support, but it's been a spring. Every single time we've tapped it, we've gone higher. So right now we still have 4 days, 9 hours to go. Ideally, the bulls would want to see this candle closing green, because if it closes red, it's not gonna be the most bullish thing ever. It's gonna be basically like a hanging man candle. And then that gives us probabilities of coming back down to this 9 EMA and then this 38.2 at around $87,000. Which right now I'm thinking, assuming we're bullish, 87,000 is going to be the worst case scenario. Like if we lose 87,000, then we're gonna have to start switching on to a more like cautious positioning. Not necessarily bear market, but we'd have to be looking for a lower high, and we'd have to be more on the bearish side than on the bullish side if we lose 87,000. But if the bulls are in control and we're still going to make new higher highs, then we very likely use that 87,000 area as a major spring to go straight up into the hundreds, like 100,000 plus. And what supports that is that the momentum is still heavily within bullish control. It tried to break out and then it wasn't able to. And it's basing off this moving average. Well, volatility is still pointed up. And the jewel is breaking into the critical zone as well. The last time the jewel was in the critical zone was back in March of 2024 on our highs of $73,000. And then in December, November of 2023, off the back of the Hamas setup.
And that's on the weekly.
Yeah, the weekly. On the 5-day, we've closed over the 38.2. We closed over on the election pump, like the week of the election. We closed over it, and then we've been above it for a good amount of time, where we've just been like kind of going sideways and up, while the 38.2 moves up. Now the 38.2 is caught up with price. Because usually price doesn't like to be away from the 38.2, whether it's the upside or the downside. Now the price is caught up, it's testing the top of it and using it as a spring, which is exactly what the bulls want to see. And now the ranges have stepped up, and now we're not at such extreme ranges anymore. Momentum has reset, volatility has reset, and we're basing off this 38.2 and this 5 EMA. It's set up for hitting the either the 61.8 or the 78.6. The 61.8 right now is at $109,000, right next to our monthly median. And the 78.6 is at 127, right next to that, what I think is probably going to be the cycle top. 2 days currently closed over the median, then we've retested it, and now we're using the median as a spring. While momentum is starting to break back up to the positive area, and volatility is shifting up as well to support it. And volatility is coming from literally 0%. So that setup gives you usually a target of the 78.6 as we hit over here and and here. And 78.6 currently is at $122,856. So that's giving more points towards the 120s area. And the daily is currently also basing off this bottom 38.2. Now we're over the median. If we close over the median, that gives us, based off of our volatility setup, because volatility is coming from such low levels and momentum is flipping up too, that gives once again the 78.6. So right now on the daily, 78.6 is at about $115,000. 4 hours on the verge of a breakout. It's about to get a fresh silver cross to the upside. It's above our 38.2, 50%, and 61.8%. It's pretty crazy to see one candle go over all of those ranges. The momentum is back into bullish control. Volatility is shifting up to support it. That's a fresh setup for move to like 95% or 97.5%, which right now is at 106 to 108, right next to our monthly median once again. Let's check our RSI. Quarterly still has that 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, still working towards that critical zone. This number is going to change though. I don't think this is very likely to hit, but the number is currently $160,000. It's going to come down significantly at the next quarterly open. The only way that this number is going to be relevant is if we hit the critical zone this month in the next 20 days. If we don't, then this number is going to change. Weekly has bullish divergence as well, but we've already basically played it out because we've already hit the critical zone. It's not saying it can't keep going up from here. It's just that you can't really get a target from that because it's already hit the targets that it'll tell you with the critical zone. Three-day has hidden bullish divergence, but it's already hit the critical zone, so you can't get a target off of that. Load. Okay. Daily is about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. Very interesting. I didn't notice this before. It's going to confirm if we close, assuming we close above 98,318. Daily is going to put in another drive of hidden bullish divergence. And because volatility is completely reset now on the daily after hitting multiple periods of 100%, that gets us a target of the critical zone. Right now, the critical zone sits at $123,000.
Huh. And that's hang on, that's on the daily. Yeah. And so you're talking about the EMA 9. You don't want to lose the EMA 9, basically.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, this previous candle was a big high. It's at the 9. So if you lose that, then the divergence is invalidated. If you close over it though, and we're about like $2,000 above that right now, close to $3,000 above that, then the divergence will be confirmed, and then we'll have a target of that critical zone.
Gotcha.
4 hour. Let's see. 4 hour just put in a fresh drive of bullish divergence off of this low right here, because price made a lower low, but RSI made a higher low. That gives you a target of the because we're coming from 0% in our volatility, gives you a target of the critical zone. So right now that's at 115,182. Sheesh.
Are you telling me to long daddy?
Yes, with and mortgage the house.
Or long question mark?
Sounds good. Say it again, Alex.
Full port long question mark?
Exactly.
Full port. Why so bearish? Quarterly is about to break into the critical zone on momentum, and volatility is coming from the lowest levels it's ever been in Bitcoin history. And momentum is going to be pointed up as long as price is above $47,000. We're solidly more than 100% over that right now. Monthly is already in the critical zone. It's bouncing off the edge of the critical zone, and volatility is just about to start expanding. Just tapping this moving average on this next monthly open, very likely going to be above it, confirming volatility expansion. And we're getting volatility expansion with momentum to the upside in the critical zone. After the last time we've had this was back in literally the Hamas setup, where price did multiple X's. So I'm not expecting multiple X's from here because we're at pretty extreme areas, but it's not really that unreasonable to get a 30% pump to 130s. And we're going to be pointed up as long as price is above $90,500. 2 week, still Hamas setup active. We're only at 54% on the volatility.
And Hamasing.
Yeah, we're. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. It's very, very politically incorrect. But we're rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone again, like we did last time. and we're breaking into the critical zone once again. Last time when we projected getting out of the bullish control zone and broke into the critical zone, price did several X's. Well, not several X's, but at least 2X, almost 2X. We went from $35,000 to about $73,000, so just over a 2X. We're getting that same thing right now. I'm not saying we're going to get a 2X once again. I'm just saying we're going to get a nice pump, especially if we close above $81,000, which we're about like $20,000 above that right now. Weekly is getting a little high on volatility. It's at 82%. Doesn't mean that it's topped out yet. Could easily push once more for volatility topped out. Then we would be looking for a double extreme, which we have not even gotten close to yet. Like on the weekly, the double extremes are a little bit lower. They're not in the 90s. They're like somewhere in the 70s to 80s. Like we did right here, we got a double extreme. Then it came down for that Hamas setup, which expanded like bigly to the upside. Price went from about like $52,000 to over $100,000. But we'd wait for the double extreme for that contraction phase. And the way you confirm that you're contracting with a double extreme is that momentum would be turned down. Right now, momentum is still up as long as we're above $99,750. On the 5 days, volatility has already started contracting. We dropped below the moving average, and the momentum is flipped down currently. We're about to test the edge of the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $102,650. 2 days basically fully reset on volatility after many periods of 100%. We're about to get below the 15% again, and then from there, we can expect another move like we got right here. Whenever volatility is below 15%, that's what's considered the extreme lows. And we're about to break out of the critical zone. We're going to be pointed down on momentum as long as we're below $102,800. Daily is already fully reset, and now it's starting to expand again. It's still below the moving average, so on this next open, it's probably going to be testing the moving average or being above it, and momentum is starting to turn back up, projecting getting out of the bullish control zone as long as we're above $99,100. Now some more points in favor of the bulls. 4 hour as well, where volatility completely reset, went to 0%, then started expanding, contracted again on this move down, then started expanding again. Rejected getting into the critical zone, and now we're breaking back into the bullish control zone. The momentum is pointed up as long as we're above $95,700. So if we go up to like the monthly and the quarterly, we're still making our way towards the median, which is very likely going to be significant resistance, at least for a short-term reaction, around 107,000 to 113,000. And if you go down to lower time frames, like the 2 week, still has the Hamas setup active. I love saying that. We're only at 54% on volatility, so we could easily go up a good amount more before volatility is topped out. Then you come down a little bit lower to like the daily and the 2 day. The volatility is basically completely reset now. Momentum is shifting back to the upside, and everything's looking like it's in favor of the bulls. So then you go down to degenerate time frames like the 4 hour, and then it's getting volatility expansion in support of momentum being pointed up, looking like we're probably going to retest our all-time highs pretty soon, if not break them.
Well, holy ballsack. Let's go with Alex, and we'll get into salamis after.
Nice. Yeah, very much like Farin is saying. I mean, this is definitely the time to be cautious. You definitely don't want to be the guy who's telling his mom, grandma, and brother to start longing 100K Bitcoin. The time to do that was, down here. And so now where are we? Well, we were talking about getting that pullback to that 95K. I personally was looking for that EMA 34 to get held, but that's just how trading is. It doesn't need to play out how I want it, right? And so what we see here is even on these dumps, we see consistently that EMA 21 consistently held. And so what do we have? Well, we have a nice breakout from CPI. Bitcoin really started to move, in my opinion, after we got the CPI reading on par to expectations. The daily here is giving us a volatility setup, and very much like what Farin said, we'll know on the next session if we're going to break back above the moving average, giving us more of that bias that we're probably going to see expansion. Remember, when volatility falls back under that 15%, that technically gives us a setup, even if we don't have extreme reads on volatility. As long as it just gets under that 15%, then bust back through it, we now have a nice setup. So for me now, I'm gauging here. I want to see the reaction right around the all-time high. I don't see why bulls wouldn't take us all the way up to that 104, 103 level. But there's going to be a very big decision point. Are we going to roll over from this point and then actually get a breakdown, or are we going to break out and fulfill that $110,000 prophecy? Something to note here is that monthly, when throwing that monthly HPDR on here, we can see that, we healthily closed back above the median. And this is, a big deal because there's not many times where, an asset flirts with its monthly median. And so reclaiming it generally is a good sign. We can see here, if I just zoom in real fast, I know there's a lot going on in this chart. We'll take this off. We can see once we broke back above the monthly median, remember it's this white line. We were below it. We broke down. We then busted on through, reclaimed it, retested it. That kind of is what sparked our big move up. We can see here that we just closed above it. And so this is what I was saying. I think last Friday that, even if we got a mega dump down to 82,000, it still wouldn't really be bearish in my opinion. It'd just be a median retest, and possibly even here we threw the EMA 5 on a simple EMA 5 and a median tap on the monthly. And so for me now, I still think there's a chance for Bitcoin to actually go back up. Personally, this is just my opinion. I think that $106,000 to $109,000 is going to be strong resistance. But remember, markets don't care what I think. And technically speaking, as long as we're above the median, we would have the next target right around that $119,000. At that point, though, you really have to look for, if we do end up going to that extremity high at 120,000, we really have to be, mindful of that, because then, it gets kind of degenerate once we break the blue zone on the monthly, which makes sense, right? Because with what we've learned from Farn, blue zone breaks usually lead to a breakout or a breakdown. You can see here the monthly broke out of the blue zone, and we just went up again, tapped the green, and then came back down to the blue. And so for me now on this monthly, and it's going to take time, this isn't going to be immediate like today, but overall, we still are getting this target on the monthly around that $119,000. Going on the 2-week too, and we go to this chart on spot, we've been talking about how, it's really hard to get overtly bearish here if we simply keep expanding on the 2-week, because very much so, this is the Hamas setup, a 2-week low volatility setup. Of 5 or 6 sessions. This was 3, 4, 5. This was 3, 4, 5. So it's very similar. We know once that volatility expands above that 15%, it's now firing. And simply put, this is what took us from 37K all the way up to 74s. And so now what we see is we're getting the exact same setup. Volatility still is expanding, even on the move down and consolidation. And depending on where this 2-week is going to close, really could. It's kind of degenerate. I don't even know what to interpret from this 2-week. Let's say we close back above that 50%, losing the blue zone, volatility expanding. I want to say, be cautious here in the sense of 109 and 110,000 could definitely reject. But on even the monthly and the 2-week, it's kind of telling a different story, because we right here on the monthly, it's saying, yeah, we definitely could go up to 120. Oh, wait, no, this is on the wrong chart. On Binance chart here, we could go to 120. I like using Binance when I'm using the tether, the dollar pair. It just makes sense to me. It's one of the longest exchanges out there. But then even viewing it on a spot on the 2-week, I'm curious to see how this is looking here. So then, okay, that looks a little more reasonable, right? Because if we're viewing it on this chart here, it's giving us 195, and this will move, granted. So this easily could move back down, but this is like $195,000. And so at this point, it's really not clear to me. It's kind of murky, and so it's hard. So for now, I'm just gauging first that $109,000 on the lower time frames. I think that's wiser if we go to the 5-day. Everything's shifting now to a potential breakout. It's just going to be really dependent on if we get these closures, right? The 2-week, the 5-day, the monthly, which inherently will just depend on the daily. And so what we see here is we have that 50% right at that all-time high. That's why I'm saying right now, I don't see why we wouldn't go up to this all-time high. The big question everyone needs to ask themselves is if this is going to break or if we're going to reject here. Because if we reject here, this could act as almost like a trap for bulls before coming back down to that 34. But, if we end up closing a daily like this, we easily could get a pullback simply back to where we're reclaiming, right? So we broke down, we rejected, came down. We're now busting on through. This is closing in 8 hours. Make a lot of sense to see where this 50% moves. Maybe it moves a little higher up to that 109,000, 108,000. This daily opens down. We quickly retest the 9, and that's where we can get long for a quick scalp, potentially. This wouldn't surprise me though, because we easily could just bust on through and go up to 105, but it would make sense to kind of come up a little higher, go to that 101, 102, find some pullback into tomorrow's open, retest that daily 9 simply while getting back above this support line, flipping into support before going back up to that next 50% range, which, I mean, today this will change. So we'll have to see where this moves. On the 2-day here, same thing, right? Want to see the 2-day close, open on a pullback, retest the 9, the median, and the 5. Ideally, this 9 comes up closer to that 98,100, along with this HBDR median, right around 98,200 as well. In doing so, we'll retest this, right? We have this false breakdown on the 2-day. Nice spring up. So it makes sense then to flip this resistance we had on this little short-term range into support before actually going back up. So the daily here is giving us that 104,000. The 2 days giving us that 105,000. Let's see what the 3 days looking. 3 days looking a little more, nicer.
Pumpy.
And so what we see here is that median here, we're testing it at 100,700. So you just want to be aware of that. We are technically at the 3-day resistance, but again, getting back above this on this 3-day close, which just ties into what I believe, right? Bitcoin is just waiting for this higher time frame close, the 3-day, the 5-day, the weekly, the 2-week, and the monthly, to get a proper breakout. Something to note here is the daily is still contracting while we're going up. So, that is something to just take note, because if I had momentum and momentum was expanding, volatility is contracting, I do believe, Farn, you can correct me, that would be considered more corrective. But
he's not here.
Oh, no worries. But I do believe then, this could be just looked at as the move, like the breakout. So we really want to just not FOMO here, though. And this is why I'm always saying there's always a trade setup. And if it's just waiting for the 2-day, 3-day close to actually reclaim the mean line, get back above the 9, the 5, the median, and then long it, perfect. That could make a lot of sense. But just longing right here in hopes that we're going to get this breakout could just lead to what we've been seeing, a pump up, then we come down, pump up, then we come down, a pump up. We want it to come down, but ideally it just catches support right here. Let me see here. And I don't have really too much to say on Bitcoin as a whole. I personally think we are going to find resistance right around, and I'm fluid, so I can change. So I'm thinking now, after reviewing all this, the 109,000 to 120K seems interesting to me, which is kind of crazy to even talk about. The monthly here, I mean, this is going to be a big zone, because you have to remind yourself, like, break this, we go to 180s. From now, this will change. And so bears aren't going to they're going to be defending this zone a lot, because this would be, from this point, and remember, these ranges will change. I'm talking about another 52% pump up. It's like, is that likely? Who knows? But for now, we're just traders, and we're going to stick to what it is. And so for now, the monthly is looking good. I could see a pump up to here, maybe another retest of here, and then going up. Ideally, we just want to try to gauge the 2-day, the daily, and the 3-day to kind of find a position here to actually fulfill this prophecy. We see that 80% is right at that $127,000. And so, it's very flip-flop. And I agree with people who are thinking that right now. Like, it's not very clear, and it really is not. And that's why when things aren't clear, I always just go to my trusty friend here, Tether Dominance, and I kind of want to see what's going on. So when we're gauging this on the daily, what do we have now? Well, we've been talking about this 3.79% for a pretty long time now. Since over here in October, we talked about if this breaks down, which I'll take the rainbow chart off for now, this is going to give me the next target to first that 4.69%. And if that doesn't hold, then we're going to go back down to that 4%, if not all the way to 3.79%. This is a pretty massive level for Tether Dominance. We have massive moves up from that 3.79% and massive moves down. And so this is going to be a major decision point for, I guess, crypto as a whole, is depending and seeing where, Tether is actually going to go. What do we have here on the daily? Well, the daily rejected the 34, and my scenario here, you know, I still believe like this can play out, can get a bigger bounce, but it really will depend on if the daily can start reclaiming that 34. Because how my system works is, you know, you come reclaim the 9, you go to the 21. If you lose the 9, or you reject the 9, you go back to the 21. Ideally, that's where you want to go to the 34, bounce off the 21. Now you're just forming an uptrend using the moving averages. What we had here instead was we reclaimed the 21. We went to the 34. We're rejecting it. So now we're back at the 9. You really today want this to hold if you are in a crypto, if you are posturing more bearish on crypto. The daily is still contracting on volatility, and this soon can give us a setup once this breaks back under 15%. And so now it's going to be really crucial. Is bulls going to hold this zone? Is the 3-day median here? If I throw this back on, what was it? Was it the 2-day median? No, it was a 3-day median. Yeah, it's the 3-day median here at 100,700 going to act as resistance. Well, you know, tether is getting that retest around that, you know, psychological point at 4%, possibly. And that's why I'm saying it's going to be really key for all of us to not front run things and instead wait for the daily 3-day and 2-day closing. Because I do believe once that occurs, we'll get a lot more clarity. We can see the dailies rejecting, we're losing the 50%, and we want to see where this actually closes, because if we end up closing back under that 4% level, it could mean we're going to either come back down to that 3.85%, if not all the way back down to that 3.79%. Let me see here. And it's just funny because, you know, overall, this has been holding pretty nicely, this 3.79%. And I'm, you know, very grateful we talked about this, because I just, again, don't see a lot of people talking about this pretty important level on Tether, which for me, it's pretty massive. I mean, this is what sparked the bottom before we bigly dumped on Bitcoin. And even here, this is kind of like the bear market entry is, you know, right when we started bouncing from that 3.79%, Tether went all the way back up to, you know, in the 7s, 8% from here. That's why we just want to be cautious, because if you are trying to get that degenerate juicy, you know, $180,000, $190,000 levels that we are viewing here on the monthly on spot, then let me see here. I mean, yeah, this is even crazier.
Holy shit.
Then, you know, and remember this, I don't really like cycling charts. So I like using Binance for spot. I like using the index for spot. And then again, Binance for Tether. Binance, and index. And so what we have on the index here, and remember, the index is actually the most accurate chart for Bitcoin, because this just has the entire history of Bitcoin. We can even see here the monthly median here, and this is why it just really depends on what exchange and chart you view. We still do have massive resistance right around that 107. We are getting other areas of confluence around that 109, 108. This is the monthly median. So very much like what I said here, where on Tether we closed above the monthly median. On spot price, we did not. And so that's just going to be like a little point to, you know, slightly mentally note things aren't always clear cut. And right now, your goal or objective here is to get both Tether and spot back above the median. Something to note here is, you know,
if you don't, I'm sorry, just a question. If you don't hit the median, or if you don't close above the median, then that means you're going to go to the bottom of the 50%.
Generally, yeah. So then if you reject here, the hopium is that the meme line will hold then. But I mean, technically speaking, it's like if we start rejecting this monthly median, it's really going to guide that bias back down to that 50%.
Got it.
And, you know, this will move, you know, so in 20 days, this median can move down. We could open above it, moving this 50% more up, causing this to even go possibly even higher. But you know, when I get like a median here, and once we break this, we get an insane degenerate target, tells me that this is going to be pretty hard for bulls to actually break above. But it very well could happen. And that's why, you know, with 20 days left, these closing bases on the higher time frames are going to be extremely important, because we have a monthly, we have a 2-month, and then also we have a 3-month, I believe even a 6-month too. Let me just check that, because I'll just wonder. Yeah, so we even have a 6-month here. Kind of interesting too, because we see that median's all I don't even, it doesn't even matter. But what's something to note is like, you know, this kind of still could play in like the higher time frame. We get a nice close. I wouldn't be surprised if we close back above and just retest this level here. But yeah, I mean, it's just one thing after the next. And for Bitcoin, I like just gauging it more in the lower time frames right now because it just seems a lot more easier than like going on the higher time frames. Because I'm really, like I've been saying, not getting too much clarity on the higher time frame targets. But for now, we want to see where this daily is going to close. Getting back above the daily 9 inherently is a good thing for bulls. That just has been like kind of treading us along up. And so that's kind of the environment we're in now. That's what we're waiting and watching is if we do reclaim that 10, what does this mean line? It's at 99,800. So if we start reclaiming that, that means that we're now back above the EMA5, the median, and the 9. And then therefore bulls are in control. So then we have to have the bias that once this expands, it's going to expand up. And then I just think we should be watching very carefully that 106 to $120,000 level. I know it's a big range, but for me, that just can help me kind of zone in my George targets of like, you know, 130, 150, $190,000. And instead just take it, you know, level to level. And so right now what we see on the daily here on the index is that we have massive resistance at 106,390. We see that is slightly above this wick high right here. And so if Bitcoin ends up breaking this wick high, we're probably going to get a multi-$1,000 move up. That just essentially kind of squeezes out shorts. But then at that point, like we've been saying, you really do want to gauge here the reaction around that 106 to $110,000 level. If you know Bitcoin starts getting dailies back above 100 and call it 107,000, then yeah, then we'll probably end up going back to that 120, which then lines up with what we see here on the monthly right here. But until then, you know, I think it's just wiser to kind of gauge this range right at the 106, 110,000, see where volatility, you know, takes us. Because once this starts expanding and we know we're pretty bullish here, this could just lead to another move like what we saw here where it just didn't stop. And it was pretty simple to long it as long as you just waited for the actual trigger. Broke out above, reclaimed, retested, and went up. Went in this channel, broke out, and then here we are consolidating. We're now in the process of potentially breaking out again. And if we do break out with volatility expanding, I'll be looking at this scenario where it retests simply the daily 9, median, and 5, along with the meme line right around that $99,000 level as you know, an opportunity. And you should just be gauging this as well. If you're trying to get into any kind of Bitcoin you should just be viewing, okay, well, where are we on Tether? And Tether here is, I mean, it looks like it can easily go back to that median on the daily, assuming we don't hold that 4%, which if we go to now the lower time frames, we can see we're in the midst of possibly losing it. And so if we do end up losing it, you know, again, that 3.79% even on lower time frames, we're already at the 95% range. So statistically, there's only a 5% chance of continuation down. So you would, again, expect some kind of bounce around here. It's not until, in my opinion, we actually start losing on dailies that 3.79% and actually hold it and come down and get follow through, not like this where we lost it. We did kind of get follow through, but then quickly reclaimed it in one candle, just erased two days worth of downside. Until that happens, you know, this is just what I've been on the hill on about is we just can't get too bullish if this 3.79 is holding. Because this as history has shown, and I'm a simple guy, I just click buttons and I just look at what has history has shown us because it tells a story. And, you know, each and every time that we've held that 3.79%, it's been pretty detrimental to Bitcoin. I'm curious to see how Bitcoin dominance is looking because we talked about this scenario here. And this is going to have correlation to Bitcoin and crypto as a whole. And so remember, I talked about last stream, this scenario playing out, rallies up, forms some kind of lower high around this region. And so now I'll take my Picasso drawing to the side. And what do we have here? You know, what was funny about this is we never really had this environment where, you know, we had Bitcoin kind of come down right here, right? And then we had Bitcoin dominance actually shoot up. I find that funny because that's usually like at least a sign for me because I've been in this for a few cycles now. When you start seeing that happen, it is a sign to me that we should be, it's kind of like what Farn was saying, like, you know, maybe a top is kind of getting close. And why is this relevant? Because when you get Bitcoin dominance going up, but Bitcoin going down, this just essentially exacerbates the move on altcoins, which it really becomes detrimental. That's why we saw ETH bigly dump yesterday and the day before. We saw it come all the way down. Nice flush out 13%. Right? Because if Bitcoin's going down, that already makes alts weak. But then when you have Bitcoin dominance start going up while Bitcoin's going down, you have to think of it like double pain for altcoins. But we did talk about this on ETH BTC being the scenario where we want to be long on alts. Let me put this to the side here. And just like with that tether level, right, that 3.79%, ETH BTC is extremely important because, you know, if we start holding this on ETH BTC, this could just mean that, you know, the bigger move here is brewing on ETH alts. And why is this relevant to my Bitcoin analysis? Well, it's relevant because, again, this just could tell me, you know, the steam here could be kind of fizzling out. You know, it's really hard for me to gauge where Bitcoin's going to go from here, if I'm just going to be frank. But I definitely know that I don't think we're going to get a, you know, on this monthly candle, this was pretty epic because we've never had a monthly candle that went up. What was this? It was, I'm trying to find it, $26,000. And so I don't think it's wise to just think about, you know, we just had that insane monthly candle. I don't think it's wise to think this one's going to do 30,000 up or 20,000 up. And that's why I want to really see where this monthly closes and where this 50% moves. Because, you know, watch this 50% move down to like that $107,000. But you're longing it thinking we're going to go to 120. That's why it's really key to be patient and just kind of go with what we're given. And for now, yeah, it's at 119, you know, and that possibly could play out. But, you know, I'm just not getting, like, unless tether dominance here breaks down, I'm really not getting indication from that. I do think we can go up and go make a, you know, somewhat of a new all-time high here, going simply to that 104, possibly that 110,000. But, you know, it's like you just can't expect much. We're still holding this level. And so in summary, we did get that Bitcoin dominance bounce. I do think we're going to stay here for a little bit as long as we are under that daily EMA 100 and most importantly, the SMA 200. This is going to give us our bias that Bitcoin dominance is still going to break down, which means that Bitcoin inherently isn't going to have as much money flowing into it. And then I do think that this could just tie into what we've been saying where, you know, once we get that 366 level, this is the spot you want to start longing alts. And this is why for the Academy, I started giving out juicy altcoin trades and talking about certain setups because like Alejandro just said, the time is very close, boys. And I do think we're going to get that so-called alt season simply if we just play back here what happened in 2017. You know, we broke out, retested, that 366 level held. And I mean, at that point, we really went parabolic. ETH went insane at this point, right? ETH went from $49 all the way up to over, what was it even? Jeez, over $1,000. While Bitcoin, what did it do in 2017, 2018? Let me see here, December 2017. See, it still went up. But if you guys, which I'm not going to do this here, but if we backtrack the percentage gains, I mean, ETH and alts outperformed Bitcoin. Bitcoin still went up, but right, the market top was close. And it doesn't need to mean that it happens immediately, but it was close in this realm. And so remember, there's always money shifts, right? So Bitcoin goes up, and then what we start seeing is ETH go up, and then that money starts flowing into more of the degenerate gains like XRP, like Litecoin, like Litecoins, simple stuff like that. And then NFTs usually pump, and at that point we make some kind of top. And so I do think we're close. I do think, you know, it's not wise here to get too bullish on Bitcoin. I don't think it's wise to get bearish though. And I'm not saying that, but I just think it's, you know, we want to keep our reality in check in these numbers. Cause I know we see, you know, 120, we're seeing 130, 140,000. And in just my opinion, I just personally think it's going to cap right around that 107 to $110,000 based on everything I'm seeing. Let me see real fast how CME is looking. Because remember, CME is what institutions like to trade. Let's go to the daily. So the daily here is actually breaking back above to the moving average very closely, and this actually could start expanding on this next daily close, which has implications for this daily setup on spot. It was right here on Tether, I mean on Binance, actually busting on through on the next session. If we go and view the 5-day here, we can see we are, going to get a nice 5-day close in a day. Getting back with that 80% just inherently will mean we're going to test that 108 to 107 level. But then at that point, again, just like I've been saying, you just really want to be kind of cautious of a potential pullback right there. Bitcoin dominance played out perfectly like we talked about, which is nice. That's awesome. It's kind of hard to catch things before they happen, especially since we've really never seen the environment where Bitcoin dominance moves and Bitcoin actually dumps. But for now, that was good. And so I still think alts are going to give us big opportunities soon. I think it's still wise to be patient on that because Bitcoin dominance still could actually go back up to this 58% level, 58.1% level, and then get a rejection. We just know how important this daily EMA 100 is for crypto specifically, and we can see we front ran the rejection here.
A little math that's interesting to the setup, the Hamas setup, right? Because when we had October 23, price of Bitcoin went from $28,000 all the way, if you want to, would you say that it went from 28 all the way to 74? That was the first Hamas setup, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if that was the case, from 28 to 74, 74 chopped it to 52 was the bottom down there, or 49?
It was 49. Yeah, it was
okay.
49.
So 74 to 49, 49, 50 basically is like $23,000. What's the percentage on that? Like 35, 40%?
You're saying they moved down to the 49K?
Yeah.
So it's almost 33%.
33%. What would be a 33% move down from where we at while this setup continues to go? Because I feel like we're going to chop for a while now.
Yeah.
Rather than just like go to shit.
Me too. And I do think that's probably why things aren't so clear. Because I do think it's just going to constitute more chop. If let's say we go back up, let's just say from this wick high, we got a 30% correction, 33% we'll say. That would actually take us on par, which is kind of cool to see, right around that 2021 market cycle high, which we know that's extremely important. I mean, when we were around the 69K level, I was talking blue in the face. We all were about this 2021 market cycle high, this 2021 market cycle high. We want to get above it. We really have never tested it. And so that's why I don't think it's still looming there. We still have a massive CME gap too. If I go to the daily right here, we saw a massive CME gap around 78K, which never really got filled. So, I mean, how could we incorporate this? So if we get a bigger, deeper pullback, I still would be gauging this 2021 market cycle high to hold. That would be a mega opportunity to me. And we know the daily SMA 200 right there. So we would have to lose the EMA 100, which is at 80K. But in doing so, I mean, that'd be a nice flip. We'd be right now at the 99% range on the daily. But even viewing here, and let me go back to the Binance chart. We can just simply see, that weekly 9 is coming in right around where that CME gap is. The 21 is closer to the 69K, the EMA 21 here. And so that's why it's interesting actually to see that because, I definitely think we can get a nice flush out here soon. We really want to gauge, let's just say now if we go up and reject, the $110,000, like I personally think we're going to do, just my opinion, and actually go down. Yeah, 33% would take us closer to this meme line at 73,000. Kind of the top of the March high, essentially. So maybe, that 69K acts as like almost like a lure for bears and bulls while we just simply flip this high, kind of like what XRP just did into support. It's like I said, you don't need to be a genius to kind of see, okay, yeah, this wick high was the top, we came down. You just simply want this to be held in support. So very basic, it would make a lot of sense for that same scenario to happen. Because remember, that 73,000 was the top. When we were going up from the first Hamas setup here, we came up. We actually did locally top at 73,100, then came all the way down to 49K. And so it would make a lot of sense to kind of come up to this 109, 110,000, which means that we're still going to go up, which probably means that tether dominance ends up coming down again. But even when viewing the 2-week, we haven't really even hit this 2-week SMA 200. So what would be kind of an interesting scenario here? Falling through, dumping, hitting this SMA 200, then the bigger bounce scenario comes, this scenario. So maybe I'm a little too early here. Maybe we get it like here. And at this point, this would be a new low for tether dominance, which in theory would correlate to a new high for Bitcoin.
Yep.
I then think that, that could easily be that 110, 109,000, an area we've been talking about for a while. And then at that point, you're going to gauge a simple retest of 95K. If that holds, then great. If it doesn't, then we really want to start viewing lower, which could be meaning we're actually going to go test the 2-week EMA 9 again, which we haven't tested in 1 month, a month and 2 weeks since breaking back above. It's been quite a while. That's currently at right close to that CME gap and the 50%. At that point, you still want to just know, you want to stick to what you know, which is, okay, well, that 2-week 9 is there. We know the EMA 5 is there. So we start losing that 2-week 5. We're probably going to end up coming back down to 79K. The monthly here as well. Okay, well, Alex did talk, we could get a deeper pullback. I'm not saying we're going to go all the way back down to 36K. No, but I'm like, okay, well, we definitely could tap either, like I was saying last week, the EMA 5 and the median here on the monthly, which still would be a pretty sizable pullback. I mean, from this wick high down, it'd be a 20% flush out. But actually testing closer to that monthly 9 would be on closer par to that 30 to 33% pullback that we had, on this last setup here, where we came from 73,000 all the way to 49K, as Alejandro mentioned. And so to tie this onto a bow, keep watching that 3.79% on tether dominance. This should be guiding your bias. We know you need to be aware that the 2-week, the monthly EMA 100, the 2-week SMA 200, all the higher time frames, super important moving averages are all around the same zone. And so that needs to just be your first gauge of, okay, we do end up going back. I do believe that 3.5 to 3.6% on tether dominance is going to give us a bigger bounce. I then do believe that this is going to go all the way up to that 2-week 9, closer to my mean line, right at 4.69%. And then at that point, we're either going to break the downtrend structure, assuming we come all the way back up to 5.5%, which is big. Or I'm still going to be on the camp, the trend is your friend. This is going to be a lower high, and we're going to roll over and form that lower low. But still, I mean, getting a bounce where we think it could, right around that 5.5%, would still be what? A 30% move up. Again, that could correlate easily with Bitcoin going up higher. A little higher, of course, from where we're at to current price action to that 110,000, that'd still be a 9% move. Pretty nice on Bitcoin. But then at that point, I would be looking for a local top around here, personally speaking. And that's just based on how this 2-week 80% is. That's based on how the CME 5-day chart is. And remember, we had the 5-day setup on CME, so kind of guiding our bias along with the 2-week. We see that 90% is right around where? That 108, 107 level. And then also on top of it, we see that monthly median, where was it? Is right around that. Mm-hmm.
On your past time frame, the one where you were showing that, it seems like every time Bitcoin got out, go a little towards the graphic and open a little bit more data. There you go. It seems like on the left, when it went above, and it got to that exactly where that green zone above the blue, then it went back and consolidated for months within. So that's another thing that looks a little bit symmetrical in this chart. Kind of you're getting into that area and possibly go back into that blue and start to chop.
Exactly. And it's not very clear because we see that 50% right at 103, but you're 100% right. And technically, I mean, this would go all the way to that 130, but this easily could move to that closer to that 120, if not 110,000. But for now, I do think that we're going to be watching the monthly median on spot on the index. So this is more accurate than any other chart I could bring up. So the data is true here. And what we are getting is 3 different time frames. We have a 2-week, we have a 5-day, now we have a monthly, telling us that 107 to 109 is going to be strong resistance. So, in summary, I do think we're going to go higher. I just think we're going to locally find some kind of top closer to this monthly median, that 2-week level and that 5-day level. And then even gauging on a daily, I mean, the 50% here next is right around the 106, 500. So it shouldn't surprise anyone if we end up busting on through, breaking out, hitting 106, if not a little higher, maybe around 110,000. But then at that point, we just need to gauge exactly where Tether is, because I truly believe that we're going to get a bigger bounce here. You have higher time when you have a higher time frame EMA 100. This hasn't populated. This started populating in June, and remember, we don't have a lot of data, and these EMAs are data dependent on candle closing. And so this EMA 100 takes 100 days worth of data, which is a lot on a monthly. And so that tells you this is strong, lining up nicely with that 90%. But also the 2-week here has the SMA 200, which has a little more data here. And we can see we've never hit this in the history of Tether's chart. So, I do think we can easily come more down. I do think that volatility can go all the way up to that 50% and then start to roll over, or even closer to where it rolled over last time, where it didn't fully reach it, but it still trekked on a little higher. That's why I do believe we still can go up on Bitcoin. I'm still bullish on it, but I just need us all to be cautious right around that $106,000 to $110,000 level, and maybe even look for a short opportunity there if Tether is corresponding nicely with what the charts are saying. I do think inherently that's going to lead to the bounce on Bitcoin dominance, which you've kind of already seen. Just like I had here, I do think we easily can make like a double trough here where this goes up again to like 57.6% if it doesn't already break down. The breakdown will be confirmed if we start losing, in my opinion, the daily 9. If we start losing on Bitcoin dominance, the daily 9, then I'm going to be looking at this area as potentially another lower high, which should be a good news for people who like alts, because if Bitcoin locally tops or at least just consolidates for a long time, I'm still in the camp that this is going to be extremely lucrative and good for altcoins, which is going to correlate to the 2017 setup playing out where we broke out. It was awesome, then came aggressively down, retested, and then this is where the big move actually came. And at that point, we just want to gauge how ETH is doing, how it's looking, and where it's at. But for now, let's see where this daily closes on Bitcoin. Let's see the reaction closer to that $106,000, $110,000 level, and then kind of take it from there. So it's easier to take it level to level. I don't see why bulls wouldn't break this all-time high, but just like I said on this chart, it easily can give us a setup if we're patient, and that setup could come as long as we get a daily closure back above, call it 98,300. I do think we're going to open on a little pullback, and then from there, I'm going to look for a potential Academy scalp, which is just a quick day trade, taking it to that 105 to maybe $110,000 level, which then could correlate with Bitcoin. I mean, Tether dominance is coming a little more down, maybe hits that 3.6 to 3.5 level, which we know on the higher time frames is pretty strong. So, I know it's kind of all over the place and it's kind of choppy and it's not that clear. It's not even clear to me, someone who just looks at this all the time. And that is what could play into what you see, Alondra, which, maybe we just end up chopping for months around here. It's like what you're saying. We go to the 100K and then we go all the way back down to like that 90s and 100K and 90s, 100K and 90s, kind of like what gold did, where we just really couldn't break out for, I don't know, 2 years, a year. And then we finally did break out. So,
yeah.
Until then, I agree with Mark.
It would also make sense because a lot of people are looking for a Santa rally.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
So I think I agree with Farn. I think we locally keyword can top around the 106, 110,000. And you can quote me on that too. I don't care.
It's
Get ready.
advice.
Get ready for 7 years. People will be a Bitcoin, but for some reason goes to $150,000. And by the way, you can miss it by this much. It doesn't matter. It'll always be a clip on the internet.
Wrong.
That's right. Fuck. We got Solamis and Mercado Libre after Meli, Meli, or Solamis. So you guys pick.
I'll do Solana.
I'll do the boring chart.
All righty.
Mm-hmm.
I think Meli is pretty fucking cool.
No, it's a good brand. It looked pretty strong. I think it's
by the way,
like Amazon of Mexico.
Yeah, strong as fuck. And I mean, you've seen the mega pump that he did. I haven't checked the chart ever since we checked it last time, but I got something to show you boys. You boys ready?
I see it.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
buddy's got his HPDR on. Beautiful sight.
I am ready to pretend to show people that I know what I'm doing, even though I don't. All right. If you guys see it and something looks off, if you don't mind just keeping an eye for it, Farhan. If you see like numbers are off or anything.
Can you go to your settings? change the sampling length to 7.
1 second. Sampling length to 7.
Yeah.
And then that
Okay.
should be it. Should be good then.
Marvelous.
All good there?
Yep. That's
Thank
the main thing. Is sampling length has to be 7, or it's not going to be accurate.
Sweet. I knew it was a little off when I was looking at Alex's HPDR. I completely forgot I had it. Okay, either way. Here we go. Thank you, boys. Estamos viendo Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, en la tabla de Coinbase. Esta es una tabla completamente encuerada de Bitcoin y la razón por la que se las quiero enseñar así, la tabla, es simplemente por lo que estamos viendo. Si llegas, todo el mundo entra a analizar el precio de Bitcoin. ¿Qué es lo que vamos a buscar? Vamos a ver 3 relaciones importantes: la dominancia de Bitcoin, el precio de Bitcoin y también la dominancia de Tether. Porque estas 3 cosas nos van a dar una mejor idea de lo que estamos viendo. La gente está viendo esta consolidación acá. Esta es una bandera alcista, si la pueden ver. De nuevo, estamos hablando de la diaria. Y tienes todo el chopeo, ¿no? Acá, acá. Entonces, normalmente después de esto, la gente espera que esto vaya a tener continuación a la alza. Es lo que normalmente te da una mayor probabilidad. Simplemente analizándolo así, dirías, wow, se ve bastante bien. Pero, ¿cuál es la realidad de esto? Vamos siempre de nuevo, a ver todo esto desde temporalidades altas a bajas. Y la razón por la que hacemos eso es porque por más claro que sea esto y que se vea, ok, se ve bien, tenemos que analizar, estamos cerca de un tope. Y la razón por la que probablemente estemos cerca de un tope, y les vamos a enseñar esto local, nadie está diciendo es el fin del mundo, el fin de Bitcoin y nada, es esto. Si puedes ver el gráfico de Bitcoin, estás hasta acá. Normalmente cuando ves un gráfico así, nunca quieres comprar el tope, ¿no? Porque si no, te va a pasar lo que a mí. En el 2021 compré muy famosamente Bitcoin por $99,000. No lo vendían por ese precio, pero yo lo compré a ese precio. Y luego bajó a 15,400 y cacho, pero yo vendí en 8,000. Entonces no quieres comprar tope y después, como yo, vender aún más barato el bajo más bajo que hizo. Lo que quieres hacer aquí es preguntarte, ¿vamos a caer más o no? ¿Vamos a subir más o qué vamos a hacer? Porque aquí la operación ya se pone un poco clandestina, si lo quieres ver así. No es tan claro exactamente qué puede pasar después, porque puedes tener esta vela puede ser esta vela, por ejemplo, y después la siguiente va a ser una roja gigantesca y te vas a creer que se acabó todo y después, o sea, es importante analizar esto. La primera cosa que nos vamos a llevar es la dominancia de Bitcoin. Vamos a ver la dominancia de Bitcoin porque es lo primero que se relaciona a todo lo que hemos estado viendo. Vamos a ponerlo en la semanal rápidamente. Pueden ver que venimos en un uptrend gigantesco, pero estamos diciendo que acá puede que haya topado la dominancia de Bitcoin. ¿Qué repercusiones tiene una dominancia de Bitcoin topada? Eso quiere decir que probablemente alt season va a empezar. Eso quiere decir que cuando las alts empiezan a reventar a la alza y nos dio este bajón rompiendo estructura, toda esta estructura hasta acá, y ahora estamos justamente en este rango. Lo que esto nos dice a nosotros, el ver esto ya más de cerca en la diaria, podemos ver lo que estábamos esperando. Esta caída y un rebote una vez más acá para crear un alto más bajo. Este alto más bajo que está creando en este momento la dominancia de Bitcoin nos dice, puede todavía subir más o bajar, pero esto nos está diciendo que esto probablemente sí sea una tendencia bajista que estamos viendo empezar. Y si eso es realidad, ¿qué nos quiere decir esto? Tenemos que analizar que esta vela ocurrió el 9 de diciembre a la alza y vieron que casi del fondo entre el 8 y el 9. Vamos a ver rápido a Bitcoin. ¿Qué pasó el 8 y el 9? Pueden ver que cayó. Cuando ves esta relación, Bitcoin caer junto con la dominancia de Bitcoin, esto nos estaría tal vez cantando. Y de nuevo, aquí tenemos que tener precaución de que el precio de Bitcoin tal vez esté o haya llegado al tope local o esté cerca del tope local. Nosotros pensamos que todavía hay más a la alza, pero estamos cerca de ese tope local. Ok, dicho eso, también viendo la dominancia de Tether, que es algo más de lo que hemos platicado, antes de ir a simplemente el análisis simple de Bitcoin. No mames, Alejandro, ya deja de pintar estas mamadas. Ok, ya me hizo caso mi Alejandro. Ok. Pueden ver que la dominancia de Tether se relaciona directamente a la inversa con Bitcoin. Si esta cosa baja, Bitcoin sube. Si esta cosa sube, Bitcoin baja. Y habíamos dicho que íbamos a tener esta zona para buscar un rebote, un alto más bajo, y es justamente lo que hemos logrado acá. Tienes estos altos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, bajos, bajos más bajos, y ahora estás acá ante este rebote. Lo que nosotros pensamos para poder ver esta continuación es sencillo. Creemos que la dominancia de Tether va a caer aún más, yéndose a barrer simplemente este 3,71%. Y una vez que barra ese 3,71%, haber encontrado piso y después expander a la alza, básicamente llevándonos, o mínimo del lado a la alza, llevándonos a una consolidación de precio en Bitcoin. Por ahora pueden ver que está pintando este tercer tope local más bajo, y ahora viene en los 3,95 buscando a la baja. Ok, con eso en mente, ¿qué estamos viendo? Ok, Tether va para abajo. La dominancia de Bitcoin está chida, yéndose de lado, subiendo tantito, pero el precio de Bitcoin bajó. Eso nos dice que tal vez Bitcoin esté algo cansado. Vamos a analizar la tabla de Bitcoin a ver qué tan cansado está el cabrón. Ok, tenemos, y vamos a empezar como siempre con la trimestral. Ahora, trimestral ajustada rápidamente. Pueden ver aquí en nuestro gráfico trimestral, hermosa consolidación por acá en 1, 2, 3 cuartos y después la explosión a la alza. Y ahorita estamos cotizando en $101,000. Vientos, $101,000 para toda la gente, a todos los miembros de la comunidad de Bitcoin, porque no son backholders, ya lo hemos platicado varias veces. Felicidades, perros, bien hecho. A todos los que están disfrutando sus loans, bien hecho. Ok, ahora, ¿qué es importante notar acá? Sencillo, lo primero que vamos a ver es, ¿estamos creando altos más altos? Sí. ¿Estamos creando bajos más altos? Sí. Bien, vamos a una tendencia alcista, no hay duda alguna, tenemos un máximo histórico. Ok, entendemos eso. Vamos a confirmar con nuestros promedios, arriba del 9, arriba del 21. Bien, no hay ningún otro promedio en este tipo. Vamos rápido entonces a verificar con la volatilidad. ¿Qué nos dice la volatilidad? Ok, la volatilidad está expandiendo a la alza y lo está haciendo desde acá. Ok, ¿qué estamos viendo entonces? Desde ahí, con la volatilidad expandiendo, el movimiento ha sido positivo a la alza. Eso nos dice que la volatilidad todavía puede expandir mucho más, viene del bajo más bajo que ha logrado en esta tabla trimestral de 33,3% y está en el 52%. Todavía tiene bastante camino para llegar al 87%, que es el primer tope que hizo, o el segundo que lo hizo en 92%. Lo que nos dice que esto va a tener continuación y puede tomar año, año y medio a 2 años en jugarse, simplemente por la temporalidad. Ahora de acá, vamos a ver qué nos dice el HPDR. Vamos a picarle acá y ver qué exactamente historia nos cuenta. Pueden ver que literalmente nuestra media está en los 96,533. Definitivamente queremos cerrar por encima de ello. Y la parte de arriba del 50% está en el $173,000. Nosotros pensamos que eso sería demasiado para este movimiento para poder lograr llegar a ese tope por ahora, pero de nuevo, esto va a bajar con el próximo cierre y este cierre va a ser en 20 días y 8 horas. Y también el HPDR no es tan bueno en temporalidades altas. Atentos, mientras más cerca te pones al precio, mejor. Mensual, ¿qué estamos viendo en la mensual? Podemos ver que estamos justamente rebotando en la media. La media del HPDR está acá, está en 95,922, dándonos este movimiento a esta zona. Si aguantamos esta zona, debería de darnos un siguiente movimiento. De nuevo, está en $130,000 la parte arriba del 50%. No creemos que lleguemos hasta allá, respetando el promedio del 9, respetando el promedio del 21. Y estamos viendo si encontramos otro tipo de correlación por acá. Para nosotros, en este tipo de temporalidad, simplemente importante notar la media en el 95, casi $96,000. Es una zona que claramente queremos aguantar. Vamos rápido a ver volatilidad. Tenemos un setup de volatilidad. No, pero la volatilidad está a punto de darlo. Y esto es en un gráfico mensual. Tenemos que estar pendiente de dónde va este movimiento, que está a punto de pasar. La volatilidad está por debajo del promedio, lo pueden ver en 35,83% y el promedio está en 36,66%, justamente en medio de la nada. Pero una vez que la volatilidad comience a expandir, queremos ver hacia dónde lo está haciendo. Vamos rápidamente a la de 2 semanas con el setup de Hamas. ¿O no es en esta? No era la de 2 semanas. Tal vez es porque no lo tengo en este gráfico, brother. Ahí está. Ok. Tenemos nuestro setup de jamás justamente por acá. ¿Y sabe qué? Me voy a ver obligado a regresar a ver el mensual. Denme un segundo. Ah, no. Ok, es igualito el setup, nada más todavía un poco más despegado. Ok, entonces da completamente igual. Bien, no quería perderme eso. Podemos ver que entre todo este descague por acá que tengo en mi gráfico, estamos justamente, ¿dónde está la media del canal? La media del canal está en los 98,753 en la mensual. Estábamos ya en la de 2 semanas, padre. Ok. En la de 2 semanas, ¿qué tenemos por acá? Vemos que la zona baja del 50% está en 87,000, que es también una zona de alta confluencia para nosotros. Ahorita van a ver por qué. Y ahora, estamos justamente en... Espérenme. Muy por encima de la media. La media está en los 62,721, lo que lo hace bastante bueno. Pero atentos, estamos a punto de llegar al 80%. El 80% está en los 128,000. Por eso para nosotros esto ya se está cansando y acabando. Por más que tengamos el setup de jamás que estamos viendo en la parte de abajo, y ahora déjenme les pongo esto, podemos ver que la volatilidad continúa expandiendo, pero esta vez, la vez pasada que lo hizo, el setup original de jamás de noviembre, se acabó y topó en 77% la volatilidad. Lo que se me hace interesante de esto, y déjenme quito mis indicadores rápido, lo que se me hace interesante de esto es lo siguiente. La última vez que tuvimos este setup de jamás, ¿no? Fue literalmente en octubre del 2023. Ok, justamente acá. Me voy a tomarlo esta vela. Y subimos un 148%. ¿Ok? De ahí la volatilidad se reinició. ¿Por qué estoy diciéndoles esto? Porque una vez que la volatilidad se reinició, tuvimos todo este chop. Y este chop tuvo un bajón de 33%. ¿Ok? Ahora estamos ante un escenario bastante parecido, donde esto tiene cara de que va a empezar a ser chop. Y ahora, digamos que en verdad llegamos al 100, pongámosle 110, que es lo que por ahí más o menos, o entre donde estamos y el 110 es donde creemos que vamos a topar. De ahí, un movimiento de 30 y tantos por ciento te va a llevar justamente a los 70, básicamente a retestear todos los altos que había logrado antes en el chopeo, que no lo hemos hecho todavía. Eso no sería bajista, simplemente va a tomar tiempo y de nuevo, no lo hizo luego acá. Jugó por cuántos meses hasta que llegó al fondo acá en los 48,900 y de ahí vieron el resortazo que dio a la alza. Ok, eso es en la de 2 semanas, viendo el setup de jamás también. Y una vez más, solamente prendiendo mi HPDR para ver. Nuestro siguiente objetivo está por acá. Aunque en la semanal, y aquí es donde más me gusta esto, estamos viendo por fin esta confluencia. El 111,000 dólares está acá. Tenemos la media bastante abajo, acá en los 70,000, que es una vez más. No sería sorprendente si lo venimos a retestear. Tenemos la volatilidad ya dándose la vuelta, empezando a seguir de lado después de este setup de nada de volatilidad, lo que nos dice que este movimiento tal vez esté exhausto y chopear no está fuera de dudas. Si estamos haciendo eso, simplemente a mantener el nivel de los el 50% en los 90,000 sería importante y buscar un objetivo en los 113,000 dentro del HPDR. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más a la de 3 días. No, la de 5 días era la buena, la valedora. Y acá podemos ver que estamos por encima del 50%. Tenemos que cerrar acá en 4 días y 8 horas para tener buenas probabilidades de ir a buscar la zona alta por acá en los 118,000 dólares. La media está en 84,000 dólares en este momento y el promedio del 9 en la de 5 días está por acá en los 91,000, empezando a llegar a esta zona de la línea meme que es importante para nosotros. 3 días nos cuenta mejor la historia y aquí es donde empezamos a ver, donde también el movimiento viene sobreextendido y ves la volatilidad contraerse. Esto nos indica chop. Y les digo, normalmente cuando llegas a extremos no es cuando topeas, topamos acá. Y pueden ver que la volatilidad ya estaba contrayéndose en lo que estábamos chopeando. Esto es algo más que le da más fuerza a nuestro argumento de que creemos que estamos justamente en el tope o cerca del tope. Nuestra media está justamente en el 101,588. Queremos definitivamente poder cerrar encima de ella si queremos dar continuación a la alza. Así que 101,588 sería bastante importante para nosotros. De ahí vamos a la diaria. En la diaria, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? 1, volatilidad. El setup está en el piso. Esto quiere decir que la volatilidad nos va a dar un excelente setup y vamos a esperar a que pase por encima del 15% para ver cuál va a ser el siguiente movimiento. Esto es en la diaria. Esto puede ser a la baja o a la alza. No se me confíen de que solamente porque ven la volatilidad resetearse, si el precio baja en lo que la volatilidad resetea, eso mandaría el precio para abajo. Dicho eso, acercándonos más, voy a anotar nuestra media está en el 97, el 99,702. Si queremos dar continuación, queremos definitivamente cerrar hoy en 7 horas y 29 minutos por encima del 99,702. Si no, sería un rechazo de la misma y una posibilidad de ir a volver a buscar en la zona de los 95,000 más o menos, o por donde está el promedio de los 21 en el 96,000, que nos da también confluencia a lo que estamos viendo. Temporalidades más bajas, tenemos un cruce plateado a la alza. Podemos ver que esto podría estar topeando en el 90 o hasta 95% y está en los $104,000. Esto es lo que nos ayuda a pensar de que esto tal vez esté cansado, este movimiento esté cansado. La media está en los 95, que también coincide con nuestra diaria, el promedio con la parte de abajo. Acá, si tenemos un rechazo de la media en los 99 a los 95. Sigue las probabilidades de esto. Bastante sencillo puesto es, quieres definitivamente, perdón, había puesto esto para ver si rompía esto, quieres definitivamente tener un cierre diario arriba de los 99,700. Si tienes eso, te va a dar esperanzas a ir a buscar este tope local en los 103,692. De ahí a buscar dónde puede haber el primer tope, y nosotros creemos que está por acá entre los 105 y los 110. Más o menos. Así que Bitcoin por ahora se ve bastante bien. Es dependiendo de un par de cierres. Vamos a ver qué exactamente pasa en el de 4 horas. Y sobre todo, yo creo que puede ser el front run de esto aquí, porque debemos de aguantar los 100,000, que es el 80%. Y si nos gustaría ver más movimiento a la alza, romper los 102,000 y tener cierres por encima de eso. Así que atentos, todavía faltan 3 horas y 27 minutos para esto. Vamos a ver cómo se da, porque si no tienes la media, el retesteo de la media justamente en el 95, y si no me equivoco, al precio de Bitcoin cuando llega a tope no le molesta irse al 95% a esta zona más o menos, y eso está en los 103 en la temporalidad de 4 horas. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros, con HPDR y todo, chingada madre. Vale. ¿Qué sigue? Are we doing what are we doing? I'm sorry.
Isn't Solana next?
Yes,
Oh yeah,
Solana's-
sorry. Alex was just putting his screen right here, sir.
He's like,
I just grab whatever, just like Alex, he only clicks buttons. I also click buttons, but with less knowledge. I just click buttons to say like, all right, you go on screen. You don't.
It's like the dude who shows up at the park in a trench coat. Like, look at my screen.
Just like that.
Exactly like that. God, we probably shouldn't be allowed near elementary schools.
Absolutely not. That's why I don't go.
Yeah.
It's not very much data in the quarterly, but it should be enough. Right now, we're getting a nice move up towards this 50% range on the HPDR. We are kind of getting a little bit of a rejection, but it's not really that bad, especially because we're still over these previous closing highs. What we're looking for is a close over this candle's closure right here at $202.59. If we get a close over that, that'll be the confirmation we need for a very nice leg to the upside. It's going to be the right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 closes over this 78.6%. So we basically already have what we need to get to the 161.8%. This number is a little bit retarded, a little bit high. So I'm not very comfortable saying it, but right now it's at $991. I don't think that's very likely to happen. I think that's a little bit unlikely, but that's what the quarterly chart would give you. And right now the momentum is rejecting the bullish control. It's trying to flip down a little bit. The moving average still pointed up. Well, volatility is pointed down. It's telling you that whatever happens is going to be corrective, and we should make a higher low. But on the opposite hand, we're not getting any type of move to the downside while we're getting the correction with a corrective indicator on the momentum and the volatility. So that's quite bullish that we're just basically just rejecting this by a hair of the 50% while momentum is resetting. So once that actually does flip back up and it re-enters the bullish control zone, we should like see a nice move to somewhere around this 88.3%, which right now is at $453. And personally, like I don't have much data off of this other than like based like the HPDR ranges, and the HPDR is not very accurate for high time frames. It's more accurate for lower time frames, but I'm thinking somewhere around 450 to 500 is probably going to be the cycle top for Solana because of how many people are talking about how it's going to go to $1,000, $1,500. I saw one thing on Twitter where somebody was saying that Solana is going to go to $17,000, basically taking like
get out of here,
a fractal from Ethereum, and like here's how much Ethereum moved in the 2021 cycle. If Solana moves this much, it will go to $17,000. And I kind of responded to that. I don't usually respond to these things on Twitter, but I responded with a picture of a crack pipe saying, "Put it down, sir." Right now we are.
Well done. He needed to hear that, by the way. He really needed to hear that.
I made myself laugh so hard when I posted that. We're currently bouncing off of this 5 EMA, and right now it's still not the most bullish looking candle because we're getting this on a move up. If it was on a move down, it would be a hammerhead candle, but on the way up, it's a hanging man. So if it does close like this, then probabilities are we're going to come back down, retest this bottom 38.2 at around like 138, 140. But I don't think that's going to happen. We have 20 days left to go. It's an eternity in cryptocurrency land, especially with shitcoins. What the bulls want to see is they want to see this candle turn green and then close over this candle's high at $264.32. That happens, we get a free move to the median, which is just under $400 at $394. Very high probability we get a reaction here. Probably a pullback, decent pullback of maybe 15 or 20%, maybe more. Come back down, retest these previous highs at 264, 265, and then use that as a spring to hit the top 38.2. And this number is going to change. It's going to change a lot because it's very likely not going to hit it within this monthly closure. Right now, this number is at $807. But as you see every single time, like that price has made its way to this 38.2, it's moved down, and then it did it over here as well, where it moved down. The only time where it just continuously went up was in the 2023 rally, where it just went straight from $21 all the way up to $200. It's very likely not going to do that this time around, and the main reason is because we're coming from very different levels on our momentum. On the 2023 rally, we came from reset of momentum from the bearish control zone. Right now, we haven't even touched the bearish control zone, so it's not going to be as powerful of a move. Right now, the monthly jewel is starting to flip back around as well within the bullish control zone. This is the first time in Solana's history that the monthly jewel has ever flipped back around within the bullish control zone. That's also another point in favor of the bulls. 2 week right now put in this top candle, this shooting star candle, rejected the top 38.2%. We're still rejecting the top 38.2%. And as long as it closes like this, rejecting the top 38.2, we have to target the median. That's currently at $150. That'd be quite the pullback, going from 264 to 150. It's about 44, 45% to the downside. Pretty
That's
insane.
nothing on Solamis.
Oh yeah, I forgot. These shit coins are very high beta, so people are accustomed to 80% drops. 45%, what's that? Sneeze. Right now,
I bought a few shit coins, by the way. I bought a few shit coins. They went down like tremendously. I got in when we talked about it first, and then they went up. I was like, oh, that's awesome. Then they went down even more, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna buy more. And after I did, I was like, holy fuck, I would have been terrified of doing this like a year ago. And it just feels so meh. After using perpetuals, dude, nothing faces you anymore in the spot. Like, these moves are nothing.
Because you don't have a fear of being liquidated.
Exactly.
When you see all of your money disappear within 15 to 20 minutes, nothing phases you anymore.
True.
But that's also what gives you the gambling addiction.
That's what people need. Instead of doing the bar mitzvahs, which is a rite of passage to become a man, you need to be liquidated.
You need to be liquidated at least twice.
Completely agree.
They call it birth by fire.
Yep.
So the momentum on 2 week is still pointed to the upside, while volatility is pointed up too. So that's another point in favor of us not getting that deeper correction and us continuing from here. After like this little bit of correction with this 5 EMA, what I'd like to see that would confirm that is if we do close below the 38.2, that this next 2 week open, the median goes up sharply to somewhere around this meme line at 192, 190. That'd be very, very bullish, despite the fact that we rejected the top 32. Then we can come back to retest the median, use that as a spring to go towards the 50%, which is right now at $330. Weekly is currently flipping down on momentum. It's rejecting the bullish control. It's dropped below the moving average. Volatility is dropped too, which is what bulls want to see. The volatility is dropping while momentum is down. Resetting volatility for the next move up. But with the way that the weekly looks, breaking back into the 38.2, we got a weekly closure within the 38.2, rejecting the top. That gives you a target of the median, which is right with that 190 number, right? 190, 190 currently, or 192. That gives more confluence to the idea that the 2 week median might go up after this close in the next open, lining right up where the weekly median is at. The 5 day is currently basing off the median, and it's using that as a spring to move up. So 5 day closes in 4 days, 8 hours. If it closes like this, you have to target this top 38.2%, which right now is at about $276. I believe that's new all-time highs. Yeah, new all-time highs. Well, momentum is resetting. It's basically almost back down to zero. Volatility is fully reset. It's at 7.78%. That's set up for very likely not much lower, and somewhere around here we should be using as a spring. Maybe from where we are, our current lows, or a little bit lower to the 190s. 2 day had previously lost the 38.2. Now it's reclaiming it. It's a good amount above it, and it's basing off this 21 EMA. So if it closes like this, you'd have to target this top 38.2, which is at the same $276 area, new all-time highs. And momentum is projecting getting into the bearish control. It's flipping back up. Volatility is basically fully reset. Now it's starting to expand again. It's nice, setup for bulls to retest its current highs and maybe a little bit higher. But what also would be looking for in this area is caution, because if you do reject this and go slightly above these previous highs, that'd be a textbook swing failure pattern, and then very likely you'd break these lows. So we don't want to see any type of rejection in this area, or rejection on a 2 day close. Like a small reaction is not too bad. You just don't want to see it close below this on the close. Daily is just about to tap the median after reclaiming this bottom 38.2. Median's at $231.60. We have 7 hours left to go. It's not the worst thing if we close like this, because we don't really have a rejection to median. But if we tap it and this turns into a big wick, then the odds shift back into the bear side, and we're likely going to break this. But if we close over this median, then the bottom is, for me, the bottom is confirmed to be in, and we have to look for retesting of these current highs. And the momentum is confirming that, which failing to break into the bearish control, flipping back up. It's just about to be back to positive. Volatility is fully reset, getting ready for another move. So if we close above this 38.2, preferably over the median, that volatility is going to break to the upside. If we tap the median and reject it, then the volatility is going to break to the downside. 4 hours close over the 38.2. Now we're getting slight rejection off this 9 EMA and 200, but it's not really the worst thing ever, because we've regained these most of these major EMAs, and we're still at this like hovering right below resistance. It's not exactly bullish, but it's not really bearish either. But one point in the bears' favor though is that we are getting to pretty high levels on the HPDR. Right now we're getting to the 88.3%. So you only really have an 11.7% chance of continuation from there. But if you break above this area, which lines up with this 200 SMA at $230, then it should see a very, very nice rally to the upside to at least the 97.5% at $252. And with our volatility coming from such low levels, probably breaks that, probably goes a little bit higher. I'm thinking somewhere around that 275 level from our previous HPDR level.
That would be all-time high.
Yep, nice tap of the all-time highs. Probably get a little bit of pullback consolidation there, and then move into the 300s. Check the other side. Not much. Yes, so right here we made a higher lows on price, significantly higher lows than these lows here, but the RSI went lower. So you have hidden bullish divergence on the 2-day, which you would target because the volatility is fully reset back to 5%, you would target the critical zone. Right now the critical zone's at $375.
Oh boy.
Which is very close to that monthly median, around 394.
Mm-hmm.
And the daily is already confirmed. Is it just there? I guess it's not populating anymore. And the daily has confirmed bullish divergence because we made lower lows on these things right here, and then but it's lower than this one, but this is a higher low. So that's hidden bullish divergence on the daily, which you would target the volatility is expanding from two periods of 0%. So you target the critical zone. That's at 396 to 26, right above our monthly median. 4 hour. Let's see. Yep. Is it? No, it's not a higher low. It's lower low. So there's no divergence there. Momentum. Monthly volatility is still contracting. It's interesting. It's lowest it's ever been in Solana's entire history. And we're about to flip back up on momentum, projecting getting out of bullish control, about to enter into the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $214. Solana, only time Solana's ever been in the critical zone was one little tap in March, whenever we went to $210 from $8. So this time around, we're probably going to go deep into the critical zone and stay there for a good minute, which is the first time it's ever done that. So then, I don't know if those higher HPDR targets are so crazy then, like lower than $800. I don't know if that's too insane, because we've literally never had anything comparable. We've never had volatility expansion from these low levels. We've never been in the critical zone for more than just one little tap. Like we're in uncharted waters currently. 2 week is expanding on our volatility, coming from 10%, rejecting getting into bearish control, and back into bullish control, about to break into the critical zone. And we're going to be pointed up on momentum as long as we're above $167.75. Let's say.
Quick question there. Sorry.
Maybe.
Isn't volatility expanding when the candle started to get red? Like actually the first print was a red candle. So that volatility expansion could be negative.
Yeah, but what's telling you that it's not going to be, or very likely not going to be, is that momentum is pointed up.
Got it. So momentum pointing up like invalidates that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the two combination with these two indicators is volatility and momentum. Because volatility doesn't tell you direction. Then you would look at momentum to get direction.
Got it.
Weekly is starting to contract a little bit, which does make sense because we're getting a little bit of a correction. Weekly is now below the moving average. And momentum is currently shifting down. And it's going to be down as long as price is below $242.61, which is not exactly bearish, but it's not bullish, but it's what the bulls want to see. If price is moving down, and momentum is down, the volatility is contracting. So then volatility can reset, go back down to this 10% area, expand again, and then we can get another one of these. Let's see how much percentage this was. 75% moves to the upside. 79. So what's very likely to happen is whenever we retest this edge of the critical zone and get back into the bullish control, this number is going to drop very likely. Then it's going to be easier for the bulls to turn it back up. 5 days also contracting still. While momentum is pointed down, we're breaking out of the critical zone. And we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $252.75, $253. 2 days basically fully reset on volatility after hitting an extreme in like the 90% range. We're at 5% on volatility. Momentum is still pointed down, which is exactly what we want to see with volatility resetting and momentum being down at the same time. It's about to enter, it's about to tap the edge of the bearish control. And then from there is where this number is probably going to drop significantly. And it's going to be easier for bulls to turn it back up. Right now, we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $250, $251. Daily is currently expanding on volatility from 2 periods of 0%. We're at 18% now. And momentum is starting to shift back up, projecting the bearish control. And we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $222.56. So just slightly above that right now. If we dropped by like $7, momentum will be pointed down. So bulls got to keep this shit up in the next 7 hours. 4 hours also expanding for many periods of 0% volatility. Then volatility started contracting, and now it's expanding again with this move to the upside. And momentum is going to be pointed up, and it's about to enter the critical zone as long as we're above $211. So if you look at like the monthly and the quarterly, it's still looking extremely bullish. It's the monthly is giving targets of somewhere around $400 where the median is at. Very likely within the next couple of maybe timing is very difficult, but I'd say maybe 3 months, 4 months. And the lower time frames are a little bit corrective. The momentum is pointed down. Like the daily is freshly up, but the 2-day, 3-day, 4-day, and 5-day are still pointed down. Daily is starting to shift up, which is going to bleed into those higher time frames, and the 4 hour is now getting volatility expansion with the momentum pointed up. So it's kind of pointing towards that our local bottom could be in. If it's not in, I would look somewhere around 190 to 195 and look for that as a spring. And then from there, it's based on the monthly setup, we'd probably go somewhere around $390 to $400, and then very likely we get a correction there. And I would kind of ignore the quarterly HBDR because we don't have very much data. I don't really think that $800 target is going to happen. If it happens, I'm happy to be wrong, but that's what it's saying based off of the quarterly HBDR and the fib retracement that I drew. But it's just not something that you'd want to bet on. Just something that you could say for the clout in case you're right.
Good. I'm glad that I know that. I'll be saying that then in case I'm right.
Well, be careful though, because people are going to remind you. Didn't you say it was going to $800?
Can I tell you something? I don't care. Like they've already broken me to the point where I don't care what they remind me of all the time. It's totally sadly for those motherfuckers, but I'll take the cloud if it works. By the way, if it works, you would think that people would go like, "Whoa, that guy like got it right." They never remember.
No one cares.
The only thing they will always remember is the one time you got it wrong. You can have it a billion times right, the one time they got it wrong. So
they don't
ready to get clipped.
Like I was wrong that one time on the Ethereum setup. People completely forgot about the XRP setup. I just gave them from 45 cents to 290.
Oh yeah, of course. That's how it works. Yeah. That's how it works, my friend. You're not 100% in it, then why even do it? All righty. Thank you, sir. Vale, vamos a ver el precio de los Solamis en este momento. Lo vamos a analizar en una tabla trimestral, como siempre, para poder darnos una idea de qué es lo que está pasando con el precio. Podemos ver que nunca habíamos tenido cierres arriba de 202 en la trimestral. Todavía faltan 20 días y 8 horas para poder tener este cierre, pero estamos muy por encima del 202, estamos en 229 y esta vela trimestral ha llegado hasta 264, que es un máximo histórico, por cierto, para los Solamis. Interesante e importante para todos ustedes tenerlo en cuenta. Estamos por encima de nuestro promedio del 9, lo que nos hace pensar que bastante bien la cosa y la volatilidad apenas está populando, así que no la vamos a usar para nada. Viene del punto más bajo de toda la historia y está expandiendo un poco, pero en realidad no nos dice nada en ese tipo de setups. Nos vamos acercando más, vamos a poner la mensual. En la mensual vemos que la volatilidad está reseteando y está yendo al punto más bajo que ha estado en toda la historia. Esto está armando un setup gigantesco. Olvídate del setup de Hamas, que sería un setup más grande, ¿no? El de la Tercera Guerra Mundial. Más o menos eso es lo que está esperando hacer Solana en este momento. Si pongo el HBDR, podemos notar en la mensual que nuestra media está en los 300 dólares y la parte alta del 50% está en los 847. Atentos, este es mensual. Obviamente estos rangos van a bajar para... Faltan 20 días y 8 horas para cerrar esta vela, así que solamente tengan eso presente en la cabeza. Es todo lo que les quiero decir. Interesante, 300 donde está la media y 851. ¿Dónde estamos en este momento en el HBDR? estamos justamente rangueando por debajo, tuvimos este rechazo, pero nos apoyamos en el promedio de las 9 y ahora estamos por acá, estoy seguro que en el 5. También hicimos un pre-front run del promedio de las 5. Acá, lo que no queremos perder por acá es esta línea meme, estos altos de estas dos velas por acá, eso está en los 202. Tal vez puedas ver al precio llegar a coquetear un poco abajo, y ya saben cómo le gusta ser completamente predatorio a cripto de esta zona, y eso no nos espantaría. Pero lo que principalmente creemos es que ya tocamos y ya creamos un fondo. Ese fondo lo vimos básicamente ahora en los 202, el precio que haya tocado ahorita. Y vamos a ver si ese es el caso. Si no, creemos que por ahí de los 200 se va a detener 190 altos. Vamos a la de 2 semanas con los Solamis. 2 semanas con los Solamis, ¿qué es lo que podemos notar? Que la volatilidad comienza a expandir. ¿De dónde? Uy, de la parte de abajo, tío, vale. Y esta es la primera zona válida de donde vemos la volatilidad expandir. ¿Y qué es lo que estamos viendo? Un velazo verde. También Momentum acompaña a la alza en diferentes time frames. La idea de que la volatilidad expandiendo y el Momentum expandiendo, aunque a veces no nos dé un perfecto setup, eso nos diga que esto simplemente sea no corrección, consolidación para después dar el siguiente movimiento. La volatilidad apenas está en 31%. Nos vamos acercando por acá y también vamos a notarlo arriba que estamos de la media. La media está en el 137 y estamos justamente en el 50%, jugando en el 50% en este momento. Lo que esperaríamos en esta tabla de 2 semanas es básicamente que encontremos, si es que no hemos encontrado un fondo donde está el promedio de la 9, para venir por acá, discúlpeme, déjeme quito esto, para venir al promedio de la 9, por ahí de los 192, rebotar y por fin ir a buscar la zona alta de este 50% en los 298. Vamos a la semanal. La semanal nos pone también 280, tenemos la parte alta del 50%. La media está relacionando igualita al promedio del 21, que está en los 187, y hemos rebotado del 9. En este momento estamos justamente en medio de todo esto, creando una consolidación de precio en este momento. Vamos a ver cómo está la volatilidad. La volatilidad nos había acompañado en este movimiento alcista, pero ahora la volatilidad está contrayéndose para dar el siguiente legging, lo que nos dice que tal vez estemos solamente consolidando por un rato antes de dar continuación a esos subidongos. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más a la de 3 días. En la de 3 días perfectamente podemos ver que la volatilidad está reseteando y es lo que estamos viendo en temporalidades más bajas, lo que nos dice que este periodo es de consolidación antes del madrazo que viene para arriba. Testeamos la media justamente con esta vela, nos rechazó, pero el 21 nos aguantó y nos mandó por encima del promedio de la 9 y arriba del 50%, lo que nos da como siguiente objetivo la media del HPDR. La media del HPDR justamente está donde está esta línea meme, en los 259, 258, en la de 3 días, que es una zona interesante para nosotros, y también el 50% de la parte alta está en los 320. Vamos a acercarnos más a la diaria. En la diaria puedes ver que el 256 es la parte alta justamente y que también coincide con nuestra línea meme de acá, lo que probablemente este tipo de ¿cómo se dice? Este tipo no son discrepancias, es lo contrario a una discrepancia. No sé por qué se me está olvidando, siempre lo decimos. Este tipo de confluencias nos gusta mucho porque eso quiere decir que el precio muy probablemente vaya a dar. Pero pueden ver que en este momento el precio está siendo rechazado por la media del canal en los 230. Definitivamente, si queremos ser alcistas en muy corto plazo, queremos cerrar por encima de esta media en los 230. Si no, vamos probablemente simplemente a chopear. Va a cerrar esto, los niveles van a ajustarse y ahí es donde vamos a ver qué sigue. Es lo que está pasando en esta. En la diaria, igual, en la de 12 horas, el 50% también coincide con nuestra línea meme casi. Y acá la media está en los 236. Lo único que tenemos que superar claramente es el promedio del 21 en los 229. Así que si eres muy alcista en Solana a corto plazo, quieres definitivamente cerrar por encima de tu promedio del 21, que está en los 299 en 7 horas. y con eso te va a dar un movimiento muy probablemente a los 236. Puedes ver que la volatilidad tuvo esta expansión, pero está reseteándose una vez más, está yendo a donde el promedio, y como el momentum está apuntando a la alza, eso nos dice que estamos ante un movimiento de consolidación antes de dar continuación. Así que Solamis se ve muy bien, es cosa de simplemente ver el rango en el que estás. Muy probablemente el precio vaya a ranguear tantito más, puede hacer un chop por acá, 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 e ir a buscar esos nuevos altos históricos. Y aparte, el objetivo que tenemos, donde encontramos bastantes relaciones, es en la mensual con el HPDR. Una vez que lo ponemos, donde vemos que la parte alta del 50% está en 851. Ese es nuestro objetivo a muy largo plazo, pero mínimo la media en los 300 nos dice que tenemos una muy buena probabilidad de ir a testear esta media mensual en los $300, creando un máximo histórico. Así que ahí tienen los Solamis. Vamos a ver Mercado Libre. Como de que no, voy a poner Meli por acá. Vamos a darnos una vuelta a ver qué es lo que nos tiene Alex. All right, sir.
Nice. Very nice. So yeah, we're at a very important spot for Mercado Libre, if I said that right.
Oh, very nice. Holy shit balls.
But I'm saying I'm the Mexican. No, but it is looking okay. We really want this area to hold though. And this is something we were talking about. Like, it's the $1,800 level is going to be pretty crucial for bulls to hold that. And luckily for us right now, it'll be kind of easy to gauge this because very simply put, the SMA 200 on the daily has been just grinding and holding this entire time. And luckily for us now, it's matching up very nicely right around that meme support line, which remember is just based on the support we tried to form here, lost it here. Anytime we deviate this, it just leads to big dumps down. We see it rejected here, came down, rejected even there. And then once we broke out, we see that's kind of what sparked the move, right? We got a daily closure above and we didn't stop until we reached, a new all-time high right around, $2,160. And so now what we have is it's looking slightly, concerning because we're at the last stand for bulls. I'll just be frank. Like, when we're gauging it on a weekly here, which I'll go back to the daily, but going to the weekly, it's like we've lost the weekly 9. We're rejecting the resistance at 2,000. And we're now at the EMA 34, which if anyone understands how I use the EMAs, we're kind of at the last stand here. While also volatility is basing and giving us a one read of 0 volatility. Let's see what happened the last time this occurred. Oh, it was right during this pump. Last time we had the same volatility read here. Once we expanded, it actually led to a, let's see here. Yeah, nice 21% move. So we're getting that same volatility set up on the weekly. It's just going to be really important for bulls to hold this. Something to just note here is, as long as this wick low is holding, then any longs in this region can just be taken and you just have a stop here because if we end up breaking this wick low, what will happen is, going back to the daily now, we're now falling under the meme line. We're now, under the EMA 100. We're rejecting that EMA 9, EMA 100, and EMA 5. Let me take the EMA 5 off so I don't confuse anyone. I do think we can easily get a bounce from this point. The question will be, do we rally up and maybe hit, that 2,000 and roll over? Or do we actually start reclaiming the daily EMA 9, which would mean we're reclaiming the daily EMA 100? It's really simple. I mean, if we reclaim the daily EMA 9 and 100, then that at least will give bulls somewhat of control again. But as long as we're rejecting that and we're below it, then I do think it's wiser to start looking in this zone for a potential long with an easy stop at this wick low. For me, this could just be in a range though. So we have, support at 1,800, resistance right at 2,010. So we easily could just chop in here, go up, fall down, chop. But since we are getting a volatility set up on the weekly, we go here on the 5-day, we're getting a very big volatility setup. We have, let's see here, 3, 4, 5, 6 days or 6 sessions of 5 candle closings of 0 volatility. I mean, last time we had something similar was around here where we had 4, 5 if you count this one. Let's see the reaction there. So we broke out. We went right up to 15%, didn't fully reset. So I'll take it from here. No, I'll be safe. I'll take it from here, and I'll take it from when we broke out here, when we went to the extremes. Yeah, I mean, so that moved 31%, depending on how you're looking at it. You could argue 40, I'll be conservative. So this 5-day setup gave us a 31% move. Why is this important? Well, if we end up going down 31%, let's say we break down. I mean, from where we're at now, let's just see where that would potentially take us. So, I mean, 20% would go right to that 5-day EMA 100, about a 31%. Remember, this is a bigger setup than here that printed 31%. So hypothetically, it would be bigger. And we can see here a 31% would actually drop us to, and it'd be a pretty aggressive drop, but that would take us to that 5-day SMA 200 at right around $1,300. That to me is going to be acting as a major opportunity for, MELI. Simply put, it's just been an area where bulls have just defended it on this, major dump down. This was from wick low 21%. From here all the way down was a 20%, and then from here this front ran it slightly, was 26%. Why is this important? Well, because even on these very, very big moves down, we're still having the major levels hold. And so for me, it's going to be really important to see where bulls actually, take this and where we can get a daily closure today. We can actually pop up, get back, like I said, above the EMA 100 and the EMA 9. Then it's going to start looking really constructive and good. Breaking down, getting any kind of closing basis, even like a 4-hour, back under that $1,800, to me is going to be the first sign that this is going to break down. The second sign will be it'll confirm the breakdown once we break this line here, which is this wick low. That should act as some kind of bottom here, if we're truly going to, hold and go up from here. And this volatility setup I talked about will expand to the upside. But until then, we're just at a very precarious spot. Let's check that monthly as well. And what you'll see is that we're right on that monthly 9. And so this is going to be extremely important. And this just ties into why I do think, longing here isn't dumb. But as long as you just know where you're wrong, which in my opinion would just be the last month's wick low, then we could easily come down, maybe hit 1,800. But as long as the monthly still holds the EMA 9, this is still in my bull market criteria, but it is slightly looking weaker considering the weekly has already lost that. We're now at the last stand before we go, in my opinion, back down to that $1,600 level. And then we'll just take it from there. And if it, volatility starts expanding and we start really dumping, then yeah, I do think that $1,300 level will come into play, and that should act as an opportunity. We start losing, let's say, this SMA 200 on the weekly here. Then I'm going to be calling this, I'm going to be looking at MELI as in a bear market now, because, that would mean then the daily has fully lost all major moving averages. The monthly is all the way down, under 1,300, which would mean that the monthly has, very healthily closed below the EMA 34 in the monthly. We know last time this occurred, we did pump up again, hit the EMA 9 on the monthly, but then at that point, falling through gave us a direct move to that EMA 100 on the monthly. And so that's why if you're trading this, you really want to see a bounce. You want to see $1,800 hold, and you just want to have a tight stop here, because what you don't want is, especially on the monthly too, this volatility to start expanding. Then that means we have a 5-day, a weekly, a monthly, and I'm sure we have then a 2-week as well. Let's see. Approaching it. So, we're still contracting, and this will probably come down next session below 15%. Let me see here. So now that we understand that with my meme lines, we understand there's a volatility setup. We do understand that this is a big point for bulls to hold. Then let's just check what the HBDR is showing us now. And so we can kind of see the HBDR, we're really close. We're holding the blue zone for now, and so that's why I don't see why we can't get a nice bounce up to this 1,930, if not even closer to that median, which is lining up with the daily EMA 34 right at 1,968. But then again, remember, that's going to be very crucial. It's do we rally up and reject harshly, breaking this low here, and then coming all the way down, and then getting a bigger bounce, or do we actually start reclaiming this on a daily and then just consolidating above? That'll be like if we start reclaiming that EMA 100 in the daily 9, then yeah, maybe the breakdown scenario doesn't occur, and then maybe we need to start looking for, you know, another setup potentially once we start reclaiming that 2000, because we know simply once that 2000 does get reclaimed, I mean, the stock does like to move. I mean, here it reclaimed it, moved. I mean, it moved $100. Here, reclaimed it, moved $140. And even simply here, it moved from when we closed above another $50. And it doesn't seem like a lot, but like these $100 moves are still over 6 to 7%. Definitely tradable events. So yeah, that's it. You just want to really watch the slow. You don't want this to get lost, which would mean that we're losing that daily SMA 200. Do I think that people should be longing here? Probably not, because then if you're longing here, you're front running the reclaim of these moving averages, the 9, the 100. And then ideally then that would play into us getting back above the 34. But what you don't want to do is hope and front run it thinking that this is going to be some higher low, because then that often acts as like traps for bulls, right? We can just visually see that. We came down, made this low. We came down, made another low. Bulls are going to be looking at this as the higher low. They want to break this high for the higher high break. Overall, just make, you know, the trend did shift, right? After we broke this last lower high. But now bulls are trying to pop it back into an uptrend. And in doing so, they'd want to see this bounce literally right around here. It can go a little lower, of course, but as long as this low is holding, then this will just be looked at as a higher low. See now the 2-week. So very much like what I was saying here on the higher time frames, we even see that median on the 2-week is now at 2,183. Very far away currently from where price is at. And this 2 weeks closing in 2 days. And so we'll have to see if this just leads to another, deviation of the EMA 9 on the 2-week. And then therefore, then we should be gauging that EMA 21, which again comes in nicely with that area I was talking about, right around that close low 1800s, which, kind of ideally this will move up every daily close. And if this can just start grinding up closer to the mean line like this, starts going up the SMA 200, and then we could start finding good confluence in the 2-week EMA 21, along with that daily SMA 200. An area, MELI, like MELI, likes to at least find some bottoms, right here as well. If I can take this off right here, and then if there are any other times since we broke above, no, but even breaking back above that SMA 200 led to a big rally. I mean, had you just like longed the reclaim here, with ease, you would have caught a 23% move. Long this here at the SMA 200, you would have caught with ease a 36% move. And even here on this last dump, it still bounced pretty nice, and you would have caught a 22% move. And so I hope, we can just like see that this is a pretty big level. Big moves happen from here. That's why we don't want to get too bearish, but it's not looking the best. It's not uber bullish, like it was a few weeks ago when we were looking at it over here. It's definitely broken down, and we're now in that point where bulls really could win and bears could win. But for now, in my opinion, statistically, we're at a bigger chance of going more down to that $1,700 to $1,800. But I do think we can get a lower time frame rally back up. We go to the 4-hour. I do think we easily can go and retest this zone here. And that is simply put what MELI likes to do, especially on the 4-hour. Loses that SMA 200, which granted I only like really viewing the SMA 200 on the higher time frame. So let's take that off so there's no confusion. But focus on that EMA 100. And that has been rejecting us solidly. And now we're below. We've rallied up to the 4-hour 9. And so bears are really going to want to try to reject us here, not taking out this last rejection high. So in that, I do think that the daily can easily rally up to, let's say, $1,936. But then you're going to really be watching closely to see if we reclaim that level or not. Because if we end up rejecting that, then that could lead to a bigger move. And then in doing so, I think we could easily test the 80%, which then would line up nicely with that SMA 200. And at that point, you only have you have like a 10% chance of going down, breaking down to that 1700, which means we're breaking that low. That's why to me, it seems like the better trade to try to punt along here than the shorted here, just simply because we're, what's your risk to reward here? It's like you're going to lose 1% to potentially make, even if we go back all the way up up here to the meme line, that's 13%, or even simply here, that's 8%, or even here, that's 5%. So you're, always getting a good RR with these tight stops, and you just have to understand kind of the liquidity games in the charts. But for now, it's holding the 50%, so I don't see why we can't get a rally up to this zone. But then at that point, we have to be cautious of just a harsh rejection leading down to that 80%, which is that daily SMA 200. Let me see how the quarterly is. This is interesting because the quarterly here is now under the median, right? And so we've been pretty healthily above for 3, 6, 9 months now. This will be actually kind of telling, and right, this is in 20 days, so we'll have to wait, but this will just be kind of telling to see if we lose the quarterly median, because then we would have a target back down to that $1,600, which again could just line up nicely with, I believe, what we were seeing, I think, on the 2-week, where that SMA, that EMA 100 is right around, that next level we get on the quarterly, right around that $1,300. Maybe we wick down to that 1,266, but I mean, just remember, if the 2 weeks starts losing this EMA 34, then it's going to really give us the chance or probabilities of us testing this EMA 100, which if, bulls can just consolidate us a little more, this 2-week EMA 100 will move up, giving us at least not as of a dramatic dump, because, we haven't tested this weekly EMA 100, this 2-week
That's
EMA
where the weekly is.
a long time. Is that where the weekly is? Let's say. That would be a good confluence. But then even, you have that SMA 200, right, where that 2-week EMA 100 is, right? The 2-week EMA 100 is where at 1,380. If we go to the weekly here, we can see, okay, well, yeah, we have that EMA 100, which should be your first spot, a area of interest, 90%, the meme line, and then the EMA 100. But in losing that, then yeah, I don't see why we won't eventually go back down to that $1,300 level. And so if I can just tie this in a nice bow, MELI is looking bearish. You need to be aware of that, because in doing so, losing this weekly 9 inherently starts giving us the bear market vibes, or at least a macro top vibe. I say that because, anytime this weekly 9 gets lost, it just bleeds into the monthly 9 potentially getting lost. That's kind of my criteria for stocks and crypto. If, we start losing the monthly 9, we often do get big dumps down. Like you can see here, we opened at 1,527. We wicked below the EMA 9 and then dumped all the way to the 21, where that held as a support. Even here, losing the 9, monthly 9, really dumped us hard all the way down. And then we found a bottom at the 34 for a little bit, and then fell through that. So, you just want to be really mindful of where we're at. It is bearish. The monthly median, we're now under it. We're at the last spot, kind of, where, bulls need to step in to hold this area. On top of it, the 2-week is giving us a volatility setup soon, which we haven't really seen since 2023. Well, we already have a weekly volatility setup, a 5-day volatility setup. I do wonder if we have a 3-day volatility setup. But so it is expanding now. And again, just guiding our bias on why this is more bearish. So I do think we can easily bounce. We just want to see where this bounce will take us. Any daily closures back above 2,000 mitigates the downside targets. But as long as we're under there, especially on a daily close, then you just have to be really mindful that, for me now, the next level does seem like it wants to at least go back to the daily and test that SMA 200, especially when you do see it just corresponding nicely with the 80%. Could just act like a magnet. But, for now, I do think we can get a bounce. I want to see either a big rejection leading to this test or a reclaim. And then I'm wrong. And, this is a higher low and bulls were correct again. So that's kind of the environment we're in. But it is something to be cautious about. Falling and breaking down was it definitely did break down the chart and just make it look a lot weaker. And especially when you have the 9 and the 100 right here, the EMA 9, the EMA 100, the median, the 21, the 34, all clustering. It's going to act like a magnet for price. But then any rallies into the zone need to act as like strong resistance. Just simply because visually you can just see all the shit it needs to reclaim before even going back to the major resistance at 2,000. So I'd gauge first just like that. I wouldn't short this. So I'd just be watching the SMA 200 as an opportunity. That's just what this chart's been telling us. And if we start losing this on a daily closure, then what we should be gauging then is lower. And lower for me would probably mean that, yeah, the weekly ends up falling, closing under the 34. And then, we probably end up breaking this low. And then at that point, we have to really gauge the $1,600 level. If not, all the way down to that $1,300 level. But it's going to first be dependent on that weekly EMA 100. But, it's like if you get a 5-day, a weekly, all those volatility setups firing off, I truly don't know what that could mean for MELI. And that's why I don't think it's too degenerate to start talking about lower prices down here. Considering the 3-day is already expanding, which could easily bleed into like that 5-day expanding, which is a big one. I mean, that's a big setup. You'll have more of a bias though if we get a 5-day closure back under that EMA 34 too. So again, bulls just really want to step up here. I know I'm talking about like the SMA 200 bouncing, and yes, we easily could bounce from there, and that should be our first point. But I mean, even coming back here is like wouldn't be a good sign. So that's why if you do end up longing this, try to long it as close to this wick low as possible, and just be okay to be wrong on that. Because if we are wrong and we start losing this and falling through, then for me at least, taking the rainbow chart off, there's really not going to be nothing. There's not much but air until $1,500. So just be mindful of that. That's kind of what I see. It's not a terrible chart, and it's definitely not like uber bearish, but it's definitely not uber bullish either. And I definitely think like if we do end up getting these pullbacks, this is something that we should all be gauging, because this chart is very strong, especially with what we know. It being like a super big retail internet chain where they sell kind of everything or clothes. I don't know what explicitly they sell specifically, but it is still strong. And I mean, this thing loves to hold that quarterly 9. And where is that quarterly 9 coming? Right around? Oh, look at that. Right around that $1,572, which lines up with what Alejandro was saying, right around that EMA 100. And then that also could give us from this wick high, we'll just take it, that actual move down to closer to that 30%, similar to what we saw last time we had a weekly volatility setup, where this moved us 30%. This one here from expansion here, this one moved us 31%, as I showed. So, I mean, it's good confluence, I guess. And also getting that quarterly EMA 9 tap, that's pretty massive. You can just see, I mean, it's just been an opportunity. So you'll have to really wait and see. It's going to be patience that'll pay for this chart. But in doing so, I don't think trying to catch an aggressive long is wise, personally. I think trying to just be on the side of, the overall macro trend, which is still up. And we just formed a higher high last quarter. And so we want to gauge where this higher low is going to be. And in my opinion, I do think that this zone could form the higher low. We get the new quarterly open. Maybe we come down aggressively, form a wick, and then come up. This will then just keep overall the trend, and we're not then breaking the last higher low here at 1,326. But something to know.
I'm sorry. The other place where you seem to find a lot of confluence on everything that you've gone through is that like 1,260 something, $1,300. So that could be like a worst case scenario in my view of like that higher low for sure.
And I'm glad you bring this up, because this is what I was about to say. The issue with that scenario, and I agree, I do think we get a bigger bounce, but the issue is if we go back down to this low, is we're now breaking the quarterly uptrend, right? We have a higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and that's what I was about to say. Like, I do think like we will get some reaction there. Of course, we have that SMA 200. It's a major level, but then at that point, the quarterly is now then shifted, which then could tie into what I see as potentially the beginnings of a bear market for this. But until then, it's still an uptrend, and the quarterly is still looking good. And it would make sense after a higher high to get a higher low. And I'm a simple man, so I don't want to bet that the higher low is going to be at a mean line. I'd rather just take it to where it's always been, which is at that EMA 9. And so for now, we will gauge the 1,600 to like $1,570 level as an opportunity. We start losing that, then yeah, we really need to be cautious of the fact that this overall uptrend on the macro quarterly chart could shift. And then at that point, then you need to look for the lower high. You know, which could mean, yeah, the quarterly, I mean, the weekly does get a bounce from the SMA 200, but then, right, we could easily dump. All right, now the uptrend on the quarterly is broken, but then we get a bounce, and this is where everyone gets trapped because they're slow to trend shifts. And then at this point, we rally up, everyone's longing, and then we just reject the EMA 100, a place that's been holding us as support, into resistance. This probably is going to grind more up, right? So it's going to be more closer to the meme line. So maybe then we end up actually going a little higher, and then that's going to be the lower high on like the quarterly. If we go view that here, you know, then that could just be a lower high on the quarterly. Bounces here, breaks the higher low, comes up, everyone's bullish, and then this is where the academy is going to be like, well, wait, we are now trend shifting on the quarterly. So technically speaking, we should be then on a lower high watch. But until then, watch and gauge the quarterly 9 for the higher low.
That also looks like the McDonald's top from Bitcoin on the quarterly.
McDonald's. Oh yeah, the M pattern. It took me a minute.
Well, you don't even on the first one as a whole. You have remember when Bitcoin reached $64,000? Just consider the first and the highest high on the left, where your arrow is, right? Like that's just one exactly. And then on the other side, you have like the other higher highs on the right side completely. That's what Bitcoin did identical before it reversed. And normally these are reversal patterns. Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
You know, speaking of the McDonald's pattern and all the McDonald's memes with crypto, McDonald's has made more money off of Bitcoin than 99.9% of crypto investors because of all the free media they're getting.
That's true. Though.
In 2021, it was calculated that they got more than $2 billion worth of free media.
Seriously?
Well, yeah, with everyone saying that we're gonna be broke and go work at McDonald's, who didn't create like the McDonald's uniforms as a meme and all that stuff, right?
Yeah,
Plan C.
My guy Nayib Bukele was posting about working at McDonald's.
Yeah,
imagine how much that's worth. President of a country posts memes about working at McDonald's.
Donald Trump did that.
Do you guys remember Plan B, where he'd sell his Plan B hats? And
yeah,
he made all his money off the hats.
Plan C, and it was a McDonald's hat. I thought that was funny.
Even Michael Saylor was posting about working at McDonald's.
Yeah. With his tiny little hands.
You know, what's nice about this monthly too is we know that the EMA 34 often acts as kind of like that last stand, right? So like what would be funny is to see this also grind up more, go up more to that $1,500 level. Because then at that point, you know, it'd be cool to see like that monthly 34 hold, just like it did here and here, you know, and that was acted like bottoms. And that way, then we don't violate the quarterly uptrend. We get that bounce. We do finally, you know, hit the EMA 34 on the monthly, which hasn't occurred since October of 2023. We're also retesting that EMA 100 right around this zone, which we'll have to see where this moves because this is just like all of them move. And then, you know, at that point, this has marked big bottoms. And then going back to that quarterly, this is very strong support. Like I may even dabble spot here if we get this and it holds. But if we don't, then I'm going to be looking for the lower high and we're going to short the hell out of this because I do then think easily we can come back down, you know, to closer to $1,000, which, you know, the most money, in my opinion, and this is something people can know, the most amount of money I've ever made in trading is when I'm early to a trend shift. Always. And it's funny because, you know, that's like when the real money is made. Why? Because, you know, newbies, people don't recognize trend shifts when they happen and then they're late to the party. It's like musical chairs. You don't want to be the last one in that chair, essentially. So for me, if we get that trend shift on the quarterly, then this could just be an easy short. Because then when we do get that big bounce and we get that lower high, everyone's going to be bullish on it because it's been very strong. But then at that point, it could just make an easy short with a stop at the high. We know the quarterly is in a downtrend now.
Oh yeah, it would be dirty, but it would just be the market. That's how it plays.
And it'd be cool to identify that. Oh.
Question: do you want to do Nvidia or Tesla?
I do Nvidia.
Let's go. Perfecto. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So Farhan will do Tesla. Excellent. But right now we got ETH coming up.
Perfect.
Vale, pues, estamos viendo Mercado Libre. Esta es una tabla semanal. Simplemente quiero poner esto enfrente de todos ustedes rápidamente. Es más. Ok. Pueden ver que Mercado Libre ha tocado un máximo histórico en los 2160. Habíamos tenido estos topes en el 2021 y ahora estamos por encima, pero acabamos de caer. Y la pregunta es, si nos acercamos, ¿vamos a subir o vamos a caer? porque pueden ver que estamos en una tendencia claramente alcista, con bajos más altos, con altos más altos, pero atención, acá estamos un poco rompiendo estructura. Tienes estos altos, voy a poner una absoluta hermosa línea meme por acá. Tenemos estos altos y podemos ver que este fue un acercamiento a los mismos, pero más abajo. Entonces, esto nos pudo haber dicho que podría ser un cambio de tendencia si creamos este alto, este bajo, este alto y creamos un bajo más bajo. Esto sería un cambio de tendencia a lo que estamos viendo aquí en la semanal. Atentos, solamente digo atentos para empezar esto. Vamos a empezar con la trimestral, como siempre. Ya saben que nos encanta ver todo desde lejos para poder tener una clara idea de lo que estamos viendo y lo que está pasando. Tenemos ese gran pico, ese gran techo blanco en el pecho que llegó, perdón, sobre todo las señoritas que están viendo esto, que no puedo creer cuántas hay en no sé cómo me encontraron, discúlpenme. Tenemos esta zona donde hizo techo, después cayó creando un bajo más alto, lo pueden ver de este, y después continuó la tendencia alcista. Se fue de el fondo por acá, de los $600 a los $2,000. Impresionante corrida que tuvo Mercado Libre. Ahora, vamos a poner rápidamente nuestros promedios. Estamos viendo que estamos por encima del 9. Entonces, ¿por qué dices, Alejandro, que esto podría ser un cambio de tendencia? Siempre les he dicho esto, mientras más te acercas a la temporalidad de algo, más te va a contar el cuento. Por ejemplo, voy a brincar de la de 3 meses a la diaria y quiero que vean esto. ¿Qué es lo que está pasando acá? Hemos absolutamente creado una vela de tope. Tienes 1, 2, 3 confirmaciones a la baja y aquí más acumulación y luego otra caída. Esto básicamente, y estando abajo de todos los promedios importantes, nos está demostrando que muy probablemente Mercado Libre, porque también tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, que Mercado Libre esté básicamente cambiando y revertiendo su tendencia. Importante, vean cómo el promedio del S&P 200 está en los 1778, que va también junto con esta línea meme. Lo hemos tocado ya una vez. Si venimos a tocarlo otra vez, chances hay de que se vaya a romper a la baja. Pero también esta línea meme diagonal, bastante importante para el precio de Mercado Libre, en mi opinión, y también para que puedan checar varias cosas. Del 3 meses, y ahorita voy a ir una por una. Vamos a la de un mes. En la de un mes vemos un poco de lo mismo. Estamos justamente rebotando en el promedio de las 9, pero podemos ver que estamos empezando a caer y tal vez vayamos a retestarlo una vez más. ¿Nos va a aguantar? Es la pregunta del millón, ¿no? Porque si caemos de este promedio de la 9, el siguiente está en los 1643, que es el 21, que va a subir. Obviamente con el próximo cierre, a este cierre le faltan 20 días y 4 horas, pero importante tenerlo en mente. La volatilidad está en un punto muy bajo y está abajo del 15%, lo que nos da un target una vez que se empiece a expandir, un objetivo, un setup una vez que comience la expansión de la volatilidad, sea a la alza o a la baja, atentos. Si vamos rápido a la semanal, podemos ver que en la semanal venimos de este periodo de volatilidad nula y luego tuviste esta expansión. Vamos a ver qué hizo, justamente arriba del 15%. De acá, no fue tanto el golpe. Ahora sí que para que vean, esto no lo considera tanto. Es un 10%, nada mal. Pero solamente expandió al 60%. Así que también no fue una expansión potente como loca. Y ahora tienes el mismo cero, pero vienes de más abajo en la semanal, en la volatilidad. Y ahorita estás en 5%. Así que vamos a ver dónde exactamente nos va a dar el empuje, si va a ser a la alza o a la baja. Eso es la volatilidad semanal. Pero también quiero que vean la confluencia de esto. La línea meme también tiene este promedio del 55 que está justo acá. Recuerden, ¿cómo usamos nuestros promedios? Si rompes el 9, el siguiente que te debe cachar es el 21. Si no, el 34 sino el 55, luego te queda el 100 o el SMA 200. Es lo que nosotros usamos y pueden ver que literalmente es lo que pasa. Se rompe el 9, caes al 21, el 21, 34, 34, 55, 55, 100. No tocaste el 200. Aquí sí. Mientras más se separan estas cosas, más peligrosos se vuelven estos movimientos, porque si en verdad pierdes el promedio de los 200, que es lo que pasa, y ahora mucha gente lo está viendo ahorita y ve lo lejos que está y dice no hay manera, pero es lo que pasa en mercados bajistas. Pasó acá en el 2022, perdimos el 200, venimos, hicimos un rally y volvimos a perderlo una vez más. Si lo pueden ver, es la línea morada. Entonces, perder el 200 sería brutal acá. ¿Dónde está la línea en la arena en este trade? Básicamente lo que estás esperando a ver es si esto va a cambiar y va a volverse alcista o si va a ser bajista. Y cuando nos acercamos más en temporalidades más cortas, podemos ver acá que tenemos un setup de volatilidad que se está dando por acá, que viene de volatilidad nula por encima del 15% y eso se dio acá. ¿Ok? ¿Y qué pasó en ese movimiento? Para arriba. Otro 20% de abajo a abajo. Pero de nuevo, esto no ha expandido oficialmente con fuerza y ahora se está yendo de lado. Atención, que esto podría ser, recuerden que la volatilidad se puede revertir, ir a la baja y cambiar todo esto. Vamos a ver en la de 2 días. En la de 2 días están viendo un poco de lo mismo, la volatilidad apuntando para abajo, es a lo que vamos. Y acá hemos perdido todos nuestro promedio del 21, 34, 9, 55 y tenemos el 100 justamente en la zona de los 1800. Lo que nosotros estamos pensando y simplemente basado en la diaria, creo que es la tabla que yo estaría viendo. ¿Por qué? Uno, tienes todos estos cruces aquí arriba. Normalmente cuando esto pasa, en verdad, cuando el precio rebota y regresa acá, eso es un bearish retest y eso nos daría continuación a la baja. Sería más fácil aquí y la gente dirá, pues si abro un short acá, ¿me va a ir bien? No, porque tu invalidación está hasta acá arriba. Es bastante grande. Pero si abres un long en esta zona de los, digamos, 1800, tienes una invalidación fácil con esta vela y que también coincide con el promedio de los 200. Si llegas a barrer esta vela a la baja en los 1749, muy probablemente esto vaya a dar continuación a la baja, la tendencia alcista esté rota y eso nos diga que vamos para abajo. Pero si vienes, aguantas y retomas estos niveles y vas al 200, va a cambiar la cosa por completo. Digo, al 2000, porque eso diría que esto está en una tendencia alcista. ¿Por qué lo decimos? En el promedio, en la diaria podemos ver cómo estamos muy por debajo de nuestra media. Rebotamos de la zona verde a la zona azul y ahorita justamente estamos en la zona azul viendo si vamos a poder aguantar o no. El fondo de la zona azul está en 1879, que también coincide con esa línea que viene para arriba. Pero la confluencia de todos estos promedios, el 21, el 30 34, 55, la media y el 21 estando acá, nos dicen que probablemente vayamos a venir por esta zona, nos rechace y vayamos a buscar más abajo. Es lo que nosotros estamos viendo, básicamente, con Mercado Libre. Está bastante agotado el movimiento, si lo pueden ver, el 95 está en 2.300, que es cerca de el tope. Eso nos quiere decir que esto lleva ya un rato calientito y necesita consolidar. Vamos a ver si consolida rompiendo estructura o si no. Yo creo que la línea en la arena más sencilla de poner es literalmente esta línea meme y el promedio de los 200 en la diaria. Pierdes el promedio de los 200 en la diaria en base de cierres y a la baja. Si no, acá tienes la oportunidad del long fuerte en los 1770. A ver si te lo toma y tu invalidación bastante corta, 1751, para ir a buscar una vez más el techo por acá. Este es un triángulo ascendente para los amigos fans que están aprendiendo apenas. Plano, el triángulo que va por acá y normalmente estos resultan en un breakout, pero vamos a ver por qué estás creando mínimos más bajos. La continuación sería arriba, es lo que favorece la probabilidad. Pero, de nuevo, acercándote puedes ver lo en pedos que está Mercado Libre en este momento. Entonces, déjame prendo el HPDR en esta. Así estás en el 80% a la baja. También no tienes tanto camino a la baja en esto. Sí, o sea, esto da un chingo de confluencia que esta zona va a ser buena y tal vez aguante. Y aparte la invalidación que es tan hermosa, esta sería la zona de long. No acá, ni tampoco short acá. Esta sería la oportunidad grande del mercado libre por ahora. Ok, interesante. Oh, buena herramienta el HPDR, brother. Una lástima, cuesta $800. Ok, vale. Eso es mercado libre. Ahí lo tienen. Bastante sencillo, damas y caballeros. Bastante sencillo para todos ustedes. Pero bueno. Ok, we are going, señor Farhan. We are doing Ethereum, right?
Yeah.
Save. Oh, 1 second. Sorry. You're not on stage. That's why. There you go.
Share my screen.
Let's see how ETH is doing.
Let's see this fucking piece of shit.
I got some shit for that failed ETH setup. It is what it is, though. The only people who mention some shit are lobotomized morons who don't realize every single trade is not going to hit.
Yeah, this is important. Why? And you guys send it on the alerts to have your stop losses and your criteria for the stop loss. If the criteria for the stop loss, which is keep an eye on the 1 hour EMA 200, like 100, and you don't know how to do that, don't enter that trade.
Like, sir, I was the one who told you to long this shit on 25x leverage.
And that
also, I think that's important too, because a lot of people still haven't found that's a conversation to have with everyone on the course. Remember, guys, that tomorrow we're gonna have a class. So 7 a.m. for 4 hours. We'll see your asses here.
Yes.
Those are my favorite ones, actually.
Yeah.
Me too. I enjoy the shit out of those. So I'm excited.
7 a.m. to that's
It's
LA
4
time.
hours.
So
7.
LA
That's
time,
LA
so
time.
I'm trying to calculate what time it is in Texas. 9 a.m.
It would be 9. Yeah.
9.
Nice. All right, so on the quarterly, we are still above this meme line right now. This is my confirmation for a breakout if we close the quarterly over this meme line. The first stop is going to be the median, which right now is right at all-time highs at 48.81. Very, very likely we get some type of reaction here, even if we're still bullish. We probably pull back a little bit. What could happen is that we tap the median, rejected, come back down, hit this meme line, use this to spring back up, and that would still be very bullish. It wouldn't break the structure at all. I mean, technically, the structure is not broken as long as we don't close below 2,112 right now on the quarterly. Momentum is starting to shift back up, basing off of this moving average. Volatility is coming from very low levels. It's expanding from 15%, which is considered extreme lows, and once it gets over the moving average, that's when you confirm volatility expansion. So we have volatility expansion with momentum to the upside on the quarterly. The last time we've had that was off of the lows from $1,000 when we moved up to $4,000. So we got a 4x off that same setup before. So as of right now, like my target for Ethereum is if we close a monthly over $4,000, I have somewhere between $5,500 and $6,100, which is not even a 2x from here. So the last time this setup fired off, it gave us a 4x. So 2x is pretty reasonable. Right now on the monthly, we've reclaimed this bottom 38.2, and now we're basing off of it. We're getting a little bit of rejection, but we're still above the 38.2. As long as we're above the 38.2, this median is going to be a magnet for price action. Right now, the median sits at $5,100, and momentum is starting to sort of shift down, but it's still above the moving average, so it's not exactly bearish yet. If it breaks below the moving average on a close, then we'd have to shift bias over to a more bearish posturing. Right now, it's still in the bull's control. Well, volatility is pointed up, and you see the jewel is about to flip back around too. It momentarily kicked out of the bullish control zone, but once this flips around and it switches to cyan, it's almost certainly going to get back into the bullish control zone. And because we already have one deviation from the bullish control zone, next time it breaks in, it's going to go very likely significantly higher, probably to the critical zone. That lines up with ETH hitting the median at $5,100. Probably somewhere between 4,800 and 5,100, we get a correction, probably a consolidation phase, and then hit the top 38.2. Right now, the top 38.2 is a kind of a ridiculous number. It's very likely going to move down. Right now, it's at $8,400. And if just to throw like a number out there, I don't really have any much stats to back it, but I think the top for the cycle on Ethereum is probably gonna be somewhere between 8 and 9,000. I don't think it's gonna go to 10,000 like everybody thinks it's gonna go to. And I think like once it does hit that top, it's gonna be a very like sharp rejection, and then it's gonna be basically very difficult to sell that top. I'm thinking somewhere around like 8,000 is where it's going to be the easier place to sell, because if it does hit 9,000, probably going to immediately reject and then drop a solid 15 or 20% like ETH usually does whenever it hits its cycle highs. We got to remember, ETH is still a shitcoin, despite being the second biggest cryptocurrency of the whole market. It's still a shitcoin, and it moves like a shitcoin. Like you see this massive dump right here. This is a shitcoin dump. 37.8%. In 1 month, in 2 weeks, 37.8% down to the downside. So you just lost more than 1/3 of your money in 2 weeks. It's a shitcoin. At the same time, Bitcoin didn't move anywhere near that. Bitcoin moved down 33% in several months. This thing moved down 37% in 2 weeks. Right now, we are still above the blue 38.2. So as long as we're holding above that, we're still technically bullish. This is not the most pretty candle though. It's looking like a little bit of a shooting star. But if it closes above the 38.2, like yes, we'll get a pullback, but very likely it's going to pull back to the 38.2, use that as a spring, and continue that higher, which is the top 38.2 is currently around $3,400, which is very similar. I believe it's the long alert that Alex gave out to the community, entry around like 3,400, right? If you can correct me.
Yeah.
So if it does close like this, very likely it's going to hit this area, 34s, and then use that as a spring upwards, probably to that 5,100 median on the monthly.
That's our TP, 5,000, I think 100.
Beautiful. On the 2-week, momentum is just about to enter into bullish control, while volatility's flipped up to support it. The jewel is now breaking out of bearish control. It's giving you the cyan buy. The last time we had the jewel break out of bearish control and give the cyan buy was back in January of 2023, right after the Hamas setup. Whenever Ethereum went from about like 1,193 straight to $4,000. It's almost a 4x from there. Weekly is a little bit corrective. We closed over the 61.8. Now we're basing off of it, and we're basing off this meme line. So as long as we're above the 61.8, make sure we can come back and fill this wick, tap this meme line again. The probabilities are to the upside to the 78.6, which is just below our current all-time highs at 47.57. Does anybody else not find it very like weird how Bitcoin is $30,000 over its previous all-time highs, but ETH still hasn't been able to tap them?
So I've been saying it's either literally a shitcoin and it's about to die this cycle, or it's just mega lagging, and I'm on the camp it's just lagging.
Yeah, hopefully for Vitalik's sake.
Yeah.
His girlfriend needs new Birkin bags.
Apparently.
Are you sure the girlfriend and not him?
Who knows?
Matching Birkin bags. Fuck it.
There you go. That's the fucking spirit.
Apparently now it's cool for men to wear purses, so I can't.
It is. Football players wear them. Now you can't make fun of it. If you do, they'll break your face.
It's okay. I have the Sinaloa cartel in my back pocket. I'm not in Mexico, so I can say that.
Yeah, but you're going back. So
good lord.
Weekly is currently maintaining the bullish control. Like despite this move down, it's still flipped back up within bullish control, and volatility is pointed to the upside, supporting it. Volatility is only at 65%, so we can easily get another like nice pump from here before volatility is tapped out on the weekly. And the jewel is now entering into bullish control. The pink is about to cross over the yellow. It's about to fire off a nice buy setup on the jewel, assuming we hold this 61.8% at 70. At 3,700, like 2,720, give or take, we hold that area. Like it's not impossible to retest it. Actually, it's very likely to retest and refill this wick. But then from there, it's likely to use that as a spring to continue back to the current all-time highs. 5-day is giving us a nice bounce off of this correction, where it gave us bearish engulfing, and then we bounce off this meme line. We retested the meme line. Like this 5-day setup is basically what I'm expecting for the weekly. Like refill this wick. The 5-day did that, where it closed with a wick to the downside, and then it refilled it, and then used it as a spring to bounce upwards. Right now, momentum is breaking out of the bullish control in the 5-day, with volatility shifting down. But that's more of a bullish setup, considering that we're bouncing very heavily very aggressively while we're getting that setup. With this, we target the median, which we haven't hit yet. So about 3,884. But if we get any type of close over this median, with volatility as low as it is, so it's at 32%, we very likely at a minimum go up to the 61.8%, very likely higher though. But the 61.8% is going to be our first stop, which is currently at 4,527. Then from there, we probably, if we do get a reaction, pullback from there, probably come back down to the 50% at around 4,132. And then we'd use that as a spring towards the 78.6, which this Ethereum likes to top out at the 78.6 before it gets like a consolidation phase, like it did right here. And 78.6 is currently at just above 5,100 on the monthly median. It's at 5,199.
Very 20%.
Very interesting. And I'm sure most people know this, but the higher beta play with Ethereum would be Pepe. So if Ethereum is going to 5,100, Pepe is going to be absolutely flying.
Exactly.
Right now on the 2-day, we got a retest of this median. We got a retest of this meme line, and we're getting a spring off of it. And now we're currently above the median. If we do close above the median, because volatility is so low, it's at 11%, basically fully reset. Momentum is about to fully reset too after getting to pretty extreme areas. That would give us a move up towards that 78.6 very likely, which right now is at current all-time highs at $4,800. Hey, maybe I'll finally be able to open that bottle of Aileron at $5,000.
I hope so, for your own sake and for everyone's sake.
Oh, I'm gonna open it either way.
And hopefully this time you won't drink all of it in one session.
There's no way.
I can't promise that.
You
Yeah,
did do
exactly.
it. You did do it though.
There's a higher probability of Ethereum hitting $10,000 this cycle.
The daily currently is basing off of this bottom 38.2, and it's using it as a spring along with this meme line, and it's regaining the bottom 38.2. As long as it closes above this 38.2, which is at 3,694, I would say for me the bottom is very likely in, and we're going to retest these current highs. And what I like to see is that these current highs line up with this top 38.2, which is at 4,100. And our volatility is resetting, came back to almost 0%, like just above 0% at 1%. Momentum is resetting. At that point, if we close over 38.2, momentum is going to shift back up. It's going to have volatility support, and we're probably going to go up to that 78.6, which is that same $4,500 number. 4 hour has now reclaimed all of our major moving averages, invalidated the silver cost of the downside by closing over the 21 and 55. Now we're just getting a back test really. So we haven't really tapped the 21 or the 55 yet, but once we do, I'd expect it to use that as a spring higher. Like it might go a little bit lower. That'd just be a wick to the downside. Like wicks don't really matter. What matters is the closure. So if it wicks a little bit lower, I'd expect it to hit the 5, which is currently at 3,737. And then that would probably be a spring to go higher towards this 95%, which is at about like 4,066, 4,069. And momentum is breaking back. Momentum is breaking back into bullish control. It has volatility support. Jewels breaking out of the bearish control zone. It's looking like things are lining up for ETH to make its run.
For good old ETH.
It's gonna be so funny if my ETH play ended up being wrong, but right, but it was just early.
I hate when that happens because there's nothing you can do. You were wrong at that time. It fucking blows dick.
Being early is the same thing as being wrong.
Oh, yeah. I've been so early to so many different things. I fucking hate it. I'm the expert of being wrong by being early.
Check out this. This is one thing I've been watching for the longest time on Ethereum. The 3-month has possible hidden bullish divergence, which is going to confirm if we get a quarterly closure over 3,562. We get a quarterly closure over that. This divergence is going to confirm. This is the first time ETH has ever had hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. First time ever. Not even when we went from $150 to $4,800, we didn't do it off the back of hidden bullish divergence. That's pretty crazy. We're getting volatility.
Fucking nuts.
Yeah, it's insane. So now I'm like, maybe we go to 8,000 or 9,000. I still don't think 10,000, but that's the setup for 8,000 or 9,000. We're getting volatility expansion from very low levels, from 30%, lowest volatility Ethereum has ever had. If we get volatility expansion with hidden bullish divergence, like, we're probably going to get a very aggressive move. And I'm sure people know whenever ETH likes to move, it really moves. Like most of the time, it's just going sideways like a stable coin. But when it does move, it gets like from here, where it went from $1,500 to like 4,100, or here when it went from 150 to 4,800. And when it did this move in the in 2023, when it went from 1,500 to 4,100, it did it off of contracting volatility. The only time that Ethereum has had expanding volatility on the quarterly with the move up was back in the 2020 rally, when it went from 152 to $4,800. And now we're coming from even lower levels of volatility than we did back then. And targets we can get from this divergence, first one would be the bullish control zone, but since we're so close to it and we have such low volatility, it's probably going to hit the critical zone. Right now, the bullish control zone sits at our current all-time highs at 48.31, which we probably get a reaction from. And then keep in mind, this number is going to go down a lot because it's going to take a good amount of time to play out. So don't think this is the target. But this is only relevant if we do it in the next 20 days. It's at 14,400. Only relevant if it happens in the next 20 days.
I don't know what you're talking about. George told me that he was going to 15,000, and you know what? He's been right all along. So
time to take out max out the credit cards and start spending it.
Of course, dude, you can absolutely spend as much money as you want. You're gonna make the money. Don't worry.
Oh yeah,
guaranteed.
Sure. And you just go on your phone and you block Margin from calling you. Monthly already has hidden bullish divergence confirmed. We've hit the first target of the bullish control zone. Volatility is still not expanding yet, while the jewel is starting to flip around. So that gives us probabilities of hitting the critical zone. Critical zone right now is at 77.13, which is a more reasonable number. So it's just a small 100% move rate. Weekly, 2-week also has confirmed hidden bullish divergence, and we're expanding already on the volatility from very low levels, from like 10%. That gives us a target of the critical zone. This number is, I'm not comfortable saying, but it's at 10,177. This is going to move down a lot. Very likely it moves down to somewhere around 6,000, because this is a 2-week chart, so it's going to take several candles to play out. Each one of the candles is 2 weeks, probably about 3 to 4 months before it actually plays out. Weekly, nothing. 5-day has confirmed bullish divergence. We've basically already hit the critical zone though, so you can't really get a nice target off of that. And 5-day has some silver cross to the upside. We have yet to retest this 9 EMA though. I guess you can count this as a retest, but it's kind of a front run of it. But we still have not actually tested it after the silver cross went off. So that gives you more reason to be a little cautious, unless we close a candle, 5-day candle over 4,100. Then the retest is out of the picture, and we're probably just going to go straight up. Right now, the critical zone sits at 4,108. So right now, the setup is still for hitting that critical zone at 4,108. But you would look for that to be a local top, because volatility is getting to very high levels. So I'm not saying that we're going to pull back from 4,100, but we probably consolidate for a little bit around there, and then go to our current all-time highs at 4,800. Daily has 3 drives of bearish divergence in play though. We've already hit most of our easy targets, which is the edge of the bullish control zone and the middle zone. But if we do close below, what is this low? 3,490, we're very likely going to come back down and retest this 55 EMA on the silver cross around like 3,300, 3,400, which would fill our academy long. And then from there, we very likely use that as a spring to the upside, because the trend is still up. And along with this multiple drives of bearish divergence, we're getting volatility contraction from very extreme levels. This is exactly what bulls want to see. There's volatility contraction when we retest our major EMAs, and then we can flip momentum around from the lower levels and use that as a spring to continue the trend on the higher time frames. 4 hours now put in some bullish divergence off of this low. Not exactly bottom yet. To confirm a bottom, I'd want to see a close above 3,945. If we get a close over that, then the idea for me of going down to 33s, 34s is going to be out of the picture, and we're probably just going to go up from there. But we still haven't done that yet, so we should be on lower high watch right now, instead of trying to long this to back to the 4,000s. The easy target has already been hit from the divergence, the bearish control zone, and then the next target would be the middle zone. The middle zone level is currently at 38.50. If it gets a 4-hour close over 38.50, then you would target the bullish control zone, which is at 4,082. That's getting very close to the levels you'd have to, basically the level you have to close over to confirm the bottom. at 3,900-ish. But right now, probabilities are in favor of, on the low time frames, like the 4 hour, of making a lower high. Unless you close off at that previous lower high. Then it would flip the downtrend to an uptrend. The quarterly is giving a very nice momentum setup. We're rejecting the bearish control zone, slipping back up, getting right back into the bullish control zone, and momentum is being pointed up as long as we're above $2,258. This time around, like on the 2021 cycle high, we rejected momentum entering the bullish control. This time around, we made a higher low on momentum, and this time we're very likely going to enter into the bullish control zone. We're probably not going to enter the critical zone. That's a little bit too much for me to say, but just getting into the bullish control zone would be a massive move. Getting into the bullish control zone in 2021 gave us a move from about $2,000 to $4,800.
So I'm sorry, on the previous cycle, ETH just doubled in price.
Yeah, from when it went into the bullish control zone, but from the full cycle, it went from like $300 to $4,800.
And what was the top before? What's that that high exactly?
14,
so it had
1400.
breached $1,500 already. Okay.
Yeah.
So from
Monthly,
that, it's only done like a 3x, not even.
Yeah, basically.
Got it. Wow, that's crazy.
Kind of a disappointment.
Yeah.
The monthly currently volatility is still contracting off of this summer sideways move and pullback, and momentum is starting to shift back up. It has not shifted up yet, but it's going to off of this monthly close, and we're going to reject getting out of the bullish control, and we're going to be pointed. We're going to flip up on momentum as long as we're closing above $3,426.50. The last time we maintained bullish control on Ethereum and flipped back up was when price went from about $29.69 to our current all-time highs at $48.68. And then once this momentum flips up, very likely this volatility starts flipping up to support it too. 2 weeks already expanding on volatility from like 8%, very low levels. Rejecting the bearish critical zone. It's about to break back into the bullish control, and we're going to be pointed up as long as you're above 2,501. Weekly, it's expanding heavily from 2% on volatility. We're at 65%. We can still go decently higher before volatility stopped out. And this is, you got to remember, this is coming from many, many, many periods of 0% volatility. This is basically a Hamas setup right here. We're breaking back into the bullish critical zone, and we pointed up as long as we're above $3,578, which we're just slightly above right now. We have 4 days to go. Five days getting pretty high on volatility. We're at 84%, but we're still above the moving average, so we don't have confirmed volatility contraction yet. But if it does drop below the moving average, then we'd have to be looking for a consolidation phase and or a pullback. And the first target I would have would be the 9 EMA if that does happen, volatility contraction. But right now, volatility momentum is about to flip back up and maintain the critical zone as long as we're closing above 3,561. 2 days contracting already on volatility, or not quite because we haven't gotten the close yet. But if we on this close, if we do close like this, we'll confirm volatility contraction, and then we should probably get our consolidation phase and move down on the I believe it was the weekly. Yes, the weekly. We'd get the move down. Right now on the 2-day momentum is pointed down. We're breaking out of the bullish critical zone. We're going to be pointed down as long as we're below 4,051, 4,052. The daily is also contracting on volatility. Contraction is already well confirmed, several closes below the moving average, and we're getting out of the critical zone. We're breaking back into the bullish control zone, and we're pointed down on momentum as long as we're below 4,005. Once we get around here to the edge of the bullish control zone, probably this number drops significantly, making it easier for the bulls to flip momentum back up. 4 hours also contracting on volatility after getting a nice expansion phase on this move to the downside. And now 4-hour momentum has started pointing up. It's at, we're rejecting the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed up as long as we're above 3,596, let's say $3,600. But volatility is contracting with the momentum pointed up. So that gives you more confluence where that you should be, instead of trying to long this to current cycle highs, you should be looking for a lower high instead, unless it gets invalidated by closing up to 3,945. Then it's all good. Look for the retest and aim for significantly higher. But until then, it'd be more advisable to look for a lower high and be more cautious. So if you go all the way up to like the quarterly and the monthly, momentum is pointed very strongly up. Quarterly has hidden bullish divergences about to put in. It's giving absolutely retarded numbers. Then if you go down a little bit lower, like the 2-day and the daily, momentum is flipped down. Volatility is contracting with it, which is exactly what bulls want to see, to get some type of consolidation, pull back, retest that 5-day and weekly silver cross, then use that as a spring, bait a lot of shorts, get the liquidity, and then from there, I'm thinking it's going to tap the monthly median at 5,100. And then if you get a close over the 5,100 area, then you're in uncharted territories, like in price discovery, and it's probably going to hit, based on the HPDR, somewhere around $8,000. But don't clip that and say, oh, he said it's going to $8,000, because I said if and then. So right now, if you close over a 4-hour over 39.45, then you get a move to 41s. If you close over that on the higher time frame, like the weekly or 2 weeks, then you get a move to current all-time highs at 48.80s. And if you close over that, that gives you the move to 5,100. You're muted.
Of course I am. Of course I am. God damn it. I saw Alex was right here before I took him out. I was wondering if he wants to do just Nvidia now. He can hop on and because I know he needs to leave. But if not, I can just do this real quick. That's interesting about Ethereum. Fucking such a mystery. I do feel Ethereum is the one that's going to surprise everyone, just simply because no one is expecting it at this point, aside from George.
Yeah, George is the only one who's bullish on Ethereum. Everybody else makes fun of it now. It's become the new XRP.
Man, as long as those guys don't use the same chair, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm asking for. There you go, Alex.
You gotta have 2 chairs.
Do you want to do yours so you can go?
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Let's do it. Absolutely.
Perfect.
Vamos a brincar rapidísimo Nvidia y ahorita les pongo ETH y también Nvidia.
Nice. So yeah, Nvidia here, we're going to view it on the daily. Remember, we attempted to short this. Me and Farn analyzed it. We figured that 140 would probably be a good short with a stop at 141. We did get stopped out, and luckily so that stop was good, because we ended up from that stop going up a little bit higher of 3%. And so, if you know you're wrong, there's no need to hold a bad trade. What do we have now? Well, we've been talking about this channel, and we have daily volatility contracting. We see now it's giving us a daily setup. The issue here is it's technically in favor of bears now. And so technically the short is still valid. I just, once I get stopped out, I like to just wait and get more data, because I don't want to like FOMO back into a short and, make people lose money, and most importantly, make myself lose money. But for now, what we see is yesterday was basically a bearish retest perfectly of this channel. We've now flipped this massive support into resistance. And so now you need to gauge that 140, 141 as resistance. And you'd have already been gauging that just simply because of where, the daily 9 is. We see the 9 has crossed under the 21, just kind of giving us more of that bearish bias. Not a silver cross yet on the daily, but this is usually the signs of a silver cross to happen. And we see that was a pretty big dump yesterday as well. I mean, that was a almost 3% dump on a closing basis. And so now it makes sense we're getting some rally up. I really would want to see that 140 reject, and then that'll lead to a move back down to that 130. I think 130 will be a big area. And we've been talking about, the daily EMA 100 is usually, once it gets lost and reclaimed, that's usually what sparks big rallies. So until it gets lost, we need to view that as big support. And that's currently coming in right around that 129.45 level. We gauge the 2-day here. We can see here that 2-day is kind of corresponding nicely with what I'm saying, with also that 140 resistance level. You see that 2-day 9 is right around that 140. So any rally is up to there, you just need to be looking at a potential rejection. Even if I drew this dotted line and extended it here, it would be matching up nicely with that 140 resistance, while also the volatility on the 2-day is firing off very freshly now. And it is starting to fire off to the downside. And we can see here that this 2-day 34 is kind of like the last stand. This was the last area before we, bounced and went up to new all-time highs. So losing this really wouldn't be good. Something to note on the 2-day too is this daily EMA 100's moving up. And so what we see is it's going to probably over time match closer to that 116, 117. So what can we gather from this? Well, if this daily EMA 100 on the daily doesn't hold, then this will give us high confirmation that we're going to go to that daily SMA 200 right around 115. We then will gauge it on a 2-day and know, okay, well, that daily SMA 200 is right around that 2-day EMA 100, which is also lining up with that mean line support. It's going to be very important for bulls to defend that 117, 116 level. Because if they end up losing that, I do think that this is going to give us a bigger move down. And, you know, we could be talking about targets of $80 to $90. Let's check the monthly and the weekly too to see if we can see anything. And I love whenever I say the weekly, I always go to the 2 week. It's so annoying. We see the weekly is like hanging on to life support here. And so one thing to note as well with the weekly is we do see it's kind of corresponding with the daily and the 2-day. How? We see if we lose the weekly 9, which has been holding this whole rally since we reclaimed it back in early September, that'll give us a measured move back to that EMA 21 on the weekly. If you guys remember, that's right around where that daily EMA 100 is. So, you know, that's 2 different time frames, 2 big spots where we're getting that 130. That should be at least some mean reversion bounce or a reaction zone. If we don't hold that on the weekly and we don't get a bounce and we end up losing the weekly 21, then yeah, it just plays into it. More fuel on why we could go to the low hundreds. But then at that point, I mean, on the weekly, you should be looking for a bounce, and you would be gauging that on the 2-day based on that EMA 100. And so I do think we're going to break down here. I do think volatility is now firing off on the 2-day, which is going to, you know, guide our bias more down. I just think we should all be gauging personally that 115 to like 116 level for the next major opportunity. You could attempt a short here. And so if I was to short this again, I'd simply short right around 140, and I'd simply have a stop right at December 5th wick high. That to me would be logical, because if we end up breaking back above this wick high, there's a good chance we're going to test the all-time highs again. And if we're already at the top of the channel here, right, if we SFP this, come back in, rally up, break the high, I mean, there's really not much stopping us from breaking out, flipping this volatility setups to the upside. But until then, I would say that it's more probabilistic at least to be on short watch that 140 and have a stop, just hard stop at this high, this last rejection high. What that'll mean is this will keep for the overall downtrend, because remember, on this last wick low, we broke the overall downtrend on the daily and the 2-day. If I turn the trend wave catalyst on, you can just very clearly see that higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, and then boom. Low, higher low break. This is a lower high. This was the lower low. This is the lower high. And so now we need to gauge the lower high around here. I do think that's wise. And, you know, I may short this again, potentially, especially now that we're getting that 2-day volatility expansion. Let me see here real fast in the HBDR, because I do like to use that in confluence what I'm saying, just to see if, you know, it's at least accurate at all, or if it's just I'm speaking out of my head. And so what we see here is that 50% on the 2-day, we're grinding up right against it now. We've just lost the blue zone, which tells me that this channel break probably does lead us more down. We see also that 127, 128 is right around where that EMA 100. And so again, that's now 3 different things where we're seeing that 129 come into play.
I also have a meme line right there, because it did 2 SFPs right before, and then obviously 2 SFPs, it failed, then it went down, chopped for a while, and then it actually broke it. So to me, that's a very important point. Just right at the 129.85.
Right here. Yeah, and I mean, even if we take the rainbow chart off and we drew a meme line here, made it a vertical or horizontal, I mean, and we just drew it from that EMA 100 right now.
Exactly.
And you would see here, yeah, this is what Alejandro is saying, you know, try to reclaim it, lost it, rejected, try to reclaim it, lost it, you know, rallied up, rejected, and then we broke down. This was right around earnings too, just to know. And so, you know, this is a spot, I agree, this is a spot where we should be gauging that 129. And it's very simple. If we start losing this, which you'll know, the daily EMA 100's lost, and we're just going to cycle to that 2-day and then we're gauging that 2-day EMA 100. It's very simple. You know, just find a time frame that matches your bias. Not really, but kind of. And it just makes sense. If the daily starts losing it, then, you know, next target's the SMA 200. And then I would inherently go to the 2-day, say, okay, well, if the 2-day loses the EMA 34, then yeah, next target's that EMA 100, which is right around the daily SMA 200, which is also right around that meme line that I just drew right here. So in summary, I do think that Nvidia is going to have a deeper pullback. The question just will be, you know, when and how far of a lower high will this be? Because we are now in a downtrend freshly. And so now we need to be gauging this as the last lower high. And so any move into this can be shorted with the thesis that this is the last lower high. And so if this is a new downtrend, and we would expect a new lower low, which would simply be done after we break that 133, which easily could mean we go just a little lower and then actually spring up. It's not until we break this lower high where we're bullish again. So as long as this is still now in a daily downtrend, we're now under all the major moving averages on the daily. The 2 days clinging on to support, but we definitely could get a bounce here right around that 2-day EMA 9. You need to be looking at this as a short opportunity with your stop right around here, with the target right around 129. Losing that then gives you another target right around that 116. Let me see this real fast. Let me go to the weekly here. For once to load. Nice. And so even right around that 129, we see the bottom of the blue zone at the on the weekly even is at 131. And so it's just good confluence. I'm just saying that even this 80% is right around that 115. So, you know, it's not good that we're under the weekly median. You need to be mindful of that if you're trying to long this. And personally speaking, you shouldn't be really looking for longs as long as that daily downtrend is still valid. We start breaking this and then reclaiming 150 on a daily closure, then that's your trigger to go long potentially. And the next target for me would be closer to that 162, possibly 170. But until then, you know, volatility is looking like it's firing off a setup. And right now, statistically speaking, this will be the downside. You should be gauging that 129 for a bound zone, if not for that extremity long right around 115.
Fuck me. Yes, absolutely. God damn you, microphone. You always get me. Not bad at all. I mean, and also looking at the HPRs, you were looking at on the weekly, the confluence of like that 129 area with EMA 21 now, along with the one on the daily. That's fucking noise. And
yeah, exactly. No, exactly. And it seems very simple, but it is simple. And that's just where we're at. We're in the midst of a breakdown. The daily trend has shifted. The 2-day trend has shifted. We should be gauging at least at 129 because of the area you mentioned. It's like it's a very logical support, but then also we're getting that daily, the weekly, the HBDR. It's all kind of in confluence. But also, if we lose that 129, then you don't want to be longing that because then we probably will drop hard to 115. And then crypto Twitter, everyone will be sad, blah, blah, blah. And then the 2-day just hits the EMA 100. The daily hits the SMA 200. And then we bounce and bottom from there. And we're, you know, we break the downtrend and break new all-time highs.
That would make perfect sense. Thank you so much, sir. I know you got to go. We appreciate you. We'll see you tomorrow for the class.
Yes,
Warren Tesla.
Thank you, boys.
Thank you. Have a good one. Estamos viendo Nvidia en este momento, la empresa de microchips, no la que tienes de tu primo que la tiene bien grande. Oigan, vean esto, nada más jugadón acá en Nvidia, bastante bueno. No les voy a decir que no, voy a poner esa ahí y voy a poner esta acá. Interesante, no voy a decir que no. La jugadita, bueno, esto da igual de todas maneras. Lo único que les quiero decir es esto. Estamos viendo Nvidia en la diaria y se me hace bastante interesante ponerlo en la diaria para empezar porque la pregunta de todo el mundo, ¿qué estamos haciendo? Bajos más altos, ¿no? En teoría. Pero, exactamente, habías creado este bajo más alto, pero este bajo es más bajo que este. Entonces empiezas a cancelar esos y dices, ok, pero bueno, mínimo tienes los altos. Ve este alto, pero acá tienes un alto bajo, más bajo. Y ahora, ¿qué es lo que está pasando? Esta es una zona muy importante para el precio de Nvidia, la de 139.36, porque pueden ver que acá rechazo Acá lo pudo tomar, cerró por encima, lo perdió. Rechazo, volvió a tomarlo, cerrar por encima, la perdió. Tomarlo, etcétera. Y lo mismo pasa acá, junto con estos rechazos. Esto para mí lo hace una zona muy importante, porque me está diciendo que si estás por encima, tus probabilidades favorecen al alza mucho y por debajo le va a costar mucho trabajo poder romper para arriba. Entonces, viendo esto, ¿hay algo más que esté viendo? No tenemos una vela claramente de tope, tenemos una vela de indecisión brutal chiquitita, la pueden ver ahí. Y de ahí en fuera simplemente tenemos chopeo. Chopeo que está creando altos más bajos, bajos más bajos, pero también bajos más altos y también, bueno, no, tal vez no altos más altos. Entonces, esto es indecisión, pero si simplemente ponemos nuestros promedios y podemos darnos cuenta que Nvidia está cotizando en 138, podemos ver que estamos debajo del 34, el 9 y el 21. Y aparte, el 9 está bajo el 21, lo que nos da debilidad. Ya venimos a testear una vez el 55, ya lo rompimos a la baja una vez y cerramos por debajo. Tuvimos este rebote en esta vela. Y ahora lo que parece que estás creando es un alto más bajo. Esto es lo que nos diría que muy probablemente en temporalidades cortas estemos ante una corrección, tal vez no muy grande, simplemente buscar el fondo local de lo que quiera hacer y de ahí darse vuelta a la alza. Pero, ¿cómo vamos a confirmar eso? Esto es la pregunta del siglo. Me voy a acercar un poco más porque igual y simplemente estamos viendo en la diaria nos enseña esto. Vamos a ver la de 2 días. La de 2 días también te dice que perdiste el 9. Estás peleando por obtener el 21 y poder guardarlo y tener un cierre por encima de los 138.29. Estás en 138.93. Te falta un día y 3 horas para el cierre de esta vela. Y acá veniste a testear el 34. Otro testeo más del 34. Mientras más retesteas algo, más probabilidades tienes de que baje o que suba de ese tipo de resistencia o soporte. Importante notarlo. Ahora, dentro de todo esto y viendo tal cual este setup, voy a empezar desde arriba, ¿ok? Para poder regresar a donde estamos en este momento. Estamos viendo, cabrón. Estamos viendo velas trimestrales en este momento en el precio de Nvidia y pueden ver que es la cosa más alcista que existe. Esta madre podría ser literalmente el subidongo de Bitcoin, pero sin consolidación y continúa y continúa y continúa y no para. De entre todos estos cuartos solamente tuviste uno rojo y además fue una vela tremenda de indecisión para después continuar a la alza. Nvidia nunca había cerrado un cuarto por encima de los 123.53. Tiene 20 días y 3 horas para cerrar por encima de ello. ¿Lo va a lograr o no? Para mí es muy importante esta línea en la arena, los 129. Ahora, viendo esto, puedes ver que Nvidia viene también de este tope, pero no te preocupes. Si estás pensando, ok, entonces, de acuerdo a todo lo que hemos visto, si estamos ya aquí en máximos, la volatilidad está contrayendo, todavía no está contrayendo porque no está debajo del promedio del 89, todavía no está reseteando, simplemente está bajando. Lo que estás viendo acá y lo que te dice podría ser que puedes crear un doble extremo o puedes crear un triple extremo, ¿no? Entonces, eso no te está diciendo que hay un tope claro acá. Para que sepan, no hay eso. Sabemos que el HPDR no funciona en altas temporalidades, por lo que ni siquiera me va a molestar en ponerlo. Vamos a ver rápidamente la mensual. En la mensual venimos de estar sobrecalentados. Aparte que estás viendo que este alto fue más alto que y ahora la volatilidad está contrayéndose, viniendo desde el 94% y ahora está en 68%. Esto simplemente nos dice que vamos a chopear, señores, muy probablemente, o que estamos chopeando desde que empezó, y es un poco no lo que hemos visto. Hemos visto que desde que empezó a contraer ha estado subiendo el precio, lo que nos dice que todavía no vemos el chop, todavía no vemos la corrección del chop posible que se puede dar en Nvidia. Y si ponen estas velas en este canal, porque son mensuales, el chop de Nvidia no solamente tiene que pasar por acá, o sea, puedes literalmente, es más, ¿saben qué? Déjenme uso esta herramienta para ver exactamente. Tu último bajo acá son 91.43. El de antes, 77. Cayendo por debajo de 90, Se va a dar una vuelta a los 70 y tantos o muy, muy más para abajo. Pero por ahora estamos viendo esto, que el 91 probablemente vaya a aguantar en esta temporada, no romper estructura mensual. Así que la línea en la arena muy potentemente es el 91. Sé que está lejos del precio, estamos en 139, solamente lo quiero notar. Vamos a la semanal y estamos viendo en la semanal que la volatilidad está regresando a hacer un reseteo, no en la zona más baja en la que ha estado, pero ahí va para abajo, en la línea del 15% está acá. Bien, en lo que estamos viendo que la volatilidad está haciendo eso, estamos yendo de lado, que va perfectamente con lo que pensamos. Cuando estás dándote y yéndote de lado, tuviste esta vela topera, mamalona, pero no tuviste ningún cierre en estos. Tienes varias velas más que pueden darte la indicación, pero lo que nosotros creemos por ahora es que siempre y cuando estemos aguantando el promedio del 9 en el 138.15, eso va a ser bastante bueno. Y como estamos ya en la semanal, sí puedo poner el HPDR y voy a quitar estas mamadas. Y acá pueden ver que literalmente tenemos la media del canal en los 149.24. Recuerden, esto va a cerrar en 2 días, 3 horas, por lo que se va a cambiar. Esto probablemente suba y si sube nos va a ponerlo en un alto histórico. Si baja, lo que haría y lo que me estaría diciendo esto, porque también coincide con esta línea, es que probablemente vaya a ser un alto más bajo, una vez más que en la semanal. Así que pongan muchísima atención con esto, brother, porque puedes ver cómo hemos estado por encima de la media desde que la superamos en estas 2 semanas. Hemos estado por encima. Caímos venimos a retestear y este fue el retesteo bajista y ahora estamos acá aguantando en la 9. Si la 9 no nos aguanta para poder empujarnos a la alza y subir, nos deberíamos de empezar a buscar este tipo no de resultado, pero de movimiento más a la baja. El 50% está en 131.69. Yo tengo una línea meme que a mí se me hace muy importante en 129.85, que es justo donde está el promedio del 21. Si los pongo en la diaria, una vez que popule, van a darse cuenta que el promedio del 100 justamente está también en el 129, que tenemos literalmente todos nuestros promedios y además la media del canal justo acá. La media está en 139.37 y todos los demás promedios están centavos arriba en el 140. Esto normalmente lo que nos da es este tipo de rechazo. Este tipo de rechazo nos llevaría a la parte baja del 50% y recuerden, esto va a cerrar hoy, por lo que va a cambiar de lugares, pero tienes el promedio del 100 llegando por acá y te diría que la primera oportunidad va a estar por ahí para esto. Ahora, en la diaria, viendo la volatilidad está reseteando una vez más, estás por debajo del 15%. Una vez que se dé la vuelta y empiece a virar a la alza y la veas arriba del 15%, vas a ver esto empezar a acompañar el movimiento. Pero por ahora nos vamos a quedar con la diaria, pensando en este promedio del 100, justamente en esta zona. Voy a limpiar el gráfico, no creo que necesiten ver el HPDR para entender este trade. Creo que es mucho más fácil de lo que pensamos. Estamos en una tendencia claramente alcista, venimos en chopeo. No nos preocuparía que vinieras a chopear hasta los 129. La línea en la arena es justamente esta línea en los 129.85. Si rompes los 129.85 para abajo en cierres, probablemente vayas a visitar esta zona, donde está el promedio de los 200 y en otras temporalidades, ¿en qué es? Acá tienes el 34 también en el 119. Entonces, para nosotros, y pueden ver que el 21 en la semanal está justamente acá también, para nosotros, lo primero es no perder el 9 si somos alcistas, pero aquí abre otra oportunidad de short. Sé que tuvimos y mandamos la última oportunidad de short con Nvidia y nos sacó, pero acá abre otra más sencilla. Literalmente lo puedes abrir acá en el 140, 141. Yo me atrevería a hacerlo en los 142, a ver si se llena la orden y lo invalidas acá en el 146.55. No es un movimiento tan grande. Eso tendría más sentido a pensar que ahorita Nvidia va a subir en chinga. Lo que yo también creo más allá de todo esto es que Nvidia va a continuar subiendo potentemente. Simplemente ahorita le están metiendo todo el mundo el miedo de vende, carnal, porque viene lo de los chinos, todo esto. y esto podría ser una vez más un mega madrazo a la alza como lo ha hecho todo el tiempo. Simplemente está chopeando en este momento. ¿Dónde invalidas todo esto? Un cierre por encima del 148.88. Cierres encima del del 149, encima de ellos, te va porque ahí justamente está la media también en la semanal, te va a dar posibilidad, te va a dar preferencia y movimiento hasta el 166. Así que atentos, la media también está justamente acá, ya nos rechazó, la perdimos, nos rechazó, pero si la volvemos a retestear justamente en el 149 y veamos si la podemos aguantar, tener cierres por encima, movimiento al 50% que está en 166, pero por ahora estamos viendo acá el chopeo, mis hermanos. Ya lo tienen, eso es Nvidia. Vamos a ver Tesla.
My man Elon's first person ever to reach $400 billion net worth.
All-time high, baby. All-time high. And now the top of the 95% is 460. Fuck. That is ridiculous.
Jeez, we're going to start with the monthly. We had this little meme line here from the previous all-time highs. We're brushing up against it right now. If we get a close over this area, it lines up with the 78.6% on the HPDR. Because we're expanding from literally almost 0% volatility, like around 4% volatility, momentum is heavily within bullish control. Jewel is breaking back into bullish control. The pink is crossing over the yellow. It's like a prime setup right now. Close over this 78.6% in this meme line, that takes us to the 88.3% easily. That number is currently at $609. That's another 50% up on Tesla. That's like another like maybe $150 billion to Elon's net worth.
Just by closing above that?
Yep, but he's going to be the first half trillionaire, then the first trillionaire in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Quarterly is a little bit more bullish, but this one you got to take with more grain of salt because the HPDR is not that good for the quarterly because it takes a long time to play out and these ranges will change. But right now it has it that if you close over this 38.2 at $364.77, takes us to the 50%. 50% right now. This not a very relevant number, just for shits and giggles to bring it up, is at $846. Momentum is still to the upside on the quarterly. Volatility is basically fully reset, and the jewel is flipping around too. It's an insanely bullish setup on the quarterly. Assuming we close over this 38.2%, this momentum is going to break into the bullish control. The last time momentum broke into bullish control was in April of 2020, whenever we went from like $34 straight up to $300.
Just a super simple 10x.
Yeah, just a small little 10x. Imagine if Tesla were to do something like that, like even if it went to $600, that's 50% up from here. That'd put it close to $2 trillion, I believe.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, it should be a $3 trillion company or more, and it will.
Pretty insane because the chart is kind of pointing towards that right now.
Mm-hmm.
And Elon's net worth is up like what, 80 billion or 100 billion since the election. He put 200 million into it. It's quite the trade.
Not bad. Yeah. I'd say, holy fuck, no?
It's an insane trade. 2-week momentum is well within the bullish control. Getting a little high, but the moving average is still like yet to catch up. So it's not giving us a top signal just yet. Just giving us a signal to be a little cautious around this area. Well, volatility is getting to 90% as well. And the moving average is still not caught up. The jewel also is entering into the bullish control. Pink is crossed over the yellow. But this is an area where it's very, very likely and possible to get a pullback, especially if you get up to this 95% at $495, $500. Very, very likely area for a pullback. And if we do get a pullback here, I'd expect it to base off this meme line after closing above it, and then use that as a spring upwards to that mid 500s and then $600. Weekly is now also pushing above the 88.3%. While momentum is still within bullish control, it's starting to shift down a little bit, but it's still above the moving average. And volatility is shifting down too, which is pretty crazy to see it pressing up against all-time highs whenever volatility is going down. So whenever volatility starts going up and these ranges step up, this thing should get a pretty massive pump. 5 days getting to very extreme levels. So over the 97.5%, it's approaching the 100%. this is the area where you should expect to see a pullback. And it makes sense because we're brushing up against previous all-time highs. A lot of people are going to sell the previous all-time highs. So it makes a lot of sense to pull back here. It's way more likely that we pull back here than we continue. We have a 2.5% chance of continuation from here. And momentum on the 5-day is at 98%. Moving average is just about to catch up. Volatility is at 98%. It's prime setup for a pullback. Jewel is just about to enter the critical zone. It makes sense if we rejected the first time around, come back, base in this bullish control zone, and then retest it, and then eventually break into the critical zone. So on the first time around, you don't usually get into the critical zone unless it's an insane move. Very likely to much better odds to assume it would reject the first time around than to assume it will be accepted. 2 days basing off the 78.6% after the ranges stepped up. And if we close over this meme line on the 2-day, that brings us to the 88.3%, which is around $433. This area, we very likely get a pullback. We only have an 11.7% chance of continuation from here. But if we do end up closing over this, one close wouldn't be enough for me. I'd want to see at least 2 closes over this 88.3 to then launch us to this 95%, which is at $475. But at this area, you very, very, very almost certainly will get a pullback if we even go straight here. Right now, momentum is shifting back up after this little correction. It didn't even correct that much. It's corrected to the 5 EMA. And it's getting to pretty extreme areas. It's at 84%. The moving average is just below it. And the volatility shifted up too. Volatility is at 84% too. This 2-day setup gives you an idea that we could probably go a little bit higher before everything's topped out. I would look at somewhere around $433 to possibly the most bullish case scenario, $475 before we get the actual pullback. And Tesla moves like a crypto, so whenever it pulls back, it likes to pull back a good amount. So if we were to get a 475, I'd expect it to come back down to at least 433, if not 414, before it uses that as a spring to the upside again. Daily as well is above the 88.3 and the meme line, while momentum is pointed heavily to the upside. 89%, volatility is at 89%. It also tells you that you can possibly get one more move up before it's topped out. And on the daily, that number would be the $440 zone, which on the 2-day, I believe it was 433. So very close. 4 hours already closed above this meme line of our previous all-time highs. Now what we'd look for is if we're still bullish and we're going to go up from here instead of correcting from here, is that we would look for this area to hold this resistance turning to support. You would look for this to be a spring upwards to higher areas, around that $435 area to $440. Momentum is starting to shift down though. It's dropped below the moving average. Volatility is starting to shift down, giving you an idea of a correction, which that makes it much more likely that we correct from here than we go straight up to $440. Check the RSI. Damn, I hate it whenever I'm like just about to sneeze and it then doesn't come out.
And it doesn't. It's the worst feeling in the world. Bless you.
Thank you. The quarterly already has confirmed hidden bullish divergence after this last close. Our first target has already been met, which is the bullish control zone, but volatility is still nowhere near topped out. So then we'd have to target the critical zone. And this number is going to come down. It's kind of ridiculous right now. Right now, this number is at $1,314. Imagine if Tesla were to go to $1,300, 3x from here. It's like a $6 trillion company.
I mean, I think it will. It's just, and again, remember that Tesla likes to be at an insane valuation for a long time. That's what he did before. So then, it's not crazy.
And then Elon puts up a bunch of his stock for a loan and then buys MSNBC.
He doesn't even have to do that. MSNBC would be so cheap. It's like $4 billion. Can be more than that. Well,
sorry?
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, and he also said he was going to buy Hasbro.
Toy makers are having a fucking horrible time, by the way. Horrible time, because they don't know what sells anymore. Kids are not buying toys like they used to. And they have the same franchises.
Elon can make some toys that'll sell.
Oh, yeah. Well, he does already.
Oh, yeah, the Tesla toys.
Yeah, or the Boring Company shit.
But he might release some toys of the other kind, too. I mean, he has like what 12 kids, so put two and two
Yeah.
together. Monthly volatility is expanding from like about 40%. It's now at 82%. It's not quite topped out yet because Tesla likes to go to 100%. And then we like to get a sort of a double extreme, but not quite double extreme, because whenever it tops out for the second time, it only went up to 75%. So right now we don't even have the first extreme yet, and the moving average is only at 56%. So you can still easily keep going up. And right here we have, do we have a higher low in price? Yep, we have a higher low in price, lower low on the RSI. So we have hidden bullish divergence on this monthly right here.
Damn.
The next target is going to be this critical zone, which is currently at $567, which is very close to that $600 area. 2 week had hidden bearish divergence, then it corrected down to the 21 EMA, 55 EMA, got invalidated with the local bottom, and then we got a massive pump from there. Weekly has confirmed hidden bullish divergence. We've already hit the critical zone though, so it's going to be very difficult to get a target from that. But momentum is volatility is only at 88%, so it's close to being topped out, but it's not quite topped out yet. Same thing with the 5 day as the weekly. 3 day has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence off of this low, this low, this low, and this low. We've already hit the critical zone though. Volatility is starting to contract after being at very extreme levels. It's already below the moving average. We don't have a closure yet. So if we get a 3 day close below this moving average, then it's confirmation of volatility contraction. Then we should be looking for sideways or maybe a little bit of a pullback. And if we do get a pullback, the first target would be this 9 EMA, which lines up with this consolidation area around like $350. Daily also hidden bullish divergence. We're basically tapped the critical zone. That number sits at $425. So I could see us move up to $425, maybe $430, $440, and then this 3 day volatility contraction would end up taking place. And then we very likely get a pullback from there. 4 hour has multiple drives with hidden bullish divergence off of all of these lows. We've already hit the easy targets of the critical zone though, so it's not much you can get from that. Quarterly is projecting getting into the bearish control, and we're going to be pointed up, and we're going to enter back into bullish control as long as our price is closing above $286 and it's like $287. Last time that happened, we went back into bullish control. Tesla went from about $14.95 to over $300, $400 actually. Wow, that's insane. That's like what a 20 something x 30x move. And the monthly
wait, from where and where?
It went from about $11.80 to $414.
That was the last time that he went into the bullish critical zone?
The bullish control zone.
Control zone.
Which is above the 60 area. Which is now, if we get a quarterly close anywhere above $299.29, we can enter back into the bullish control zone.
Oh, wow. Holy shit.
We're heavily above right now. And last time we did that, we got like a 35x on price. So maybe $800 is not that crazy.
No, not at all.
And volatility is still pretty low. We're only at 56%. Well, we got this massive move from about, where did we start expanding? Here, $170 to $415, and volatility is only at 56%. That's crazy. And this is the biggest monthly candle I've seen in Tesla, or quarterly candle I've seen in Tesla history.
Oh, yeah.
Monthly is also expanding on volatility from around 42%. And we're about to enter into the critical zone. Momentum is going to be up as long as we're closing above $281 and let's say $281.50 to be safe. Last time we entered into the critical zone freshly from rejecting from the lower areas was around like right here, and price went from $72 upwards to $414. That's another several X's on price. We're getting the same setup, and volatility is expanding from the same area as well. 2 week, also expanding from very low levels, 7%, 5%, currently at 86%. Not even close to being topped out, but not quite topped out yet because it hasn't hit a 100% yet. And the moving average is still below it. And now we have a fresh silver cross as well in the 2 week. And it's about to enter into the critical zone as long as price is above $372. Sheesh, this thing looks bullish as fuck.
Yeah.
Weekly is expanding on volatility from very, very low levels, 2%, slightly lower than 2%. We're getting to 88%. Moving average is at 75%. So also tells you one more move possible before it tops out. Momentum is still to the upside, maintaining the critical zone as long as price is above $392.50. 5 day, multiple periods of 0% volatility expanding from there. We're at 88.5%. Momentum is, here's where we're coming down to the line. Momentum is going to turn down if we close below $404.50, which we're just slightly above right now. So if we close below that, then that'll tell us that we're probably not going to get that move to 430s, 440s, and we're probably going to correct first, then end up trying that area. 2 days already contracting in volatility. It's at 73% after going all the way up to like 98, 97%. But on the other hand, momentum is still pointed up, and we're still maintaining the critical zone as long as we're above $390.50. Daily is already basically fully contracted after 3 periods of 100% volatility, came back down to 29%. Now it's expanding once again to the upside, and momentum is going to be pointed up, maintaining the critical zone as long as we're above $407.50. Now it's momentum shifting back into the bull's favor. 4 hour expanding from less than 10% of volatility. We're at 84%. Moving average is just below it at 79%. Can still go up from here before it's topped out because as you see here, it did many periods of 100% volatility, and we're going to be pointed up on momentum as long as we're above $407.50 to be safe, and we're going to maintain being in the critical zone. So if you go to like the very high time frames, like the quarterly and the monthly, you start to get absolutely retarded targets that make me kind of uncomfortable to even say because they're so much higher than price right now, higher than me after a couple of hits of the primo shit. But that's what the chart says. And then the medium time frames are more corrective. Volatility is contracting. Momentum is slightly shifted down, but not really much. And then when you get down to the daily and the 4 hour, it's shifting back into the bull's favor. You're getting volatility expansion to the upside. You're getting momentum, maintaining the critical zone, and everything's pointing towards like the local bottom. Very likely is in if you can even call it a correction. It's just a very slight move to the downside after we tapped our previous all-time highs. And if we close over these previous all-time highs on like a weekly, 2 week, or monthly, then that gives us to blast off to somewhere around $500 to $600, which with how much Tesla is valued right now, that type of move seems insane.
I just don't think it's impossible. I think it's insane, but I don't think it's impossible. Like I said, they do like to overvalue the company tremendously, the investors. So
Elon also loves to liquidate the shorts.
Absolutely. I'm not opposed. That's basically it. I have a few things for a lot of people that show up so we can look up for setups like we always do. I'll send them to you, but it's going to be Litecoin, Google, New, Rivian, Link, Wild, Flocky, Pepe, VITL, and Palantir. I'll send them to you and to Alex so we can look up for some setups for everybody that came over to the class. Is there anything else you would like to see, say, add, do?
Potentially, me and Alex might do, or just me alone might do a Discord town hall. So if anybody's free, keep checking the Discord. We're gonna announce it on there.
Okay, perfecto. Thank you so much, senor, and see you tomorrow at the class, 7 a.m.
All right, have a good one. For me, it's 9 a.m.
Exactly, 9 a.m. Enjoy your fucking better time than mine. Have a good one.
Have a good one. Enjoy your gift, sir.
Thank you. Oh, I can't wait. Thank you. Okay. Para todos, mañana tenemos clase a las 30 minutos después de la que empiezan estos casinos, que son las 7 del Pacífico, son las 10 a.m. de Nueva York, o las 8 o más bien las 9 en Texas. No sé qué hora sea donde estén, así que ahí lo tienen. 30 minutos después de lo normal que empieza uno de estos casinos del tío Salo, es cuando vamos a empezar. Vamos ahorita también a ver, vamos a analizar Litecoin, Google, Nu, Rivian, Link, WLD, Flocky, Pepe, BITL y Palantir. Y los vamos a mandar, si es que encontramos algún setup, les mandaremos los setups de los trading alerts. Simplemente por eso. Voy a analizar esto y con esto vamos a básicamente terminar con una buena miradita a Tesla. Tesla, mi amor. Por cierto, esto me recordó, tengo mi cuenta de mi IRA, ¿no? Y había empezado esa cuenta y empecé a meterle un poco cuando Tesla empezó a ir cabrón por esta temporada, en el 2021, exactamente 2021. Por acá más o menos, o por acá me animé, no me acuerdo exactamente dónde, y le había metido, me sentía muy bien porque también le empecé a comprar toda esta subida y después se fue a la mierda. Nunca lo chequé, lo único que seguía haciendo fue comprar, tengo compras automáticas y ahorita estamos en altos históricos. Y les tengo que decir esto, cada que quiero checar mi balance, no lo voy a hacer, no voy a checar mi balance en esa cuenta hasta que me muera, básicamente. Pero ahorita quiero checar mi balance, lo que no puede ser bueno para el mercado, porque siento que va a estar choncho. Pero bueno, es dinero que no puedes tocar hasta que te retires, para no pagar impuestos, brother. Vale, empecemos desde el principio. Para empezar, felicidades a Elon Musk, 412 mil millones de dólares es lo que tiene el señor. 412 mil millones de dólares rompiendo todos los récords. Esta es una tabla trimestral de Tesla y esta vela verde, junto con estas otras dos, te enseñan por qué Elon Musk es el hombre más rico del mundo por el doble. Básicamente Tesla ha ido de los 140 dólares cuando Ross Gerber, un profesional inversor en Twitter, dijo que vendía, ese fue el fondo. Y este hombre sale en la televisión y todavía también se atrevió a decir que Tesla no había tomado la decisión correcta. El experto en tecnología, como lo es Ross, todos lo sabemos. Sí, también es un experto financiero, pero puede que no haya sabido tanto ahí, pero en tecnología me imagino que ha de ser un experto. Y él dijo que Tesla iba a completamente fracasar persiguiendo el estilo de FSD de su piloto automático a través de la visión del coche con cámaras. Dijo que lo tenían que hacer con LiDAR como todos los demás. Bueno, GM resulta que acaba de cortar su proyecto de Cruise y parece que todo el mundo va a acabar usando Tesla y que el modelo de Tesla fue el correcto. ¿Quién se fuera a imaginar? Alguien que es experto en finanzas, que no sabe cuándo es un fondo. Literalmente, alguien que lleva no sé cuántos años de carrera e invierte el dinero de la gente y los demás. Aquí vendió, tíos, aquí. Aguantó todo esto y vendió aquí. Y vean dónde estamos ahora. Vamos a ver, desde que Ross vendió, y gracias a Dios vendió, hasta acá, solamente se ha perdido de un delicioso 200%. Así que nada mal para Ross, y además de llevarse una excelente pérdida potente, nada mal. Pero vamos a analizar la tabla de Tesla haciendo mínimos más altos y ahora un alto histórico. Lo pueden ver por acá. El alto histórico de antes estaba en los 414. Estamos cotizando en 417 en este momento. Felicidades a Elon, felicidades a todo el mundo en Tesla. Qué chingón. Podemos ver que estamos por encima del promedio del 9, bastante bien, saludable, dándole con todo. Lo interesante del gráfico acá es esto. Tesla viene y está expandiendo volatilidad. Y en cuanto está expandiendo volatilidad es justamente esto. Y apenas está expandiendo el 56% y pueden ver que a Tesla le gusta llegar a extremos. Eso quiere decir que este movimiento tiene muchísimo camino a la alza. Va a tomar año y medio, 2 años a jugar, pero está apoyado por la volatilidad y eso es absolutamente hermoso de ver. Vale. En la mensual también podemos ver que la volatilidad está expandiendo duro, pero no desde hasta abajo, lo hizo desde básicamente encima del 45% y ahorita está en 82%, pero no se me preocupen, a Tesla le gusta estar al 100% y puede tener varios periodos en 100%, así que todavía tiene camino a la alza y acabas de pasar todos estos, por lo que probablemente tu siguiente objetivo es el 99%. Yendo a la alza también. Impresionante. Voy a poner el HPDR rápidamente para ver exactamente objetivos. Se pone buena la cosa. Podemos ver que en la mensual, en el HPDR, estamos literalmente, nos agarramos del promedio del 9 dimos un sorpaso desde acá en la media, que fue en los 217, y estamos justamente en la zona, en esta zona azul, es azul, diría yo. Nos queda el movimiento hasta el final en los $470. Lo único que tenemos que hacer para dar continuación a esto es simplemente cerrar por encima de esta línea meme en los 414. Con eso sabemos que vamos a tener continuación a la alza. Se ve muy potente. En la semanal estamos justamente en el 90%. Eso quiere decir que tal vez estemos llegando un poco al final de este movimiento, pero de nuevo, esto es algo semanal, así que tranquilos. Pueden ver que también coincide el 90%, la zona del 90% con nuestra línea meme, con tener cierre por encima de los 414.55. Vamos a ir a poder a buscar el tope sin 95% en los 465. Interesante. Si vemos en la semanal, y voy a quitar el HPDR rapidísimo. Wow, decir HPDR me hace hablar así. Vamos a poner la volatilidad. La volatilidad viene literalmente de esta expansión y está entrando en extremos. Está en 88.49%. Todavía le queda camino para recorrer. Este es un gráfico mensual. Pero si nos acercamos ya un poco más, podemos ver acá más la fotografía de lo que estamos viviendo, que es, puedes ver la volatilidad comenzar a contraer, irse para abajo, en lo que el precio continuó subiendo. Eso nos quiere decir que probablemente este último empuje vaya a darnos un poco de consolidación en tiempos medianos. A corto plazo, en la diaria, la volatilidad continúa expandiendo, está solamente en 80% y le gusta llegar al 100%, lo que nos dice que esto probablemente nos pueda dar algunos objetivos sexys. No, perdón. Vamos a ver. Y acá podemos ver, básicamente, y sencillo, ¿no? Porque esto es la diaria. Definitivamente buscar cierres arriba de 4.19. Arriba de 4.19 te va a dar un ticket gratis a los 440, que también nos lleva un poco con confluencia a lo que vimos en la semanal. Y esas son las zonas interesantes para Tesla. En temporalidades largas, muy alcista, esto quiere decir que para 2 años esta madre puede tranquilamente hacer un 2-3X. En temporalidades medianas, diríamos que va a tener algo de consolidación en estas zonas, una vez que probablemente llegue al 440. Más o menos esta área es donde creemos que va a topar localmente, seguir chopeando y después darle para arriba. ¿Y qué más nos da ese tipo de validación? Vamos a ver la de 4 horas rapidísimo. Time frame degenerado. Podemos ver lo mismo, el 4.19, 4.34. Más o menos por esta zona puede que nos empecemos a ver el movimiento ya exhausto. Sí, sigue apareciendo en todo esto. 4.40 y acá 4.65. Más o menos 4.40 es lo que suena y podemos ver que nos estamos metiendo en la zona verde. Es lo que suena al objetivo. De nuevo, estamos en descubrimiento de precio para toda la gente que esté entrando ahorita y que diga qué es lo que estamos viendo. Estamos descubriendo precio porque estás en altos históricos, pero acercándonos y poniendo la de tiempos degenerados, pueden ver primer cierre oficial, arriba del alto histórico está acá. Vamos a ver si aguanta. La línea en la arena básicamente son los 4.14. Para decir, ok, vamos a corregir tal vez un poco el lado por acá, pero aguantar los 4.14 y poder empezar a tener cierres arriba del 4.19 nos va a dar un movimiento casi gratuito por ahí de los 4.36, 4.44 con Tesla. Nada mal para el hombre más rico del planeta, damas y caballeros. Y eso es básicamente todo. Gracias por acompañarme, por acompañarnos a todos acá en el Casino del Tío Salo. Se les aprecia muchísimo y de corazón. Los vamos a ver mañana, todos ustedes exclusivamente en Elite Trading Academy, para todos los que tienen membresías Elite y también para los en vivos. Vamos a hacer, que es la tercera clase. Son 2 al mes. Tercera clase con ustedes, 4 horas. No vamos a analizar precio, bueno, si tenemos que para dar un ejemplo lo haremos, pero lo que vamos a hacer es solamente trabajar en sus fundamentos. Son de mis clases favoritas, son la mejor de todas, honestamente, porque las preguntas que hacen me ayudan a mí a comprender también muchísimo más cuando lo explican Alex y Farhan. Así que gracias a todos los que son parte de ello. Nos vemos mañana, no lleguen tarde. Y lo que me gusta de las clases también es que acabamos con todos los comentarios. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Gracias por todo. Gracias de nuevo por estar acá. Nos vemos. Nos vemos.